He's done well now, and so well done to Ewan O'Leary, as we'll let him go. 6 hours left to go here in Daytona. Of course, the first VCO Grand Slam of 2024. As we tick over that mark, 1 quarter left to go in the race. Again, YouTube part 4. I said it was going to be my last call, but now I'm going to. It's a sneaky last one. Part 4. Get over there. If you're on Twitch, don't have to do anything. Sit back and watch and enjoy. To give you a quick rundown, we'll do the top 5 of each of the categories. Williams Esports Play Seat currently leading Agustin Canapino behind the wheel after some incredible stints earlier on in the race. The Brorange Beast is leading. Matt Farrow behind, and obviously about 8 and a bit seconds back as we get Dom Hoffman in the Drago Racing GTP. Behind, of course, that is VRS Commander and the Apex Racing team, the 98 that's presently being driven by Pete Berryman. The cars that are running in the top 5 in the GTP category. In LMP2, it is WSR Esports Butt Kicker running in the lead of the race with the Cowser team. Jose Soria behind the wheel, Mag Performance and VRS Commander and Sim RC rounding out the top 5. Jurgen Frank behind the wheel. Close battle still really for third in class over there, courtesy of the 1.8 second gap between VRS Commander and the Mag Performance team. As in the GTDs, we do have a bit of a switch because Alessandro Bico's just come into the pit lane. But it is Team Redline first, Stormforce ART second, Williams Esports Benke were third before they came into the pit lane, which they've just done, promoting Gustavo Ariel with Team Redline number 4. Number 2 rather, up into third position in the class. Delta, Simtech, Grid and Go find themselves 5th in class with no pressure from behind because Gary Montoro in the Simify Esports GTD car is 2 laps down on them. Some fairly large gaps up and down the order, but some close ones as well. I think realistically the closest on circuit cam is 5th place in GTD, where we've got Pete Berryman and Sebi Jobe separated by 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, there's a pretty incredible that we're still with these gaps being so close after all these hours, and we have 36 cars left, which was about, I can't remember who was it earlier, saying about how many cars are going to be left over.
I think it was Pete McKnight, but
yeah. And I think he says something about 35, and to be honest, we're pretty much at that, although is he getting in after me? He says a couple hours until he gets in, so maybe one more DNF, and then maybe his prediction will be correct. But I think we're on a pretty good run in terms of that number over the course of the race, obviously starting with 50, now down to 36, but there's been various issues over over the race, and to be honest, over the night since I was last in, there's only been about another 4 or so, and a couple of them I can understand because they were involved in a crash that I saw. So realistically, it's only been about 2 in the sort of 8 hours or so that I was off air. So I think that's pretty good going overall. Yeah,
like I say, we've had a few. Well, I mean, when I left, I think we had some like 6 or 7 retirements, most of which came on lap 1. There was a couple of other ones, the Williams, that, like I said, they'd been dumped off a little bit. There is Sebastian Jobe, which I know, it's not been that long, but I still just can't get used to the fact of seeing Sebi Jobe, but then under his name, BMW Team Redline. I can't get with, I can't accept it just yet. You know what I mean?
I think you have to do that.
It does look good though.
Get used to it pretty quickly this year with how things are going to, how many events and everything is going to go on potentially. And also, I mean, we mentioned this earlier with Redline expanding their driver lineup so much this year as they go past the 2 GTs. But unfortunately, they're still sat together. But in my time, they're now a lap apart, which is a bit of a shame in that regard. Although it does mean that the 199 does have half a chance now, because there only needs to be 1 Redline car. But yeah, funny how that works out too.
Yeah, so if you want to know what happened in the GTD category, basically Alexei Nesov, one of their other new recruits in Team Redline, in the GTD category, who was behind the wheel of the number 2, disconnected earlier on in the race, was able to rejoin, or rather someone else took over that car, and they only lost a single lap.
Exactly a lap.
I think they might have lost less than a lap, but I think it made more sense to... It's kind of one of those ones, if there's only like 20 seconds between you, it actually makes more sense to take the pain of the 20 seconds and slow down to allow the 4 and the 2 to be together, because you will gain more time over the race. rather than the 20 seconds that you'd lose. So it makes more sense doing it that way rather than hoping you come together, because that could put the number 4's race at some risk. Not really, but you know, there could be a light bit of risk added to that, especially when the Apex Racing team do have a second car, which, whilst is not full position courtesy of an incident earlier on, is assisting the 199 right now.
Yeah, that's very true. Apex also...
There we go.
This is such a funny shot. I mean, I literally go away for about 8 hours of the broadcast, come back, and they're still pushing each other along. It's quite remarkable, actually. They only really had the one issue, literally at this very point of the track coming out of this corner, where the 199, which is now ahead, was behind and sent the other into the wall. And yeah, apart from that, they've literally been following each other for the opening 16 and a bit hours of the race. It's quite something. Whoever's been driving the cars behind must be almost bored of looking at the back of that GT car in front of them. It's pretty insane, the consistency of these teams and how they can just put in these lap after lap and stay nose to tail doing identical lap times for so long.
Yeah, and not making a mistake in the braking zone. Because that's the thing, is that if you're in that car behind, you literally cannot make a mistake in the braking zone, ever. Because if you do, you're taking both cars out of the race. Or at least delaying them somewhat, let's put it that way. And it's just, it's not easy. You ride on board with Luca Keita and you can see how much of the, the front of the car is taken up by the mighty Mercedes and the Stormforce ART car presently being driven by Alex Dunn. Team PGZ working its way through the LMP2, one of the CB5 cars as well, diving down the inside. And they do have the Delta Simtech G&G car directly ahead of them as well, which obviously is not for position. That is to go a lap down on the 199 and for the 198 to gain an extra lap back on them. But you know, for them, the only reason the 198 is still in this race, it has nothing to do with their race positions. It is purely about helping the 199.
Yeah, that is some team effort, isn't it? That's a big commitment, because that crash, I mean, that happened, I can't remember now exactly, but it was only a few hours into the race. So the commitment to then go on for another 20 hours just to help out their... Oh, well, it's not just, obviously, they're, everyone wants their teammates to win, but it's certainly, great camaraderie that they're just continuing on, powering through the night, doing as fast laps as they can, chasing down one of the best teams ever in sim racing, trying to get the win of the Daytona 24 hours. It's amazing, really. And 46 seconds now is the gap. It's just slowly sort of opened up. At one point after the crash, it was still at about 9 or 10 seconds. But yeah, the 4 and the 2 have been working together so well that their pace has been pretty hot. So just in general, the level today, as expected, has been so high. And
one of the things that Team Redline, they're not going to, but they may thank a little bit their rivals in the sim racing world, Coanda. And the reason why I say that is because it was this very corner that the Stormforce ART car was going through when Collins, obviously for the VRS Commander team, Charles himself, was coming through the corner, drove straight into the back of the Stormforce ART car, sent him off into the barrier. I think we were on at that point, weren't we?
Yeah, I mean, I remember the incident, but I can't remember if I was live or if it was on the replay when I was watching along. But yeah, it was, because I remember we were talking about just the misjudgment through the dog leg, and that unfortunately, because Stormforce, they're actually in the lead at that point, weren't they?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they didn't actually lose loads of time realistically, but it was enough to take them back to third place by that sort of 9-10 seconds, and then they just haven't been able to regain that in all of the hours since. So yeah, one of the cars was a bit unlucky, the other, they sort of did it themselves, putting them into the barrier, so it just hasn't quite been the race that they would have wanted. And then obviously the number 2 had its disconnection, so they've all had their issues along the way, apart from interestingly the number 4.
I mean, I will say, because that gap, that doesn't really do it justice to what Team Redline have been doing, because I will say that gap was closing at the time, right? So let's just, we'll clarify that one just a touch, that Team Redline were closing in on Stormforce ART. So maybe there would have been a battle of some description. Maybe Team Redline would be leading anyway. The gap wouldn't be as large, but whatever, it is what it is. With 5 hours and 50 minutes left to go in the race, again, it's still the idea of the race is to well, not make a mistake at this point as the Kowser team comes into the pit lane in LMP2. Like I say, a mistake at this point would be catastrophic. Earlier on in the race, you got time to bail and go and do something else, but also just kind of work back from the incident. If not, you could have gone and watched Brentford destroy Nottingham Forest. It was 3-2. It's fine.
Destroyed.
It was also a 68th minute goal. 1 minute later, it would have been perfect. Would have been nice, actually. Yes, you could have gone and done anything else. Whereas at this point in the race, if you do have an issue, it's like you're going to the checker flag, which is why I don't think we'll see any more retirements.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, because I guess even if you spin at this point, you're committed.
You've gone too
so much. Yeah, even if you have, a lap, 2 laps worth of penalties, you might as well keep going.
You've got 20 minutes of damage repair. You still keep going.
Yeah, you can go and have a bit of toast before you come back.
Perfect. Yeah,
that's a nice.
That's
shot.
A great. I'm thinking of your idea.
Oh, I'm saying, look at that shot in the rear view camera there of the Mercedes just sending it up against the rear view camera. That's quite a nice shot there, actually.
You can really see how angry the front of the Merc is. I do quite like the front end of the Mercedes these days.
Yeah, the update. I mean, it was a long time ago, wasn't it? Like 2018, 2019 when they brought out the EVA already.
Maybe, yeah.
But it was. I mean, it was a welcome upgrade because it almost had like a smiley face before when it had the more rounded bottom end, but now it's just
wasn't about that
mean. It's certainly a great addition to the car. Although as I said, that must have been out for like 5 years now.
I like a car that looks like I feel constantly irritated and disappointed.
Constantly irritated. Is that how you feel?
Constantly.
Is that because of me or because of Dane?
Ewan,
okay, understandable.
Oh. No, don't say it. It's fine. It's fairly orange at the moment.
It is getting less orange the more the sun comes up.
Exactly. It's orange.
Well, it's still fast, which is the important bit, because although they have lost the lead for the time being, but this number 8 VRS Coanda, I mean, they are so off strategy. That is quite remarkable. And I wonder if that is just to do with the fact they're in the Porsche compared to the others. But everyone else is pretty similar. And then VRS Coanda, the whole time, have always been quite a bit out.
Yeah, exactly. I did receive a little bit of a message on that one. Elvis Rankin, by the way, will be pitting in 6 laps' time. As we see the number 8 car return its way into pit lane. And we'll see Atte Kauppinen retake over the race lead. But yeah, I have been told it is a little bit more to do with the Porsche's fuel mileage, and such. It can't go quite as far. Even though it's only 1 lap. That 1 lap adds up very quickly over a race. The Augusto Canapino and the Acura, they're doing 20. Obviously Atte Kauppinen now, but this Williams Esports Placey car, they're doing 29 lap stints. The Porsche's doing 28 lap stints. That kind of adds up over it. So if you're not doing any fuel saving, you've got to push really hard. And that's exactly what VRS Coanda are doing, and that's why over the race they've been leading the odd bits, but we're not that far off them pitting at the same time. I think for that last stint they'll probably pit at about the same time. Yeah,
if it's 28 laps and they do 1 lap less a stint, if there's 28 stints, they literally have a full extra pit stop that they need to make as well. So correct. By the time we get to the end of the race, 6 hours, they're currently about 8 laps or 6 laps offset. So yeah, they're probably going to have enough stints to literally have 1 full pit stop difference over the course of the race, which, as you all know, makes a huge difference, because you lose best part of a minute having to drive through, stop, get the fuel and tyres, then get back out. It's certainly a slight disadvantage coming into that, but if you have the pace, you can make it work. And to be honest, especially this number 8 and also the 92 a bit earlier, they definitely were the fastest car for most of the race. They were just obviously always a little bit behind.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, 92 finds itself quite a few laps down now. Oscar Pye behind the wheel of that one. Like I say, it's kind of, if you're wondering, by the way, as to when we mean, when they pit at the same time, whatever, it's obviously it's a huge advantage to Williams esports play seat and all that. Just in case you weren't fully following, that they will have a full pit stop over the VRS Coanda in a few laps time. So things are looking dire for VRS Coanda's chance of taking victory. And to be fair, for Williams, the best spot for them is that they've got the number 6 car in second place at the moment. If that car has any significant issue where they get dropped down the order because of misjudgment in lap traffic or whatever, Josh Ladd, Williams Esports Fanatec, basically directly behind, and is there to pick up the pieces should anything happen to the playseat car, because they have stopped. They're running a fairly similar strategy to playseat, just pitting a couple of laps later.
Yep, just I mean, for all intents and purposes, 2 laps is not too much difference at this point in the race, to be honest. And I'm actually surprised because that gap has come down quite a bit over the night. It was up to, I mean, I think it's up to about 30 seconds or something between the 2 cars. It's come right down, as you say, to about 6-7 seconds. So they're really in that hot seat if anything does happen. And last lap, actually, Ati Kapanen did a 30.6, which is less than a tenth of a second off the fastest lap of the race for that car. Now, it might even be the fastest lap in general. It was, very, very fast lap time indeed. So the track temps haven't come up too much. We did get down towards the mid 1 minute 30s at the fastest time. When I was last in, we were sort of doing low 31s, high 30s at best. But yeah, definitely still a little bit of speed left in this. And they're trying to hold on from their sister teammate. But I guess for Williams, they don't really care which car wins.
Yeah, I mean, that's like I say, it's a good problem to have where you've got both cars with each other on the circuit. You said you saw the 30.8 might be the fastest lap of the race. Is that? No,
I meant he was just off his car, which I thought had the fastest lap, but I think there might be one that's ever so slightly. I mean, it's so consistent between all of them. There's so many cars, and their best time was either a 0.5 or a 0.6. Yeah, exactly. I believe the fastest lap is actually in the number 6, being a 30.583. But then, to explain how close things are, the BMW M Team Redline has also set a 30.584, which is only a thousandth slower. There's a lot of very close lap times on the grid. That's the important bit. Because again, which to be fair, we're not shocked by. Again, it's the reason why we're looking at top split here, is because most of these drivers are basically on the same pace. And also, just to put into perspective, the Altis Esports car, Eduardo Lea at the wheel, I don't know if he set the time, but we haven't really spoken about this car all day because they're currently down 13th place. They haven't been so much up towards the top. They also did a 30.588 as their fastest lap time, and they haven't necessarily featured so much on the broadcast, but they are still showing why they're in top split and why they, obviously have that pace. It is insane. It's literally 0.2 covers every single car bar 1 or bar 2 in terms of their fastest lap time.
Yeah, obviously this car is currently running 9 laps down, courtesy of the problems they've had throughout the day. It's been a disappointing race for them. I know Altis Esports are wanting to come into this and maybe sneak in. They had a great year last year, did Altis Esports, of course, with Caruso's victory in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup and the likes. And we've seen them at the front of various fields, special events, etc. They had a fantastic year. You'd like to start out the year in a solid form. Not really going that way here in Daytona, but sometimes that happens. That's not everyone can win, and to win this race, arguably, you've got to have a perfect run for 24 hours. Anything below that is most likely not going to be good enough to win this race.
And if you look at the cars that are currently leading, of course, as we mentioned, Coanda, where they do owe us a pit stop in a couple of laps, that is why they're leading at the moment. But for the 6, the 23, the 4, they have all had pretty easy-going races in the grand scheme of things for a 24-hour race. So that is just the example. That's what you need nowadays. You can't spin to win all the time, or you can't have a crash and win. There are people who can go out there and have a pretty clean 24 hours. It is it's pretty insane, actually. If you come up against a team like that, if you're trying to chase them down, but they just get through the traffic, they just set the fastest lap times all the time, it is pretty frustrating to race against, but you can't do anything apart from admire their abilities, I guess.
I've done 2. I forgot about the other one earlier, by the way. We were discussing 24-hour races. We've done 2 24-hour races. One of them was 23-hour race, fair enough. We've done 2 24-hour races, basically, together, Cam, and both of which have been marred with incidents.
What was the second one?
Well, we did Spa.
Yeah.
And the race for mental health. 2, 3?
Oh, yes.
I think it was 3.
Oh, yes, with good old Dan Cow and Arjuna.
Yeah. Arjuna used 2 fast repairs. You used 1. Dan used 1. I had none.
Did I use 1?
You did use 1, yeah.
Every
time we say that, every time this conversation comes up and I say about who used the fast repairs, you always go, did I use 1? Yes.
Well, the reason why is because I only did like a double stint in the evening, and then when I woke up in the morning to do my next stint, the car was DNF'd.
Yeah, that's Arjuna's fault.
I don't really remember so much about the race. That was scary, actually, jumping into that, because there were some pretty high-level names into it. I somehow wrangled myself into a pretty decent, decent seat.
There were some decent names of people that really didn't care. They care. What I mean by that is that race is not really about winning.
Yeah,
it is about taking part and surviving and donating to charity, which is, again, it's amazing. Obviously, Jimmy and I, they've done amazing things with that event. It is incredible. It always makes a load of money for charities. It is fantastic. That's the more important bit there. It's not about winning. And it's also about hearing Reese Gardner's, I'll call it poetry at night. I don't know if you heard his poetic reading of a certain Cardi B song.
Oh no!
It was delightful.
If it's the song I'm thinking of, that can only be terrible.
It begins with W.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, that one. It was brilliant. It did replace all of it with like West Australian police and things like that.
West Australia.
Yeah, no. It was one of the funnier things that I've heard.
I'm going to need to go and try and find that after this.
It's good. You're going to take a lot of looking.
Oh yeah, because that was a 23-hour race, wasn't it?
23 hours. Yeah, it was just which one? I think it was.
And
23.
also, was that 2021?
I think 22.
Crikey.
No, it might have been 21 actually.
It might have been 20. I think it might have been 21. God, time does fly. And yeah, I remember that now, because that car was actually that was the old HPD, wasn't it?
It was the HPD, yeah.
That was the first time I'd ever driven it, and everyone always raved about it at the time. And I think by that time we'd probably just had the Dallara LMP2, so it wasn't the common car anymore, and everyone was always raving about it. I'd never driven it, and then we did it in that race, and that was a lot of fun. I mean, that was quite something, to be honest.
Great car.
Because that was also my first proper race on iRacing. That wasn't, just a normal online races. So the fact that we got into that and it was good fun, and apparently I binned it, needed a fast repair. I don't remember that one.
I don't make the rules. All I know is that I didn't bin it, even though I did leave the pit lane without calibrating my brake pedal. Oops.
Oh yes, you did.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
Trying to calibrate your brake pedal whilst doing laps of Zolder's that's tough.
And wasn't it 3 class?
Yeah, I can't remember what the other classes are. What they were. We've not done it
like
for
the Jetta.
Yeah, probably. We need to go back. We need to do it. We need to do it this year.
Yeah, we'll try and do that.
We couldn't do it last year though, because I think we were all busy on the weekend. It was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
And we don't get a special invite because we're not busy enough.
I'll let you and Arjuna wrangle that one in.
I could wrangle as an entry.
Go for it. Well, I'm down anyway, because that is it's a fun race, and also that track is just ridiculous. for endurance racing as well.
Yeah. I was having a conversation with someone like they need to change it to like a different track than Zolder. I'm like, no, I like the idea that it's Zolder.
It's supposed to be chaos.
Yeah, exactly. You could do it around here; it'd be boring. It wouldn't be chaotic enough.
Yeah, it needs to be a track where literally every corner you're overtaking traffic.
Yeah, exactly. It needs to be too small for the classes that you've got. So, yeah. Anyway, we'll refocus on the race at hand, even though nothing's happening. Josh Rogers has got back behind the wheel. That's it. Anyway, back to talking about nothing, I guess. It's not too much is going on. We're in a very calm period in this race. The closest gap on circuit is actually this one. Josh Rogers. Phil Denez is behind by 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of sort of overtakes as such, then no. But some of these gaps are so small, considering we only have 5.5 hours left of a 24-hour race. Actually, in the top 3 of your GTPs, there's just 7 seconds between each of the top 3, and then lower down here, as you say, we've got 1.5 seconds between Coanda and BS Competition, who, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've seen this car at all on the broadcast so far in the hours that I've been following, but they might be looking at a top 5, which just shows you that you should always keep going in these races. They are a little bit obviously offset compared to the Coanda car. Or I should put it the other way around. The Coanda car is a bit offset to this, so how that one works out is quite interesting. But everyone is slightly on different strategies now. The top 3, they're all on about 10 laps a stint. Redline are at 17. Obviously, Coanda's just stopped. And then BS here are on 20. So everyone is sort of trying different ways of getting to the end.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, we're going to expect this BS Competition car into the pit lane in about 8 laps time, so maybe there is the chance for them to catch up to Josh Rogers. Would like to see Phil Denez going for a move, although to be fair, if you do catch Josh Rogers, who's fresh out of the pit lane, do you go for a move? Do you waste the time going for the move, or do you kind of sit behind, save a little bit of fuel, maybe have a slightly shorter pit stop, I guess, even though it's not going to make that much of a difference, really?
I would say in this situation you're probably not going to overtake, because I don't think he's going to be fast enough to absolutely just fly past him.
Yeah.
So therefore, why would you lose time battling is probably the biggest thing. However, he has got much lighter fuel, so he might get some really good drive off either turn 6 or maybe the Le Mans chicane to try and make a move, and he really is getting a bit closer, lap by lap. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets sort of close enough to think about it, but I wouldn't sort of waste time at this point.
I do have a question for you though. It's a question that I've never known in the world of sim racing. I'm sure his girlfriend's watching, so might actually fill us in. Although to be fair, I think we need to guess a little bit more. We need to have a little bit of working it out. Josh K. Rogers.
Oh, what's his name?
What's the K?
Middle name?
What is the K? I'm assuming it's something like Kurt, but that's boring, isn't it?
We got Carl, Kurt.
But you wouldn't. I mean, Carl with a K. It's just not right. Cameron with a K, absolutely.
Kieran, Christian, Christoph,
Karen.
Well, I guess a lot of them are also C's, but from a European point of view, there's a lot of K's.
Yeah, but he's Aussie.
It's got to be Kyle then.
No, Kyle's not that much.
Carl's a bit of an Aussie name, isn't it? I don't know.
But again, I'm pretty sure they still spell it with a C. It's honestly, of all of the questions
have you
I've
never
ever
asked?
had. No. Have I never asked? Hey, Josh, how do you think you can go for this race? Also, what is your middle name?
Well, that's one of the biggest things you asked me. Same with you.
That's true.
With big old G.
What does the G stand for? Gary.
Lewis Gary McGlade.
I'm the Gaz of Shazgaz, actually. I did say I'm Ewan's dad. Was it Garrett, isn't it?
Garrett. Oh yes, in that one for
with Wan's Papa. Yeah.
I'm gonna commit to Kyle, but we will have to find that one out.
No, I don't know why Kurt kind of. Joshua Kurt Rogers. It doesn't roll off the tongue. Let us know in chat. What do you think Josh Rogers' middle name is? Genuinely, I've wondered for ages. There you go, Joshua K. Rogers. What is the middle name? And to be fair, she's probably asleep, but Josh Rogers' girlfriend will probably have to send a message to one of us. Maybe you're going to get to sleep now. It's fine. And let us know what the dealio is, because we've got no idea.
We certainly don't in that regard. Interesting though that he does have the middle letter, because I don't think there's anyone else, at least that we can see right now, who does. Oh, I guess there's the odd one. Yeah.
Sean Campbell definitely does. Gabriel Streitmatter does as well. These are just people in this race at the moment. So there's at least 3 on the grid that definitely do. So we'll throw that potential for you in the bin. So yeah, there you go. Have fun with that. Sorry.
It's all right. But Beers competition have closed down though with Phil Dinez. As we've been saying, we are expecting a pit stop in maybe 6 or 7 laps. So he now needs to make a decision. Is he going to overtake Mr. J.K. Rogers, or does he want to sit behind and lose less time potentially than battling?
For Josh Rogers, the important bit here is not even the gap with BS Competition. It really is the gap with Sebastian Job, who was also due to come into the pit lane fairly soon. Around the same point, we'll see Phil Dinez come into the pit lane. We will see the BWM team red line car of Sebastian Job in ahead of all of that. And again, we'll have to wait and see what the gap is going to be. Obviously, when it comes to battling for the race lead, Josh Rogers, I think VRS Corona is out of their hands. They're 1 minute and 5 seconds off the race lead. Yes, we know that Josh will probably lead a couple of laps, courtesy of how the pit sequence is going to work. That's fine, but the more important bit is that they've got to now make up basically that entire minute 5 seconds.
Yeah, this is the realistic gap as such, because if they have to make an extra pit stop, this is showing us what it's going to be at this time of the cycle. So if it works out to be that they do have to make that extra stop, then that is pretty...
Which they will do. Yeah,
pretty devastating. As you're saying, being about a minute, minute 6 seconds, roughly, off the lead. So that is a bit of a shame that they're not going to be directly chasing down that Williams for the victory, but... You never know what's going to happen. We've seen quite a few incidents and little spins and bits of contact with traffic that have changed the course of this race so far already.
Shocking news as well in the LMP2 category that the gap is coming down. It's gone from 15 seconds to, 14 seconds basically. It's about 13 and a half now. It's come down a second. It needs to come down more than that, but I will say the LMP2 has been the most stable of the 3 categories in the sense of it is still the same team. WSR Esports butt kicker leading. You see there in the bottom right, Kaz's team in second spot. The gap has been between 10 and 15 seconds genuinely for about the last 12 hours. It has pretty much not changed. That's called slotting the gap though. Woo, that was a bit scary for Phil Dinez, just slotting the gap between the Falcon Tyre GTD and one of the GTPs.
Yeah, the TC Corsa Esports, unfortunately down in 14th place, and I'm pretty sure that that's actually last, isn't it? Because of the other VRS car DNFing quite a while ago now. So yeah, that's unfortunate for them. But for BS competition, it is looking rather nice with their pace. Let's get a replay of this actually. Gonna have to go between the two, and fortunately,
that's not that bad.
You're at top speed there. Very easy to make a mistake.
It wasn't as scary from the onboard as it was when we saw it from the offboard. That said, I might have done something fairly similar once in my road car, and I did scream a little bit.
Road car? Sorry, I was expecting you to say in your racing days.
We're not talking. You've been in the car with me.
I certainly have.
I was on the M25 and Owen was sitting in the outside lane. Just don't. It's fine. We're not gonna go into it. I didn't break any laws.
Legal reasons. That was a joke.
Didn't break any laws. I just might have had a closer call than I would have wanted.
No wonder you said you were a menace in traffic back when you used to drive the LMP1.
No, I was all right. I wasn't that bad in traffic. People think
bad on fuel saving.
I'm not. Don't start. No, I'm bad on coming into the pit lane. I was fine on the fuel saving. You pumped the brakes, Mister. How much? You burnt the most fuel of anyone at Spa. You cheeky.
Oh, that's because I did not care about when we're in like split 55 and we're batting for 7th place. I'm not saving laps of fuel.
Sorry, I was fuel saving and I was faster than you. So just
again, I don't drive iRacing.
Just a certain
I know
dominance.
I know I should.
It's because sometimes fuel saving's faster.
I guess overall, yeah, but
no,
I was
not overall.
I was too busy focusing on not trying to spin the car because Enzo gave us a lethal setup.
Wasn't that bad? Setup he gave us was absolutely fine, apart from the P1.
Yeah, okay,
it's pretty bad.
It wasn't as esporty as it could be, but for someone who doesn't drive iRacing very often to come into it, the rear end was a little bit.
only at P1. I thought it was fine everywhere else.
Yeah, that curb was yikes.
I think we need. I think we
I touched it twice.
I think we need to take more of it.
Yeah, I touched it twice. I spun twice, and the one time I hit it, I was coming through No Name, and Enzo was like, "How you feeling?" I'm like, "Yeah, do really good." 10 seconds later, almost binned the car, but managed to avoid it.
Yeah, but this is the whole thing with curb use and stuff. There's a lot of examples of it in sim racing, and obviously we're talking about the curb of the rundown of the P1 on the right hand side. But even around here, like with, for example, the Le Mans chicane, there are some curbs where you either need to take a lot of it or none of it. That half-hearted, like a little bit of it, that is what pitches the car out. If you launch the car over it, sometimes it's far more stable than just like dipping a little bit on, which I think is exactly the problem we had. We were trying to avoid it, but then sometimes you want to dip basically 2 wheels onto it, whereas we needed to like really just throw it onto it.
Yeah, because as you're coming in, you're just putting the outside tyres, which is the important one there, because there's a left-hander. The right-hand side tyre is the important one. And just as you brake or just as you turn in, you're all of a sudden giving this extra like shock or extra load. Yeah, so I definitely agree with that one. But it was difficult because naturally you want to take it, but then our setup couldn't really handle it so much. So I don't think being like 2 seconds off a lap off the pace when I've never really... In fact, that was the first ever time I was racing those GT3 cars. I've never driven the GT3 cars. I don't think that was too bad for a commentator who barely drives the platform.
I mean, I don't want to be... this feels brutal. I wouldn't say you were 2 seconds off the pace.
You're going to say I was 4?
Well, you were 2 seconds off of me and Enzo. Enzo
True.
and I, sorry.
Yeah, perfect English. Yeah, I guess off the top split, but that we don't care about that. You only care about the people in your own split.
Yeah, fair enough. I think we were probably about 4 seconds off.
That wasn't my biggest issue in the race, as we all know. Remember?
You got binned by someone, didn't you? Going down into Fania?
No.
Or was that Enzo?
I'm not talking about my driving.
Oh, I don't remember.
My alarm clock.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Cause
I woke up like 4 hours late. Like,
yeah,
not
it's
even
like
half an hour.
It's like flicking a tin of beans, apparently. As by the way, BWM TBS competition are in the pit lane in the GTP category, which does mean that Sebastian Joe will also come in the BWM team red line as well from 4th position. Your record of waking up on endurance racing at various times
I'm pretty
in the morning,
sure it's only been twice in like 6 years.
No, I think it's probably more than that.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, I mean, even then, of those 2 occasions, both of them have been me meisting and throwing me under the bus.
Maybe
actually, no, to be fair,
I just know that.
To be fair, actually, this is at the start of me, Cam, and Ewan knowing each other. We were doing a race on the second of us up in 2019, because it was just after the GTR 24-hour, and I don't know what it was. I did 13 and a half hours of that race. I distinctly remember that. And I remember going, after a stint, I was like, I'm going to go for a nap. and Cam had to wake up. I think it was at 3 o'clock in the morning to commentate with someone. I don't think it was supposed to be Ewan, but it might have been Ewan. Bear in mind, you two didn't really know each other back then. And I remember I don't know what it was. I wasn't supposed to be on until 6 o'clock in the morning. But part of me, when I went to bed, I was like, not convinced Cam's going to wake up on time. So I set my alarm early. I'm lying in bed. I then wake up. I turn the broadcast and Ewan's talking. And Ewan's talking. And Ewan's talking. I'm like, no. No. And so I like rush out of bed. I check Teamspeak. Ewan's just by himself. I was like, no. Come on. Oh, dear.
Okay.
That was really funny.
Okay, I do feel bad. But to put it into context, that was my first ever proper gig, right? Which actually makes it kind of worse. But I also did the first 8 hours. Bear in mind, that was my first like proper endurance commentary ever. And I did, for some reason, I was put on the first 8 hours in a row, which for commentary, I know some people, they're like, oh yeah, I did the full 24, I did the full 12 hours, whatever. 8 hours is a lot of commentating in a row. And then, of course, I had to wake up like 3 o'clock in the morning, as you said. Easily done. So I remember I wasn't ridiculously late, because when I did eventually wake up, you were like, okay, no, we'll just swap around. So I ended up doing that like 6 a.m. shift that you were supposed to do. Kind of.
You did 3 hours of my 6 a.m. shift, which in hindsight, considering various things, was much better for me, yeah.
Yeah, and also it was the same in Spa. Like when I woke up, because in the end, I ended up having it was either 4 or 6 hours rest, which actually made more sense because of how the times are going. So basically, a little bit of time management possibly also could have avoided that. But yeah, waking up early is just difficult, man.
Well, this is it's not really. Have you seen our tea times at the Belfry? You'll be waking up super early to go to the range to get yourself practice. It's like 11 o'clock. It's fine.
You want to go to the range?
You're gonna have to.
No, we're hitting it cold.
Absolutely not.
I'll do some practice putts. That's it.
Absolutely not. No, I'm going to the range. I'm having a full hour of bit of warm up. You want to take on the Brabazon?
Yeah, we're scrambling.
Goodness me. Absolutely no one knows what we're talking about. But
Greg's carrying us as well.
To be fair, he is. I was driving it quite well the other day, actually.
What we're talking about is actually probably the most popular sport in the world right now is golf.
It is growing in popularity.
Every course in the summer packed. Look at any motorsports driver, what they're doing in the weekends where they're not racing. They're putting a picture of them playing golf.
Which, to be fair, the only reason I actually started ever playing golf was because I commentate in real life on the GB3 Championship, partnered by the BRDC. And the first year that I did, what happens is we do the first round of the championship is at Alton Park, and we race on Easter weekend. So we race on Saturday. We do not race on Sunday, and we race on Monday, right? And so you're up in Cheshire for a Sunday. I remember the first year when we got to the track on the Monday, I asked everyone, I was like, well, what did you all do yesterday? Everyone was doing the same thing. Everyone went out and had a round of golf. And I remember thinking, I felt I wasn't a part of it. I was like, oh, I'm not really here. I'm not really a part of the event. And so I said, next year I'm going to go around and play golf with everyone. And I did, and I had a horrible time because I was really not very good at that point. Still, I didn't have a good round. No, actually, I had a great day. We played rubbish.
Yeah, great day, but bad round. That happens a lot, unfortunately.
Genuinely going round though, you would see like groups of other people. You're like, oh, that's high tech. That's 4Tech. That genuinely, it was all racing teams, drivers, mechanics, engineers. It's so funny. As Sebastian Joe, by the way, is now into pit lane.
I don't know how to explain it. It's just great. I mean, I've played it since I was like 9 years old. It's just
people are bored of what we're talking about. I'm so sorry.
There's just, for some reason, there's just a big crossover between racing drivers and golf. Anyway, maybe not, I don't know about sim racers, but at least real life racers, at least they like to spend their pastimes there. It's so, I don't know, just refreshing. Just walking out in the sunlight, early morning. Love it.
apparently, and again, I don't believe in the commentator's curse, or the broadcast producer's curse. Woo, spooky. Dane did post a couple of minutes ago that I think he's trying to jinx it. He's trying to bring out an instant. We've not had an instant for 50. Well, it was 53 minutes. It's probably about 55 minutes to now. And he said, "There's no way we can get to an hour with no incidents."
No way, he says.
Yeah. Which again, my opinion on the commentators or producer's curse is that it is purely to make broadcast producers and commentators feel like they have more influence over a race they have absolutely no influence over.
Are we at this point of the race?
Yes. And for drivers, it's always an excuse. It's always, oh yeah, but the commentator was talking, was there. They said something good about us, and that's why I crashed. And I was like, what, did you have the broadcast on? Like, no, but you said something good about me on the broadcast. I was like, right, I said something good about you on a broadcast, completely unrelated to what you were actually doing. You couldn't hear me. You had no idea what I was saying, and that's why you dropped it yourself. I don't think so. It's bad driving.
No, see, I disagree, because the world works in very funny ways.
No,
and that clip. From that, I can't remember which race it was, but I think it was Hugo Louise was on the production, and we're talking about, it was a NASCAR race, we're talking about no cautions. He literally put up Barney the flagman, and the second he puts it up, he starts waving yellow, and we go
pure
caution.
Coincidence.
There's no way that is coincidence.
What do you mean there's no way it's a coincidence? It's
Out
a definition of a coincidence.
Out of a 2-hour race, the one time you look at Barney the flagman, he goes yellow.
Pure coincidence.
Absolutely not. And the same reason, the amount of times that you're saying something, yeah, and then the commentator will say the same thing a few seconds later or whatever.
No, okay, that's what when you're sat at home and you're watching Formula One, you'll think or something. You'll say something like, I don't know, Max doesn't want to get DRS, even though that's an obvious one, and then the commentator will say the same thing. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but sometimes it's not an obvious thing. Yeah,
but that's because as much as it's not an obvious thing, there's something that's made you think that.
Okay,
right? Something's happened. Something that's happened that's made you think that, and the commentators are paying attention the same way that you will be. Like, say you're watching football, and then you'll be like, "Oh, they've switched tactics here," and you'll just subtly notice it. The commentators notice it probably at the same time because there's something in that period which has just triggered your brain, which they're paying attention the same way.
Yeah, that's true, Kate. Maybe that's not the best example of it.
That's a terrible example.
If we just start talking about, I don't know, the number 6 having such a good job, they've not got any incident points, they're going through the traffic nicely, and then we go to a clip of the number 6 upside down, there's something in the world that makes that happen, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah, pure incompetence.
But the timing is too close, and it happens too regularly for it to be just random.
Oh my god, you're giving me an aneurysm. No. The thing is, you've got, okay, right, let's just, again, this is the whole thing, is that the amount of teams that we say they're doing really well, as we have done in the previous 17 hours of this race, we've said a lot of teams have been doing really well. How many times on this broadcast have I said the Williams Esports Play Seat car is going really strong at the moment and they're doing everything right? If I then say it now and then they bin it, everyone's going to be like, oh, commentator's cursed because you said it a second ago. I'm like, I've been saying it for the last 17 hours. Just because they've bin it like...
Yeah, but this is where it doesn't work, because the world doesn't work like that. If you force it, no.
Of course it doesn't, because it doesn't fit your narrative.
No, because if you try and force it, that's when it doesn't work. It's when it happens like instinctively, when it just randomly comes to your head, like 3 hours after you last mentioned it, and then that's when you say it and the crash happens. That is. If we sat here and for the rest of the race you went, Williams going to crash, Williams going to crash, Williams going to crash, nothing's going to happen. But if we don't talk about it, with 1 hour to go, boom, you'll be like, oh, they've actually had a pretty clean race, and then they'll spin.
And
also, now it's not going to work because we've spoken about it, because again, it doesn't work. When you try and make it do it, it doesn't work. It's always when you're not quite thinking about it.
Oh my god, Cam, I had so much respect for you, but that level of superstition has no position in broadcast.
No, it's not superstition.
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
It's mad. There's no such thing as the commentator's curse. There's only bad luck and bad driving, of which there is plenty.
You must have this in golf. as well. If you don't think about a shot, it's often better than if you overthink it.
Yeah, but that's completely different.
It's not. It's the same.
No, it's not. No, because that's called swing thought. And if you've got a lot going on in your head, you've got too much going on in your head where you can't focus on actually hitting the ball because you're thinking, oh, if my backswing comes up to here, blah 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 blah. Whereas if you don't think about it, because your brain is clear and you've effectively got a clear thought of what you want to hit, then you hit the ball. Completely different, because that's you and yourself versus me having an impact on some rando's race. That is such a terrible example, Cam. I'm going to let that one pass because it's 7:30 in the morning.
You are
fuming.
fuming.
Absolutely fuming. Cody Dean's had this moment. He's fuming. Oh, that's a big hit on the barrier. And by the way, we've passed an hour. We did pass.
This is what I'm talking about.
No.
When you're not thinking about it, the 001 now sends it off just after good old Dane is like, oh, we've reached 1 hour. We get the 001 in the pit
we
lane.
passed now. He said we couldn't pass now.
I don't know how to prove this more than the examples that we get given. It just happens too often.
Okay, yeah. To be fair, Justin Printer said, "How is the golf swing compared to the?"
Because
you try and explain it your way.
Okay, because these things, they always happen when you're not 100% thinking about it. Like when it just comes to your brain randomly, that is when you say it and it crashes at the same time. Like you haven't even consciously thought about it. Same with the golf swing. If you just go up to it and hit it or whatever, you're just going through the motions, it just works. But as soon as you start thinking about it, the world just like you're trying to. Okay, I'll put it the other way. The world almost like just runs like subconsciously. Is at least how I see it. You know, just the drivers going around, blah blah blah. The second you start mentioning things, you try and alter it, you try and actively change it, then that is when weird things happen because you're almost like trying to change the script or the natural course of how things would have happened. Exact same with the golf swing, exact same with here when you're talking about the commentator's curse.
No, it is nothing like the commentator's curse. Because you're talking about something which you're doing which impacts your own game, whereas the commentator's curse is apparently something which I say which impacts someone else's game. That would be like me saying, "Oh, Rory McIlroy, he's been hitting it really well with the driver today," and then he doesn't hit it well with the driver. That's the commentator's curse, in air quotes. Whereas me on my own game, the direct comparison there is when you're driving really, really well. A lot of the time, like, as a Calpinham right now, right, he's probably not really thinking too much about what's going on. He's just letting things happen naturally. And the moment that you actually start thinking about what goes on, that's when the problem happens. Because you kind of get thrown out of the natural order. That's the direct comparison that you're really kind of not going for, but you really should be on that golf swing thing. Because the golf swing is you yourself. If you're not thinking about it, you generally play better. As soon as you start thinking about it, you generally start playing worse. And it is the same with driving. The more you think about it, to a certain extent, it's not one-to-one, but there is a point where when you start thinking about it, that's where the problem happens. Either way, I think that, and I can't say it on broadcast, but I think it's I can't say it, but I'll just say it's a load of rubbish.
I still think
crock or something else.
There's something.
No, just move on. Just move on.
Means it's too often to be just random.
But it's not though. The percentage time that it happens is so rare comparatively. It's just when it does happen, it's so everyone jumps on it so much as being the commentator's curse. So they're just all like, see, I told you it was. It was like, yeah, but what about the rest of the race where we've all mentioned various things and then stuff hasn't happened to? Oh, because we were thinking about it. No, we weren't.
Exactly. So
we were just saying stuff.
Cooper then comes into the pit lane just as we were talking about him. Perfect example. That was a joke.
Furious. Absolutely fuming. Genuinely, I'm in full vein throbbing in my forehead levels of anger.
Vein throbbing.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, I am exaggerating to wind you up. To be fair.
Oh, I know you are. I have commentated with you enough, but.
Well, I still can't say that there's zero chance.
I can. There's zero chance. Commentator's curse is total rubbish.
See, the issue is, to prove your point, you go, oh, it's not going to happen now for the rest of the race. That's because we've spoken about it, because that's how it works.
No, like I say, I still maintain that it is commentators wanting to have more of what feeling like they want to have more power in the race, and it is drivers.
We've got no power. We are not good enough.
Yeah, but this is the whole thing. That's what the commentators curse is, where they're like, oh, well, the commentators curse means that they can control. I have some influence over this race. The only way that we would have any influence over this race is if I was blasting this commentary rubbish out in voice chat across the entirety of Top Split. That might be slightly distracting and might cause the odd accident. I have had drivers who have complained about some of the things that I've said during their stint, because they've had the broadcast on whilst they've been driving. That's your own fault.
Yeah, that is... I mean, I generally listen to music when I'm doing a long stint, but listening to commentary that you actually kind of listen to, because the music's kind of in the background, and that's what it's there for. But commentary, when you're actually thinking about the words that are being said, is something a bit different. There are people also who type in chat down the straights. That is, I mean, to be doing fast lap times while doing that is a bit dangerous, but I don't know how they have the mental capacity to do that as well.
I have done that once. So my keyboard, like if I'm driving it, I have to basically I have to put it on my lap, right? And yeah, exactly, because that's how when you're driving, like that's how I would have to do it, right? The problem with that is that if you're typing a message whilst driving, which you should never text and drive anyway, but if you're typing a message whilst driving, I have to type the message and I have to throw the keyboard back to where it should be, right, whilst I'm driving. I have got very close to a corner and gone, oh, I've still got the keyboard on my lap, and gone, I've got to go through this corner now with this keyboard on my lap, and trying to hit the brake pedal whilst being like, I don't want to throw this keyboard on the floor. That's tough. I have done that a few times. I remember when I was winning this V8 Supercars Championship that I was talking about. Not the SLC V8 Supercars, a different one. I was talking about with you earlier. I was leading at Barbagallo by such a large margin. I was so bored. I genuinely had my keyboard on my lap and I was messaging my teammate. I was so bored.
How would you do that at Barbagallo? The straights are short.
That's what I've kind of wondered, but I was genuinely having a conversation. So I was like, I think I left the keyboard on my lap. I think I genuinely just drove around with the keyboard on my lap.
That's a tough... that's a proper tough track to...
I was so far ahead. I think a lot of people had crashed.
Possibly. It is a pretty tough track. Oh, that's
it was
nice.
A 40-minute race, and I was just chilling. I think I won that race. I think I nearly won that race by a lap, actually, in the end. I was so bored.
You're just too good, Lewis. That's what it is.
I'm just too good. I'm a goated sim racer. Yeah. So I was talking about like how many wins I've got in sim racing. I've got like 28 wins that I count as actual wins. They're not iRacing official races and aren't little club races or whatever. And when I was talking to Ewan about this earlier, he was like, "Oh, was that it?" And I was like, "Well, yeah." And I said, in that V8 Supercar, it was a 24 race championship I won. I think it was like 21 or 22 of the races in that season. I was like, I'm not putting those in that. That doesn't count.
So it's actually like 50 plus wins that you've got overall then?
Oh, no, it'd be over 100.
Over 100?
Oh, yeah.
I guess the races do add up quite a lot.
If you accounted for everything, it's over 100. But I don't, because I don't think...
How many championships you won?
Only 4.
I'm probably about a similar amount, actually.
But only 2 of them I actually count, again. Because the other 2 were like club stuff that don't really matter. But ones that I actually do count and hold fairly highly, it's 2. And it was the SLC V8 Supercars Championship in 2016-17, and it was the WSBR BVTCC Championship in 2018.
Yeah, I've got some big ones on my list.
All right, Mr. Formula E boy.
Formula E, yeah, I did beat you in that. In that season.
And also, you were.
I didn't win a race. I came second at least once, but I didn't win a race. But I was consistent, which was good. VC, but it was Division 3. But I still count it because it was, it's still a championship. And GTR as well. In the I only did one race, but it doesn't matter. I was on the entry
You can't count that.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Well, I would have done Le Mans as well, but because the driver time rules, it didn't make sense to have an extra person in the car. So we just put our fastest 3 or 4 drivers, whatever it was.
Yeah, I mean, no, you can't go that. To be fair, I mean, I think you have to. I'd say if you're doing an endurance series, you have to do half the season, more than half the season to count yourself as champion. Because I would still count if we won VEC season 8, which is the Virtual Endurance Championship, which is on a different platform. If we'd have won season 8 when I was teammates with Lars Brugman and Stephen Bailey against Jakub Brzezinski, against Nikola Wisniewski and Pash Gergis as well. If we'd have won that championship, I still would have counted that, even though I missed 2 races, because I did more than half the season.
I think you just need to do at least a race. You have to have contributed.
No, if you've done 1 race, you're not entitled to being champion.
Yeah, because it's a team's championship. I guess this is why there are other championships that have the driver champion as such, and obviously like 3 people win it. But no, you just got to drive in the car. I mean, I was still doing all the preparation and everything, but it depended on the schedules and who was slightly faster and then what the driver time rules were and all that.
You cannot count yourself as a champion after doing 1 race.
Oh, yeah? I am.
That is absolute tosh. No way. Less than 5 hours to go in the Daytona 24-hour here on iRacing, of course, powered by VCO, the first of the VCO Grand Slams this year. Another reminder, again, as we've brought up a fair few times this race, that we've got 4 VCO Grand Slams throughout the year, and by doing so, they're all battling for quite an important prize. Where if they win, the winners of GTP and the winners of GTD between the Daytona 24-hour race, so 2 today basically, we'll have 1 winner of GTP and 1 winner of GTD at Sebring 12-hour, 1 of each from the 6 Hours of the Glen, and then 1 of each from the Petite Le Mans. All 4 of those being VCO Grand Slams. The winners of each of those categories will get access to the IMSA Esports Global Championship on iRacing towards the end of the year. So they are all playing for something here. It's not just for a bit of fun. At the moment, the leaders in each category, I mean, you can see those there, of those 2 that matter for that position. Of course, we do have VRS Commander leading, but it will become the Williams Esports play seat once that VRS Commander comes into the pit lane. Williams Esports play seat's been dominating today in the GTD category. It is Team Redline. The Stormforce ART car is just too far behind right now, sadly. And why not give him a bit of a shout out between all of that? WSR Esports butt kicker Lucas Lindqvist is still leading in the LMP2. So some solid spots there. But at least for those looking for a transfer into the IMSA Esports Global Championship at the end of the year, it is looking like Team Redline and Williams Esports play seat at the moment will be the ones taking those first spots.
Certainly will be, but we'll have to see if actually no, I'm not gonna continue that. If anyone makes a mistake, but I'm not
going to continue it. Just continue anyway.
To the end of the.
I respect that.
To the end of the 5 hours. That's definitely a interesting one. We're going to see a spin here. Yes, we are. Manages to catch it though. Oh, and that's a really slow down. Did the red line. GTP there. That was a bit of an awkward moment. Fortunately, no incident or no actual crash as such, but definitely just showing you how mistakes are very easily made. Yeah,
indeed. So like I say, I honestly, I do respect the if, and then, no, I'm not going to say it, and then just said it anyway. I do respect that, because again, context goes is rubbish, so you can just say it. Like I say, if no one makes mistakes, everyone will come home in the order they're currently in, maybe. We'll see. As we ride on board with Cooper Webster, who's jumped in behind the team Redline. I mean, we're saying about, okay, that was very scary. I had to really stop on the brakes, wondering what was going to happen in that replay. I thought it was going to be a bit of a spin, to be honest, but nope, it was the Apex Racing Team LMP2 right in front of them. Cooper Webster being in that Team Redline car. I was saying about Sebastian Jobe, that still feels uncomfortable, doesn't it?
Does it?
Cooper Webster in Team Redline? Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you got to see it as like the Red Bull.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thing, because yeah, I don't know. It does feel too. I guess yeah. If you just say Redline, maybe, but because it's I don't know. I just see it as like the Red Bull team now. Well, I have done for a little bit ever since. It's already been like a year or so since they've had the sort of Verstappen sponsorship as such on the cars.
Yeah, but still, the Verstappen.com sponsorship is still not the same. Obviously, Sebastian Joe is behind the wheel of the 20. Cooper Webster's behind the wheel of the 21 Team Redline car. There he is. Had a good few chances this year to meet Cooper Webster. Super talent, finished second in his first season in the GB4 Championship, the sports series for GB3. We had a good few meetups, a good few chats as well, and he spoke to me about some of the ideas, some of the plans for 2024, and his focus in the world of sim racing. I can't say anything. Okay, fine, I'll spill. He's going to take part in everything in sim racing, and he's moving up to Formula One.
I don't believe you.
Good, because it's total rubbish. Josh Rogers, by the way, is in the pit lane of the VRS Coanda. Very curious to see what Cooper's going to get up to this year. Again, super talent, and another one of those drivers where it's kind of like being a part of this Team Redline camp. It's going to be very interesting to see. I'm just the main thing that I'm curious with Team Redline. I was talking about this earlier on in the race. If you weren't joining us earlier on, obviously Team Redline have picked up through acquisition the Oracle Rebel Racing Esports side of things. So obviously with that comes Sebastian Job and Cooper Webster and that lot. We've also picked up a couple of drivers like Alexei Nesov and Sam Koitet from the departure of Urano Esports from sim racing. So Team Redline has, I wouldn't say doubled, but they've added a lot of drivers to their roster in a very short period of time, which for some teams would be a severe negative. The only thing that I've got with Team Redline is they've brought in so many high quality drivers, so many drivers that are looking to win constantly. For all of you really kind of got to put ego at the door. You know what I mean? And that's tough.
Oh, absolutely, because it's not just the amount of drivers that they've added, it's the quality of the drivers as well that are going to be coming and knocking for doors for seats in all of these competitions. They're going to be wanting to be in the cars that are fighting for the wins, but you still have to keep that team camaraderie, and that's exactly what we're seeing here, both actually for Apex but also Redline with this number 2 car continuing to help their teammate in this battle for the lead despite being one lap down with the bump drafting. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one to manage. I would not want to necessarily be on the management team of that side of things, because that is a lot of egos to manage, and I don't necessarily mean that in a negative way, but to be good, to be at the top, you have to have a lot of confidence and in some ways arrogance about your abilities. So in some ways where they have to be held back for the better of the team, that's a lot to deal with.
Received a message from someone who you're definitely aware of. Jake Denahans just messaged me. In talks of your I've done one race and thus I've helped win the championship, so I'm the champion of that thing. He said, with Cam's logic, George Russell won Mercedes the Constructors title in 2020. That is so true. By your logic, that is absolutely spot on. Great point, Jake.
Oh, I hadn't thought about it.
Yeah,
that way. But
has George Russell part of the is he? Would he put Constructors Champion 2020 as part of his resume?
That is a good point. I mean, Dane's just put he scored 0 points, but he didn't score 0 points because he still came 8th or something.
Exactly, he still scored some points
because they were his first points at the time. Because obviously he binned it in Imola.
He should really have won that race. Let's be honest.
He should have on pace, but happens. And again, the world wanted Perez to get the Red Bull seat. So random things happened.
The world, what? Yeah. Well, I mean, let's not talk about that right now, shall we? He finished 9th and had the fastest lap, so he actually got 3 points from that race. So he did add to Mercedes' total in the Constructors' Championship of 2020.
Surely, okay, I agree that is a more extreme one, especially as even in 2020 there was still 17 races or something. There's still a lot of races that they did, but he still scored points towards it. Because that's the exact same as in like 2012 or whatever it was, 2010, when Alonso scored like 120 points and Massa scored 3 or whatever it was. It's a similar situation, even though Massa did all the races. Yeah.
That's brutal to Massa, by the way.
Oh yeah, when I saw that stat, I was like, nah, that can't be true. But
how many points?
I can't remember if it was 2010 or 2012. It was one of the ones where Alonso almost won.
Fernando won. He had 278 points. Felipe Massa had 122.
Okay, maybe it was a screenshot from earlier in the season because it was like 100 and something.
Right.
But still, it was 95% in Alonso's favour at that point.
Yeah, but well, whatever. It definitely wasn't 2010 because Felipe Massa after 3 races was leading the championship. It's hilarious.
Fernando is faster than you.
Do not. I've been reliving a lot of 2010 recently by going to the F1 2010 game. It's been
oh yeah, that's been a good watch.
Thank you.
Get on the old Lewis McGlade YouTube channel if you're interested in some shenanigans.
Yeah. If not, just watch me bin people off on iRacing. There's been plenty of that recently.
Whatever floats your boat, eh?
Yeah, exactly. No, I've been doing a lot of it. I've been racing iRacing a lot recently compared to how I normally race it, which is like every now and then. I think I did like 15 races last week. 15?
15?
Something like that, yeah.
Wow. You're going to need to get a DD and a rig soon.
If someone wants to send one to me, I will rep your brand on broadcasts or something. I don't know. So, but no, probably not. Do you think there's any chance that they'll send me one?
I mean, you've got a backing or a followship.
Yeah, but I don't think. Let's be honest. I don't think many broadcasts will be like, yeah, it's okay for you to just drop some hints about, I don't know, whatever team, whatever brand. But this broadcast is brought to you by VRS.
Depends what your contract says.
That is true. I don't. What does your contract say for this?
Exactly.
You know, I ain't signed nothing. My contract says the commentator's curse is rubbish, actually, weirdly enough.
I mean, I'm not being funny. You have to get that in somewhere in the next contract that you sign.
I've got to say the commentator's curse is rubbish?
Yeah, so that they can't put the blame on you.
Oh, I don't care if the drivers put the blame on me or the whatever, because I'm more than capable of fighting that one back and saying it's a load of rubbish.
Yeah, just don't bin the car, mate.
Yeah,
sorry. Unfortunately, in my time racing, the reason why I don't really race much anymore is because, especially in endurance, I did bin it quite a few times, and unfortunately, my ability was not enough that I overcame the commentator's curse. So I didn't only crash when the commentator said it, but also because of my abilities. But that was mostly because we were slightly too slow. So my teammates would make the car almost undrivable to try and be fast, but then it was so uncomfortable to drive that I just didn't have the confidence in it.
What was the speed you hit the barrier at the Circuit de la Sarthe and GTR 24 Hour in 2019?
Which one?
The one where you went in straight onto the Mulsanne.
I did brake, so 340
yeah, I was gonna say it's about 330
or whatever we did in that car. Literally like top speed. Just didn't see the braking marker. I mean, I don't remember braking, and the issue is we were streaming, but we didn't sort of break it up into parts. So the video is still to this day processing on YouTube, so we can't go back and watch the replay. So that's a bit of a shame because I wanted to go and see that back. From my memory, I didn't brake at all. Because I remember when I hit the wall, I was like, what on earth has just gone on? For reference, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. I literally just got in the car and I was still half asleep and come through Techeroos, going down Mulsanne, just didn't see the first chicane.
So good.
Didn't brake at all. Dead straight into the tyre barrier. Killed the engine.
Very good. I can't. Have you heard Paul's stat, by the way, about the Mulsanne?
No.
It's from. I'm going to say it, but I'm not 100% convinced because I can't remember exactly. But he's got a stat about it anyway. The length of the Mulsanne from Techeroos down to, I believe, Mulsanne Corner, the entirety of the Mulsanne, weirdly enough, is longer than the entirety of Sebring.
Let me just process that for 1 second. Because Sebring must be what, like 6 kilometers? So,
no,
yeah, I can believe that.
Sebring's less than that.
5.8.
I don't think it's... How long is Sebring, actually?
It's quite a long one. Get the old Google. Oh, that's right, I'm on the
He's on it. I'm going to take a guess before you do it. I'm going to say 5.2.
Let's give me 2 seconds. No, I was closer. 5.95.
Is it really?
It's a long one, but it's fast. Most of the track, Sebring is actually quite like a fast track. Well, I guess actually most people do know that, but I always think there's a lot of corners there, but they're all quite fast, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straights on it. Or okay, some of them are kinks, but flat out sections.
I just would have thought it would have been shorter than that, but I guess
3.7 miles for the old money, as we say.
Yeah, we don't. I'm sorry, America, but motorsport, with the specific exception of NASCAR, which I can accept, and IndyCar to a degree, but still not really. Motorsport is metric. Sorry.
I do agree on that one.
Track should be measured in kilometres.
If you tell me...
And speed should be kilometres an hour.
Yeah, if you tell me, like, for instance, like most road course, Grand Prix circuits, they're somewhere in, like, the 4 points something kilometres or 5.9 kilometres or whatever. Then you get the odd one that's a little bit longer. But that, I can, make sense of that. But if you then go to, as you say, NASCAR tracks, and you say, like, how long is Homestead? I have got no idea in terms of kilometres. I've got no idea.
I know it's a mile and a half.
Exactly. What is that in kilometres?
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, that kind of stuff, I can understand that being in miles. That's fine because whatever it is, what it is. I get it. In America,
it was made to be miles.
It's why the only thing like I can accept IndyCar being miles as well because it is American. I'd rather like some bits like speed and stuff. I'd still rather that be kilometers, but I can accept it being miles now. It's not a problem. I guess then in that sense, we should really accept IMSA as being. But I still feel like IMSA because it's too close to like WEC. It does have to be in metric. Also, my argument to anyone when they're like, "Oh yeah, but I don't like running with kilometers an hour. I prefer running with miles an hour because how fast you're going." Numbers are bigger in metric, so kilometers an hour. It makes you look like you're going faster.
So that is funny you said. That is why I changed to kilometers an hour back on F1 2002 or wherever it was, back on the PS2 when I was younger. It used to have this. So when you're like in the slipstream behind someone, it would almost have that Mario Kart. The dun, 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 dun. It was almost like that, but with the slipstream effect, it put all this like motion blur and it has like a shaky camera. So when you put it on kilometers, it made you feel like you're going even faster.
Nice.
At that mode. That's how I ended up going to it actually. And then I came into sim racing, and of course everyone I was with was European, and they're all using kilometers anyway. So now I cannot use miles an hour in sim racing. It just makes. I guess if I was doing a NASCAR race, that might be slightly different. But even then, when I've done some IndyCar racing and whatnot, that was all kilometers an hour. I mean, we're doing like 390 coming in towards turn 3 at Indy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's different. It changes up frequently. I know, like when I do cycling and stuff, like that's always metric. That's always kilometers an hour because for one, again, it makes me feel like I'm going faster. Also, because it makes me feel like I'm going further. Because 100k, but yeah, 100 kilometers versus 100 miles, quite a big distance, difference in distance.
It's huge, yeah.
And I'd much rather I can handle. Well, at least I'm probably not at the moment. But I can handle 100 kilometers. I can't handle 100 miles. 100 miles is a long way.
Yeah, we have this a little bit as well because I sort of got into a little bit. Well, I say got into. I've done some running in the last couple of years, and there's some interesting people that I run with, and they recently did a 10-miler. What on earth is that? There's so many 5Ks, 10Ks, etc. 10 miles. 16 kilometers. Like 10 miles, like on the first thought, maybe not too bad. 16 kilometers. No thanks.
What are you doing a marathon? 26.2 miles. Off you go.
Yeah, that's what, 44? I think it is.
Something like that, yeah. I think it's like 43 and a bit.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah,
5K, 10K, okay. 10 miles, nah. Bit too far.
My stepdad, who has I say recently started running, so a couple of years ago I started running. Did their first marathon last year. And normally when people do their first marathon, it's always like it's the hardest thing I've ever done, blah, 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 blah. And you see them at the end and they're dead, they're exhausted. Because of how he was doing it, he said that he might have had to have run like an extra kilometre at the end to make sure that he definitely passed over, because it was like the London Marathon, but you had to do it like away if you didn't get in, but it was very confusing, whatever. So he might have had to run an extra kilometre. He got down to the bit and he was like, I am just going to run an extra kilometre just in case. Looked fine. Didn't look out of breath, didn't look anything. Got in the car, drove him home, was absolutely fine. I was like, oh my God. He's just run basically like 25 and a half miles. Looks absolutely fine. First ever marathon.
Are you sure it wasn't kilometres?
What, 26 kilometres?
Yeah.
No, because he'll do a 30k run just midweek.
Okay. That is pretty impressive because, basically, my mum's done a couple of marathons and that's how I got into that whole world. And everyone of her friends I know that's done it, they have all been, like proper done by the time you get to the end of it. And that is why I do not want to do one myself. When you see people like that, that is a long way.
Did it in 4 hours and 15 minutes.
4:15. I mean, that is
for a first round. It's pretty.
That is a strong time.
It's not bad. It is not bad. I can tell you the first time I will run a marathon when hell freezes over. It ain't happening. No chance. If I do any longer distance stuff, it is always on my bike. I've done the London to Brighton once. That was good fun. I will never do anything like that. Well, no, sure, I will do things like that again. I will never do anything like that to that distance time-wise on foot, because I get enormous shin splints, and also sim racing's more fun.
I think if you put your mind to it, though, that must be a massive sense of accomplishment by completing it. I just don't have that inclination right now. Maybe one day.
I'd much rather spend 4 hours and 15 minutes going around a golf course.
That is a good point.
Yeah,
that's
the time lines up. The time lines up.
Oh, I hadn't thought about it that way. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Bobby Zelensky behind the wheel of the number 12. Do like seeing a little bit of Bobby Zelensky. Obviously, he's very used to driving around Daytona. I'm sure he's getting himself ready for the start of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series, which is in some weeks. I actually don't know when that starts. Can't be that long away.
I will check, but I swear I saw something about there was something happening in January, but yes. I don't think it was the first race.
No, they've got something. I don't know if it's January or it might be start of February, but they've got a pre-season.
Yes, the first actual round is on the 13th of Feb.
What's the pre-season round?
It's not on the calendar.
Oh, well, that's
not on the official calendar anyway that I'm seeing. So but I think you're right. I think it's it might be an exhibition next week.
I think it is at Daytona as well.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Okay. Yeah, and obviously then they've got their Daytona race, which I think is 80 laps. If I remember correctly around here. Oh, I remember it a few years back. It was so good. I was really enjoying the race, and it came down to the last lap. Obviously, it does at Daytona. It was all getting really close. I was super pumped. I was super excited. I was just watching it. Having a great time watching it. I was watching it live. I got to the last lap, started it, broadcast cut out.
Oh,
still to this day, that bit of the broadcast does not exist. If you go back and rewatch it, I think it might have been 21 maybe. If you watch the broadcast, it gets to that point. It starts the final lap and then it just cuts to after the race. Brutal.
That is brutal.
Technical issues happen and stuff, but I remember being absolutely devastated and livid at the time. There's nothing you could do as a broadcaster. It's tough. I remember being like, oof. Very sad.
Yeah, so I just double checked. So it's the 30th of Jan. So that's next Tuesday is the exhibition. It doesn't look like it's actually in person, although it does look like the final at Homestead Miami live audience event. That sounds pretty cool.
For them.
Yeah. So that's going to be good. But obviously that's in October, so quite a long time. But you're right, it is 80 laps at Daytona in a couple of weeks' time.
Who do you think's winning it this year?
I do not follow it close enough to know the drivers, unfortunately for that. But one driver that I did have known for quite a while, Jordi Lopez.
Yeah.
I did see he got a win last year, right?
Two. Might be just the one.
Yeah, I definitely do shout for him a little bit because I've known him since 2017, 16, 17. Obviously, I haven't spoken to him really multiple years now, but it's great to see someone that you see from that long ago has got to such a high level championship.
You seen who he's racing for?
BS, right?
Yeah, indeed. Moved over to BS, who take part in the new season of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series. Jordi Lopez joining the herd. Well, that'll be very good, very interesting.
Talking of signings, BS have scooped up a lot of people over the winter, haven't they?
Yeah, they scooped up a couple. Obviously, Garrett Lowe
every time you go on Instagram, signed a new person. I mean,
Garrett Lowe,
congrats.
Road course wise, obviously they've picked up Robbie Stableford, Jonas Wallmeyer. They've picked up. They have picked up quite a lot of drivers recently. Obviously, Daniel Alves Lorenzo from Urano. They've picked up
big moves over the winter, I have to say. I mean, there was a lot of talk last winter of some big moves.
This does
big name moves, but this winter was the volume of moves was crazy.
No, I don't think this has been anything like last year.
Interesting.
Last year, the problem with last year is Mac Backham has come in. Last year, I think with this year, it's all happened in a shorter space of time, but there hasn't been as many moves. Last year, it kept going on for like 2 months of just constant changes. To the point where I've had this conversation before with quite a few people. I actually didn't enjoy the silly season last year because it was fun for a bit, and then it just got too confusing, and too much was happening. Where I was kind of sat there being like, I can't follow this.
I mean, I've had that a little bit this year though, because there's been some names in some teams. I'm like, when on earth did I miss you moving there? Yeah,
Florian Lebigra did that in the IMSA Esports Championship. That was the one that got me. Speaking of which, there is because I remember we did the first round, and I think me and Arjuna both did the same thing a little bit afterwards. Which was, we were both talking about it, and Arjuna just dropped it as if it was a normal fact on the broadcast. He was like, and as you can see into the pit lane, there's a Team Redline car, and Florian Lebigra is behind the wheel. And I remember sitting there thinking, I'm like, wait, when did that happen?
Hang on.
But Arjuna said it with like such confidence that I was like, well, clearly it's been announced somewhere, and I'll just carry on. We spoke about it. And after the broadcast, I was like, when did Florian sign for Team Redline? And Arjuna went, I've got no idea. I didn't even know that happened. so
he was just running with it.
Aware. Yeah, because the whole thing, the reason why sometimes you just commit with it with absolute confidence is because you're not 100% sure if this has been announced, or even sometimes it went mid commentary. I'll have it where I've seen someone, I'm like, maybe they've been driving for that team for ages and I've just not realised, and I don't want to say anything now, it's too late.
Yeah, true. I guess when it's a top level championship like that, the chances of it being just like a random one-off are pretty low. It's probably for the long haul. That I do like that from Arjuna. Just the confidence.
Just commit.
Yeah, just to commit to it. That is something pretty good. I mean, it's working out pretty well for some of these new drivers going to new teams, especially Lebiga. Of course, maybe not winning today, being a lap down, but still getting a top 3 to start the year is not bad.
Yeah, exactly. You can see the battle for second in the GTD category, Stormforce ART, now being caught quite a bit once more by our GTD contingent from Team Redline. Do remember, though, we are still owed some stops, so we won't worry too much about it. I'm just going to go and double check as to when we're expecting them into the lane. Of course, Stormforce ART fresh out of the pit lane. We'll expect Florian Lebigra into the pit lane in around about 11 or so laps time, so still plenty of time. This will be a battle. Remember you probably still fast asleep because you hadn't been woken up by your pathetic alarm. This happened earlier on in the race where Team Redline had closed up to the back of the Apex Racing team again before pit stops and whatnot. And Max Verstappen decided to go past 1, 2, 3 cars into the first corner and then go straight on a little bit. That's fine. It was good. It was good. Great effort.
Did he spin?
No, he just went straight on.
Okay, because I saw someone in chat say that Max had a spin earlier. Interesting to see they risked it that much when they do have such a lead. But I guess at the same time, you don't want to be held up behind. And this is something that was obviously due to strategy, but would you have been expecting it early on in the race? You know, ART, they were leading. They had a comfortable position. Obviously, this was very early in the race. But yeah, now potentially going a lap down, at least for a time being.
Strategic switch there for the ARTs as well, as Luke McEwen will drop back in behind his teammate, who is Alejandro Sanchez, who's pretty pacey round here. This will be a very interesting battle. Of course, you've got Ollie Steinbratton in the wheel of the number 4 car. You've got Florian Beagle behind the wheel of the number 2. Then you've got Luke McEwen in that yellow and black car, and then at the front of this pack is Alejandro Sanchez. Of course, the number 4 has a lap basically on the yellow and black car. Fair enough. But it's more about that battle for second position between the yellow and black Stormforce ART car and Florian Abigra in the distinctive blacky light hint of blue and red Team Redline car. And like I said, it was a fascinating battle earlier. Well, we were kind of discussing it earlier, me and my son, Lil Wan. We were discussing it as being like, well, Team Redline, let's be honest, probably a little bit bored. It probably explains it if you've got people that you can battle with. Oh, here we go. This is why Dane's actually quite good at this. This is the move. This is on board with Max Verstappen. Oh, that's how aggressive he got down into T1.
Oh, wow. I mean, that is... I mean, we know what he's like, but that was a ballsy move, I have to say. Risking that with the teammate in the Apex on the outside. The door was open. I probably would have sent it as well, but I have not been in the lead of a 24-hour race in Split 1. So, yeah, that is some risk on the inside there. A little wiggle there, actually, from Steinbratton as well. Is that to say, I'll get out of my way, or is that to say, I'm not going to send it? Not quite sure.
Second one. I get the feeling it's more the second one. I think if you're going to send it, you're just going to send it. Whereas and they're expecting you to send it. Whereas the weave might be just sort of like, look, we're still waiting for our pit stop. Let's not waste too much time because the Williams Esports BenQ car's not a million miles behind, so let's not take any risks.
Yeah, that is potentially what's going on there. Is get some prototype traffic just splitting them up for a few seconds. But yeah, actually, you're right. This is more about that battle for that second place because, of course, I was just looking there a lap down, but they're literally meters different, which is always quite an interesting one. If that 4 car went past, then they'd both be 1 lap down. But the strategies are so offset as it stands. I want to see exactly the time when they come in, because are they still going to have the same number of stops to the end though? Oh,
here we go. Once again, we'll see Max Verstappen from up above. He's the 4th car in this shot. So you'll see, drops it down below his teammate and then sends it, absolutely launches it on both the Apex Racing Team cars. Thanks, Dane, for bringing this one. Okay, so it was such an attempt. Again, lead of the race. All of that move was for absolutely no positions, just for track position. As we can see, a larger gap here between the Team Redlines and the Apex Racing Team car. Like I say, you're absolutely right. Yeah, they are battling for position. But to be fair, maybe Team Redline have made the decision to drop off the back of the Apex Racing Team car out of fear of losing more time through the gap. Again, the expectations will see them in the pit lane I've got it down as 11 laps. We'll see them in the pit lane.
Okay, bit of quick math. So that's going to be notching up towards the 4-hour mark, isn't it? But they won't be able to do 4 hours and 4 stints from the look of it as well. So I reckon they're going to have to splash at the end. So they're going to have 5 stints left in this race. Whereas the Apex car is going to be able to also do 5 stints. What they're on? They're only on 3 laps. So yeah, I think they got the same to the end. But Redline will have a lot shorter final stop.
Correct. So things are looking good for Team Redline to try and make this a 1-2, which would be a very tasty treat indeed. And to be fair, for your race leaders lapping the entire field.
That is,
because they won't finish. They would make sure, I think, that the 2 would be a lap down. If they were 1 and 2, I think I would make sure the 2 was finishing a lap down just so the race was over. So it actually finishes. Because if that number 2's ahead when they go over the line, then the number 2's got to do a whole other lap at Daytona.
Oh, that's a good point. I guess it depends on the situation with the exact proximity with Stormforce ART at that moment in time. But yeah, you're right. They might as well finish in that position. But then, if ART are not a lap down, then if they then have an issue on the final lap, then the number 2's not there to capitalise if they're already finished. So there are pros and cons both ways.
Yeah, see, also the other thing was that I was thinking about it just purely in this class, completely forgot that no, their finishing actually depends more on GTP rather than it does on them. Completely forgot, but again, it's been a long day. We're 20 hours into this race. I've been on this broadcast for a little bit now. But yeah, it's more about when the GTP crosses lines. So actually that doesn't matter as to who's where in the GTDs.
Yeah, you're right. Because if they're following, or they will be following the GTP across the line, and therefore the race is finishing either way.
Correct. But it actually doesn't matter in the end. So we've just made a... to be fair, that is filling the air. That's some yapping, if ever I've
Wasting the internet is once... I saw it described as once. That is an interesting way of putting it.
That is an interesting way of putting it. But let's be honest, we're not wasting the internet more than a lot of people do. I don't want to talk about ways that we all waste the internet, but it's... Well, yeah, fair enough.
But it's an exciting prospect, at least, if that was the case, but it's not the case.
Exactly. This has been asked, how do we talk for 5 minutes about absolutely nothing? Well, I think we've just shown that if you bring up something which isn't even remotely correct, talk about it for a little bit, realise that it isn't correct, and then correct yourself, you've just wasted some time, baby.
Do you know a good reference for that? It's like when you're at school and you write a whole story and then you finish it with, and I woke up and it was all a dream. That is the pinnacle of a top-level writing assessment when you're 6 years old.
That is true, but then when you take that and then you apply it to a fair few films in the recent past, you start, oh god. That is one thing that again, as we all do, I hate the it was all a dream or whatever in the films. Like, oh, this is terrible. Then there are very few films that actually pull that off and make it work.
It's quite a while ago now, but I went to the cinema to see, was it Superman versus Batman? Yeah,
Spider-Man versus Superman, yeah.
Whatever it was. And at the end, there's a bit where they're lowering down the coffin, and literally, you can tell the movie's about to end. And my mate, he stood up and was like, if that moves, and then the bit of soil on top just went,
of course it's going to move.
And he was like, nah, I'm off. And he just sprinted out the cinema. This happens too often.
Yeah, I mean, I've not watched it, to be honest. So it's much easier to make jokes that annoy Star Wars and Star Trek fans rather than MCU and DC, because I just don't really know enough. There's that whole thing where it's to Patrick Stewart, isn't it? And it's the quote, which is "Use the Force, Harry," and it says Gandalf underneath. Which honestly, I think it's so funny. It's the whole annoys 4 fan bases with one picture.
I was thinking, what's going on there? That doesn't make sense. But yeah.
It's one of the funniest pictures I've ever seen. It really tickles me. But anyway, moving on. 4 hours 20 minutes left to go. Taking a look with our drivers that are currently running second. Obviously, Luke McEwen in the Stormforce ART car at the top of your screen. You can see Florian Lebiga currently running in 3rd position. Race leader is in between them in the Team Redline car as the 4 of them remain extremely close. So I think the Team Redline aren't getting too close to the Apex Racing Team cars.
Yeah, they're clearly not going for a move. I guess they're just sitting off the back, waiting for that inevitable pit stop. And it's not like the ART cars are slow. There's a reason why they're second in the race while they were leading earlier on. They have pretty much the same pace, and they are all doing roughly within a 10th of a second. Well, I guess because they're following each other, you'd expect that, but still, they are obviously doing pretty much the same pace. So there's no reason to absolutely send it at this moment in the race. There's 4 hours left of a 24-hour race, and they, especially the 4, they basically know they're going to win if they keep it on the track and just do the pace that they've been doing for the whole race. So yeah, there's a bit of patience that has to be had sometimes in these endurance races.
Yeah, I mean it's always the case. To get a message, by the way, from Nick De Silva, who says he loves our commentary because obviously we're chatting rubbish, and also says please inform everyone of your 28 wins and where they were. Wow, here we go. No, I'm joking. I'm obviously not going to, but I absolutely could. Did you hear the circuit of the first win that I ever had?
I mean, you've done some interesting series, so it could be anywhere.
Yeah. So I'll say this again. A circuit which I don't think many people have heard of. It is a real circuit. It's more of a club circuit. It was released on a different platform. I think URD were the ones who built it. Called Ginger Man.
Oh yeah, I know Gingerman Raceway.
Yeah, there you go.
In
Ginger Man.
Michigan. Is it Michigan?
Oh, no idea, but I won there. My first
that's
ever race
actually.
win.
Wait, what did you race that in?
Clio.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was going to say because it's a bit of a club circuit. Yeah, no, I know that. Grid Life go there, which is a very, pretty cool real life series.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, that's
cool track actually. What's that?
Yeah, it's quite cool. I don't know how that would race though, because I don't know if I've actually seen a race around there. It's mostly like drifting and time trial stuff.
In Clio's, it was pretty sick because they're quite small.
And I don't remember there being any really tight corners.
Turn 1 was pretty tight, if I remember correctly. Turn 1, turn 1's a bit tight.
Because that's like left into a long right.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's fair, I've not raced that circuit since I won there, which was 9 years ago. So, we'll put on the brakes on that one. I don't think other circuits I've raced. I've won at like Atlanta Motorsports Park. I've won at Brands, which is amazing because I'm not very good at Brands.
What, Indy?
I don't think I've ever won a Brands Indy. No, I think actually one of those wins is Brands Indy. I've won at Brands a few times. One of them, the first time I won at Brands was GP. I think I might have won at Brands Indy.
Touring car stuff.
Yeah. I think I've only
Brands
won
Indy's difficult.
I've only won at Alton Park on the Foster's layout as well. It's disgusting.
Wait, which one's the Foster?
The one that's basically a square.
Oh, so you don't go around Cascades?
Correct. No, well, sort of. You go down Cascades and then you go straight on rather than go left. Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, that
it's not.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not terrible. Rob Wiesenmuller took me out there once.
Oh, did he?
He did. Good old Rob.
What a dirty boy.
Good old Rob. I've just checked. The last 2 wins I've had in sim racing were both at Brands. One on GP, one on Indy. There you go.
Wait, what do you mean check? Do you have a history book?
Okay, I've been through this.
Well, I know you like a spreadsheet, but
no, it's not a spreadsheet. I had this. So after I took a win, you know how I edit photographs,
not
right?
particularly.
You know how I edit photographs? Like I make photographs.
Yeah.
I take a picture, I edit, cool. So whenever I won a race, I got into a rhythm of editing a photograph. Every time I won a race, I'd edit a photograph. And that would be like my trophy. So I have a photograph every time I won a race. So I can go back and check.
Oh, that's cool. So you've got a whole folder of all these photos.
Correct. I wouldn't say it's full.
There's a few.
There's more than one. They're all touring car stuff though. Genuinely, I'm scrolling through it. It's all British touring car stuff. And the odd V8 supercars. And then there's suddenly like an Audi R18. And then more touring car stuff.
Well, that's all I knew you as.
Touring car boy.
Driver-wise, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's a different style of racing.
Yeah, exactly. You can pump people up. No, you can... to be fair, again, I say I'm not that dirty in a touring car. I'm a good boy.
Excuse me?
I'm a good boy in a touring car. Don't tell Erhan Yovsky. I saw him in chat the other day, but earlier on in this broadcast. I might have... The largest wreck I ever caused was with Erhan Yovsky. Sorry. And that wasn't touring cars. No, most of I said before, like I raced a certain touring car championship for 7 years. I missed one round in that 7 years, which is shows how much of a life I have. That was between, let's say, 7 years. It was 7 seasons. It was 2013 to the end of 2019. I did the same championship all the way through. I won a few races in it. Blah 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 blah. In all that time, I think I had less than 10 incidents.
That is surprising.
Thank you.
Because most people have 10 incidents a race in a touring car season.
Thank you. It's because you don't, if you're a touring car driver, you don't have to be dirty. It's not a mandatory requirement where you have to take someone out just because you're in a touring car.
But it's also just the types of tracks that you race on. Like, I guess if it's
race
more
cleanly.
Like the new sort of TCR stuff when we go to Grand Prix tracks is a bit different. But BTCC, like those tracks are tight and narrow.
Yeah, but you can still work your way up the order without taking people out.
Brands Indy, overtake 20 cars. Maybe not.
I'm trying to think. I think one of the times that I raced in Brands Indy, I think I overtook like 15 or something without hitting anyone off. Dan Kell once overtook. He got to, I think he got to second place. He overtook 19 cars, something like that. What, without taking anyone out, which is amazing because Dan normally does take a few people out as well.
Roasted.
Absolutely roasted. We've only got about 13 minutes left of our little stint here.
Well, that's me done as well. I know you'll come back for the finish.
For a couple of hours. Yeah, Peter's going to jump in with Arjuna. Which is it's much better. It's much higher quality commentary, isn't it?
Well, I was about to say they had a nice sleep. I guess Peter did. Arjuna maybe not. Because what's he had off? Like 4 hours? Yeah, 4 hours for Arjuna being off.
He's got to get ready for Porsche as well after this. So do I.
Ooh. God, Arjuna's sleep is all over the place.
Oh, it's messed up. It is messed up.
Because obviously, Saturday morning, he had to get up early. Well, actually, I guess it's still going to be Saturday for him now, isn't it? Well, it's going to be like midnight, going to the end. Oh, that is tough.
Yeah, indeed. But I'm sure they'll talk about things far more interesting because Peter actually is. Well, he knows things about cars. You know things about cars, but slightly differently. I don't think you can go into the detail that Peter can on like the history of this stuff, right? You know quite a lot about cars, though.
I know about cars.
Yeah,
and racing.
They drive.
I mean, I did study motorsport for like 6 years, and then I've sim raced the whole time until now since then as well. But unfortunately, I'm just not a fast enough driver. I just wish I was faster. I just never put the same effort into it than some of these guys, though. Yeah,
I was going to say, if you want to go faster, you absolutely can. It is time, effort, elbow grease, etc. One of the best things you can do is get some coaching.
Yeah, that's what I needed about like 2018, 2019. And I wasn't terribly slow. I was just incredibly inconsistent, and I didn't know how to go faster. But if I had the mentorship that I do now from some drivers, I'd be so much faster. But the issue is now I've lost that like drive, because back then exactly. I was sort of only a couple of years out karting and I was still like pretty motivated, blah blah blah. Whereas now I'm like, yeah, I'll just do some races for fun and commentate on the side.
Yeah, I mean, like we're in this. If you're a new sim racer jumping into sim racing, we're in this kind of like golden age of there's so many places where you can get setups or coaching and stuff. I know obviously you got Hymo setups, you've got VRS, Apex, etc. All these pure sim. They're all setups that are great, fair enough, that will give you a good base, but also you can generally get some coaching stuff like your VRS or whatever. You can get some coaching which will you can get it to teach you how to change the setup and whatever to make it work for you, and they'll explain what you need to do, but the most important thing is you've got to put in the time, which is where I get really uninterested, because honestly, if I have to practice genuinely for that Spa race, I think I might have done less than 30 laps for that Spa race we did, and the idea of doing a full stint, I had every time I'd be like, okay, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to do a full stint. I would start driving, I would get maybe 5 laps in and pull over. Maybe wouldn't crash. Yeah. I wouldn't crash. I would just pull over and just be like, I'm bored.
Yeah, See, that is also a similar thing. Like, if you want to genuinely, obviously do the best preparation, okay, maybe you don't have to do like full stints every single time you get in the car, but there's got to be a few times where you understand what the car's like at the end of the stint, and the only way of getting there is by driving. And I'm the same. In a race, I mean, for even just Daytona, not the official iRacing Daytona that we're doing now, but I did another Daytona race, so this time last year. I ended up doing a 5.5-hour stint at one point, and that was actually like fine. Like, once I got in the race, you just go sort of autopilot and you can just drive, and that's cool. But in practice, doing, as you say, more than like 3 laps in a row, that is tough. I don't know what it is. Something about maybe the adrenaline spike of being in a race.
Yeah, I think your focus goes up, doesn't it, in a race?
Yeah, but I don't know. I can just keep driving.
It's the whole thing of when it actually means something. Yeah, because it's if you. Because you're actually in the race, you can't drop it. By the way, these two cars should come in pit lane in 2 laps' time, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. They might be saving fuel enough, or they might actually go even a little bit further than that, but realistically it'll be 2 laps. They get various bits of traffic darting their way around. VRS Coranda are into the pit lane as well from the GTP lead, passing it back over to Williams Esports play seat in the Brorange Beast. Yeah, you're absolutely. I've said it before. Yeah, it's the whole thing of, and it is one thing that irritates me when you see like drivers at this kind of level. More so in sprint races than it is in endurance. In endurance, definitely less so. When you're embroiled in a battle and the heart rate goes up, if there's one thing that I really don't like is when people classify that as being for the physical effort, because I don't think that does it even the remotest form of justice, because it's nothing to do with the physical effort, or pretty much nothing to do with the physical effort. Because, and I say so. I was like, right. The reason, there's a really easy way of working out how you can tell that it's not really anything to do with the physical effort. If you go around now and see what everyone's heartbeat is, right, or in practice and see what everyone's heartbeat is, it's not that high. Like, not realistically, like it might be in the 80s, right? It's not going to be much higher than that for the most part. It's certainly not going to be over 100, right? When you then get into a battle, even though you're doing the exact same thing, you're still steering the same for the corner. You're still like, it's not as if the wheels got much heavier or anything like that. It's not, or the brake pedals much stiffer or anything. Like the whole components and everything you're doing is exactly the same, but your heart rate still goes up, and it doesn't just go up a little bit; it goes up a lot. Jamie Fluke posted his heart rate at the end of one of the ESLR1 races at Road Atlanta, and his heart rate went up to about 180.
Oh.
That is purely through the mental focus and the pressure that was put on, and that is why I'm like that. The physical effort doesn't do it justice. That is how much they're concentrating when your heart rate gets that high. That is how much it means to these drivers when your heart rate gets that high.
Oh, I agree. It's fully 100% a mental game, and also you don't have to have like the strongest pedals or the strongest wheel to be fast as well. I know some guys like running, max settings on their DD and go for it. But you don't have to do that to be the absolute fastest. But it's all mental. The whole bit about sim racing is mental, and that is the bit that, you just see some drivers be better at than others. How many times do you see a fast driver, but as soon as they get into some sort of high stress situation, they just can't handle it, and then they start making mistakes, they start being inconsistent and all that sort of stuff when the pressure actually matters. And it's having that ability to stay calm and to just still do the job that you're supposed to do. Because especially with the type of racing that we do, you've always got to be robotic. Like, hey, the car changes a bit over the stint, and then as the temperature goes up and down, it changes a little bit. But still, you just need to brake at the same point every lap. You need to turn in the same point and just do that consistently. So to have the ability just to keep all your emotions out of it and just do the job that you need to do, it's all in the brain. And especially in a battle where you might see someone make a Larry dive, or even in traffic when they're a prototype driver, just go for a gap that's clearly going to close just because they're not 100% thinking straight, because they're getting too stressed out about the situation. Yeah,
I find it arguably one of the most fascinating bits in sim racing is how much it's so much more of a mental game than people think, and it's crazy. And like I say, when your heart rate gets that high, it's insane. And that's why, to lead on to that's why I think you focus more in the race than you do in practice, because in practice I don't think your heart rate goes up that high, whereas in the race, on that race start or whatever, your heart rate's through the roof for the most part. until you've done so many races where you don't really care. Don't worry, everyone, by the way, Waffle O'Clock will be coming to a close very shortly. Myself and Cam Roger will be jumping out of the booth in a moment's time. So I'll get your final thoughts on Daytona. You've done 6 hours of racing, of comms rather, on this race now, and what have you made of it? What have you made of, for example, the Williams Esports Playseat car that we've spoken about in positive light so many times? I've still not binned it because the commentator's curse is rubbish.
So my overall thinking is that, especially in GTP, Williams, they've just been so fast and consistent. And as much as that gap has gone up and down slightly, they've just always had control of that P1. And even when Kawanda been coming at them with the speed, the strategy has still been there on the side of Williams. So they're looking so good. And I respect that. I definitely respect that a lot with how they came into this race. And in general, the race itself has been a lot cleaner than I was expected. There's obviously been a few incidents here and there, as you get, but it hasn't been absolutely carnage filled. And at some point, Peter Mackay was saying 35 cars, and it looks like we're going to get there in a couple of minutes. When he comes into the commentary booth, there's going to be 36 cars still remaining. And considering he said that in hour 4 of the race, I think that is a pretty good showing of just this type of racing that we've had today. So that is overall it's been a great race. We've still got some close battles. It's 7 seconds in GTP, 7 seconds again or just under in LMP2, so there's still a lot to play for when we get to the end of this race.
Yeah, exactly. There is plenty more time to go. We'll say, by the way, the LMP2 lead is being cut down quite a lot. So the 23 is being caught by the number 18 behind. By the way, I'm not sure if Arjun is here, so I guess I'll sit on with Peter for a little bit, because Cam, it is time to really let you go. I say, hopefully we'll be seeing you in the near future back in the comms booth, Cam. But and just very quickly, you got 30 seconds. Sum up the race for me.
Sum up the race.
The entire thing, please.
It has been fast, less incidents than we should have had. Probably the highest iRacing strength field that we've ever seen, and I think it's just proving that when you do get a solid group of drivers out there, you can have a pretty high level race.
Indeed. Right, goodbye to Cam Roger then, as we'll bring in Peter. I'll sit on with you, don't worry. Arjun has abandoned you. He doesn't want any part of you, so we'll be having a little bit of a chat. Peter, welcome back to the comments booth. It's been a while since you've been in. The race has changed quite a bit in that time. I don't know if you've been seeing very much over the night.
Oh, good morning, Lewis. Yes, I've been catching up with it after getting up just over an hour ago, and quite amazing to see the consistency at the front of the field, particularly in GTP, with the two Williams Esports cars who are being chased valiantly by the Drago Racing crew. So that's kind of status quo there from when I stepped off quite some time ago. But then in GTD, they're the number 4 Team Redline car. They're making my prediction look quite good right now. So I'm rather pleased this Sunday morning.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, they're in a very, very solid position right now, the GTD leaders. Obviously, again, just to update everyone as to what's happened with the GTD category in particular. The number 2 car, it was running. There's been a lot of changes, to be fair, since the start of the race, but the more important bit was that the number 2 car was running up with the number 4 car. They were very close together, but there was a disconnection for Alexei Nesov, which is what dropped the number 2 car back a lap. They've hooked together and are seeing themselves in a very solid position for the race lead. Luke McEwen, the 199 Sturfos ART car has been holding around that 40-second gap off the rear end. It's not really changed too much, we'll see them race their way around, and it's 6 seconds now up to from the LMP2 lead from the WSR Esports to the Kausa team, as well as we'll see a little look at the Luke McEwen car as just going around the circuit. I think it's fairly calm out there, Peter. I think that's the important bit.
Right now, yes, I think that's very important, with just over 4 hours to go. And this is where we're really going to be drilling down to the fuel numbers, because if you can get home to the end of the race on a stop less than your rivals, that's a huge amount of time. You know, your transit time is 30 seconds just to drive through the pit lane. So if you're coming in for 5 seconds of fuel, that's still 35 seconds you've got to give away compared to a rival who can stay out. So we could see some intense fuel saving over the next 4 hours to see drivers try and bring themselves into that window. And the teams that are using the kind of tandem drafting technique that we've seen quite a lot in GTD particularly, that's going to be really important to try and hit those fuel numbers if they are close.
Indeed. Williams Esports leading by 7.5 seconds. Things are looking really solid for them. At the moment, obviously, they've got the Williams Esports placing. They've got the Williams Esports Fanatec just behind. Drago Racing behind them. I was wondering when the last pit stop was for Drago Racing, because I don't know if they're on the same stopping pattern as Williams Esports. I know the VRS Commander is not. They are indeed. So at the moment, the 1, 2 and 3 that we have in the GTP category is actually looking really solid as they're dragging themselves back close bit by bit, courtesy of the VRS Commander particularly is stopping really off sequence, as is the BMW team Redline, to be fair. Because the VRS Commander is going a lap shorter every single stint, it's actually being dragged back more, so it will be on sequence. So really the VRS Commander is battling 4th and 5th with themselves and BMW team Redline, and it seems as though the top 3 are in a battle amongst themselves for the GTP podium. There is a look at Joshua Rogers. Do you know what the K means? I could
I've
work it
always
out.
wondered that, actually.
Yeah, okay, good. It's not just me. Fantastic news.
Yeah.
Answers
on a postcard.
I've asked. I didn't. To be fair, someone might have said in chat, and I didn't see it. I do apologise if you did answer. Maybe DM. I don't know. But
Mr. the King.
Josh
Richard
King.
Petty. King.
Rogers.
King Rogers.
Cam thinks it's Kyle. I think it's Kurt. It could be Karen though. Yeah, I think Josh could be a bit of a...
Josh Rogers is not a Karen.
Do you not think he is? I think he could. No, he's
No.
such a nice guy.
He's the opposite of a Karen.
Yeah, he's one of the nicer guys that I've met in sim racing. You're up there as well. Don't worry, Peter. You're up there as well.
Charmer. Charmer. I don't get many people telling me that at this time of the morning.
Well, I'm just a nice guy, I guess. As we'll see Rogers going around. I don't know if you noticed. Like I said, we brought this up a little bit. The LMP2 lead is being chopped down enormously. WSR Esports is starting to feel the pressure a little bit, as we can see. There is a look back to Ivan Mercado Perez in that Calcer Esports team. You can notice it because it is yellow and red, 2 colours we don't typically see on a race car.
What I'd love to see is iRacing include national anthems for the winning driver,
Oh.
or winning crew, because the Spanish national anthem is just fantastic. It's got no words. You don't sing to it, and it is just fantastic. And if you watch MotoGP, there's a very good chance you'll hear Spanish national anthem on a fairly regular basis, and it's just fantastic. It's got a lovely rhythm to it. So maybe we could just hum it for the Spanish team if they manage to triumph. But this is in LMP2. This is exactly what happened in the Rolex 24 last year, where you had a real charge for the finish, and it was the class to watch. And I think we're going to have the same thing again, as Iban Machado Perez is, what's he lapping? Yeah, a little bit, about a tenth quicker than Robin Glerham last time by, so he is on the chase.
Yeah, exactly. It's closing down bit by bit, and there is potential in here. Little bits of awkward moments in traffic. The WSR Esports butt kicker car has been in such control of the LMP2 category. It's basically led it for the entire run of the race, to be honest. And that gap closing down right at the point. Now, again, heart rates will be rising. I do agree with Danebed, by the way. The Italian national anthem is the best. It's so good. I
think the podium is in whatever order you like. The Marseillaise, the French, the Italian, and the Spanish.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think I don't know. There's something about the Italian national anthem. I guess it's probably because seeing it at like Monza when it's on that podium with the with that crowd. There's something about that. It's just what the cool kids would call a banger or a bop.
Yeah, it is a straight up banger, the Italian national anthem. It's the best rendition of it I saw was in 2014. A friend of mine and I went to Misano to watch the MotoGP, and Valentino Rossi won for the first time in years. And we all invaded the track, and the Italian national anthem played out on the podium, and it was spine tingling.
I've not seen Valentino Rossi win my own eyes in person. It is. I've been to 2 MotoGP races. Obviously, I'm not going to see him winning anymore because he's not doing it. He's retired. I've been to 2 MotoGP races, and I've said before, I was like, the front row for both the MotoGP races that I went to have been the same, or it's the same 3 riders anyway.
Okay.
It was the 2017 Silverstone Grand Prix, and it was the 2018 Dutch Grand Prix. And the front row was Marc Marquez, Valentino Rossi, Cal Crutchlow. And I was like, well, Cal Crutchlow, I know he's good and all that, but it's more just like seeing him qualify on the front row. It is a bit weird. I'm pretty sure they were like the 2 consecutive front row starts for him. Like, I don't think he'd started on the front row many times towards the end of 17.
Yeah, he was certainly, he made the very most of his ability, did Cal Crutchlow. I think he was a gritty competitor. I went to the Dutch MotoGP. I think that's the best MotoGP to go to. Is
so good.
The Dutch TT. And I went in 2019 actually.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Who won in 19?
Maverick Vinales, I think.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I was quite inebriated at the time. I don't quite remember. I think it was Maverick Vinales.
The 2018 race, I still maintain, is one of the best races I've ever seen, because it was a 10 bike race for the lead. Like, they were all just battling constantly. It was crazy. Marc Marquez dropped down to 10th, worked his way back up. Dovi's involved. Lorenzo takes the lead on the race start and starts going off in the distance. Rossi rides into the bag. All of it, every part of it, I'm like watching it being like, this is epic.
This is mental.
This is absolutely epic. And then with 3 laps to go, Marc Marquez took the race lead and went off in the distance. We won't talk about that. But great race. Really, really great race.
Can't wait to see Marc Marquez teach all these young guys a lesson on a Ducati this year.
This year.
It's going to be superb.
Yep, indeed. If you've never watched MotoGP and you've got a bit of
that's your homework, folks.
Exactly. If you've got a bit of thought of maybe it's not that good, honestly, just put it on. Just put it on. Try and put it to one side to be like, don't worry of the fact that they're on 2 wheels and whatever. And it is a bit weird when you first watch it, because it's just like, well, yeah, but how do I? Just stick it on and watch the race unfold, because it is always absolutely mental. I love it.
Yeah, it's superb, absolutely superb. There's a little bit of traffic there for Iban Machado Perez, and just dropped about half a second there as he comes into the pits now for service. A lot more pit stops for, of course, the LMP2 cars. They have less. They have the shortest stint length of any of the 3 classes.
As well,
this train amazing with the 3 AMGs here.
I was going to say this. If we as we see the team red line, I'm sure he's trying to spool it up on replay. Max Verstappen was behind. Max Verstappen did a quad stint over the night, and then got out of the car for 2, and then got back in the car for 2. And he is the 4th car in this shot. This was earlier on in the race, P. You've not. I don't think you've seen this because it was quite early in the morning.
I watched this with a cup of coffee just as I woke up, and I want another look. Good grief! Oh my word!
What do you make of that?
Well, it's a Verstappen move, isn't it? It's all attack. Is it necessary? Probably not. But, I mean, very entertaining nonetheless.
Great attempt. To go from 4th in that group to try. I mean, obviously, there was still the race leader and all that, by the way. That was all lap traffic they were getting past. But obviously, they don't have to jump out the way, and also, you know, with that, they're all kind of. But it's kind of an awkward fight, because you've got 2 cars in this that are trying to fight each other. You've got one car which is nothing to do with it because there's so many laps down. You've got another car which is in it, which is nothing really to do with it because they're laps up. So it's all a complicated dynamic. But right now, because of how the pit stops working out, I think we were talking about this a bit earlier, it might work out where Team Redline have a 1-2 here in this class. That's what they're trying to work towards. The wins they're not something they're really bothered about right now because so it's secure, but it's like they've got one hand on it basically.
Yeah, they're in very good shape right now. Our Team Redline. I mean, when on Friday night when we had our IMSA primetime show here on Racebot TV, it was ominous, wasn't it? There was several Team Redline Mercedes in that 45-minute sprint, and they just completely dominated. And you thought, "Whew, they're going to be a big team to beat tomorrow in the race," and that's proved to be the case.
Obviously,
it did take a mistake though. Albeit it did take a mistake though from the Apex crew who were cruising away at the front until the tandem drafting tactic backfired on them.
Did you see the number 2 car as well drive a little bit into the rear end of the Team Redline car there? I mean, this race has kind of exploded a little bit for the Apex Racing team through a little bit of their own hand. Some of it's, I mean, Charlie Collins removing the other one from the Stormforce ART from the road as well has not exactly helped, but the Team Redline car, the only thing that's gone wrong for these two all day has been a disconnection for Alexei Nesov, and that was it. Which, don't get me wrong, that sounds really bad, and it was pretty bad. It's what's cost them a lap. But the fact that they're still running in this kind of position, they're working this well as a team. It's been a faultless 20 hours and 10 minutes. And if you do believe in the commentator's curse, you'll be horrified at me saying that. And if you don't believe in it, well, congratulations.
I don't believe in it.
Good.
I don't believe it. I think if you're going to state facts constantly, which is, I suppose, is our job, or certainly an aspect of it, you are going to get one eventually.
Exactly.
I have had some pretty pure ones, though, mind you.
Yeah, so have I, and I still don't believe in it.
Those were just coincidences.
Exactly.
All 10 of them.
The thing is, like, okay, in this race, if it happens 3 or 4 times, but then you've got to think, like, we've been taught. Well, I've been on this broadcast this is the 10th hour I've been on this broadcast. I've said a lot of things in that time, and yeah, it's someone's going to bin something after something that I've said. Fair enough, but like, it's in the lower percentage of things. I still maintain the commentator's curse doesn't exist. It's all about it's bad luck, which is a thing, fair enough, and bad driving, which is also a thing, but people don't want to admit it.
Yes, very true. And actually, that's something that it's been very pleasing to see, that we've seen very few, silly pieces of, bad driving standards. I think the driving standards in this Daytona 24 have been superb. And that's a big credit to all of the teams and drivers, because it's in a race as long as this, it is very easy for the brain to just make a little, just stutter a little bit, to buffer a little, and that's where mistakes can happen. Particularly on a circuit like this, it's a little bit like Le Mans in some ways, that you do have quite a lot of thinking time going down the straight. There's quite technical in places in the infield, but there is a lot of flat out running, so it makes that mental challenge that little bit harder. If you're at the Nordschleife, you just simply don't have the luxury of relaxing. Maybe on the Dottinger Hole, but that's about it.
Bit of an interesting moment there for Marlon Ducek. Just I don't fully understand that one. It was kind of like pulling over to one side with a GTP right up them, and then pulled over to one side, then pulled straight back over to the other. It's a very, very weird moment there. That's it is what it is. Yeah, for the most part, the driving standards in this have been absolutely fine. Even like the lapped traffic etiquette has been
not bad.
Considering the closing speed of a GTP versus a GTD, it's rapid. I'm sure in a lot of other splits we've had plenty of other issues and incidents with it. In here, we've had a couple, fair enough, but nothing major. We'll ride on board with Sebastian Hove, who's the one who was behind that from DJ. It's so weird to have moved back over to the right-hand side there, right over the nose. But it is what it is. So
always good to get some 5.5 litre Cadillac V8. Any excuse for that. It's just, that is just raw filth.
You do love it, don't you? Sounds better in real life, though.
Oh yes, its downshifts as well it's like a cannon going off. or a sniper rifle.
Listen to it into that first corner.
The Corvette is like that as well. With the Corvette on the downshift it's like the world's ending.
God, I wish I want to come out now and give it a good old listen. Obviously, you're heading out there, I'm assuming, at some point fairly soon. Tuesday
morning, Christmas Day. Yeah.
Nice.
You know how you have Chinese New Year is later than what we have it here in the UK. The Christmas for me is like Daytona.
Nice.
Yeah, it's just a month later.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
You're like, you giving yourself Christmas? I'm like, yeah, 1 month to Daytona.
Are you giving yourself a gift out there, or is the gift just going to Daytona? Which, to be fair, is a gift in itself.
Gift of Florida.
Yeah.
I have to say, when I get out there, I do. It is amazing how unhealthy out there. But it's the Gatorade that they have. God knows how much sugar's in it, but it's so good. The red one, the red Gatorade. I can't remember. It's Fruit Punch. That's the one. Oh, great.
I'm still yet to go out to the States. Not been. I've heard some less. I was just trying to say it how nicely. Less positive things about the area around Daytona Beach, like this area.
Yeah, it's not the Hamptons.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But
it's very nice.
But I was going to say that the race makes up for it.
Yeah,
that's the important bit.
Yeah, I mean the facility just dominates the place. It's an incredible facility to see, and the France family, the legacy they've built up here, and the Daytona 500, the Rolex 24, but also the Daytona 200 motorcycle race as well. Is very cool. Steve Hislop, one of my lifetime heroes, an 11-time winner of the Isle of Man TT, multiple British Superbike champion. He came over and raced successfully at Daytona, and so it's on two wheels. Watching Superbikes flat out round the banking is something to behold.
I see. This is the thing, is that I never realised they did bike racing around here. And I remember seeing it. I think it's probably like 3 or 4 or 5 years back, because we were all getting ready to watch the Daytona 24 Hour, and when you're doing that, you're just kind of like, just go and watch anything, like whatever's on YouTube that's Daytona. Just get in the vibe, get in the rhythm, and things like that. I mean, just started watching it, being like, oh, this is crazy. This is absolutely wild. Taking a bike onto the banking like that, and it's quick.
Have you seen the racing with the Harley Davidsons with the luggage still on? I think they call them baggers.
That sounds epic, though.
Yeah. Search Harley Davidson baggers Daytona.
Oh my god.
Or Harley Davidson baggers Laguna Seca, which is even more ridiculous when you see full-size bikes with panniers on going down the corkscrew.
Yeah, no, I'll be checking that out once I'm off Mikon. I'm very curious now, but we'll have to wait and see. Big bump coming in from Florian Abiga on the rear end of Ollie Steinbrand. You can really see
the badge.
Yeah, you don't want to scuff that up.
That's got to be an expensive part. The grille on a AMG GT. Yeah,
I'm assuming, because we kind of discussed this. Obviously, this is Marion Sim Racing, because you can repair whatever. When you compare some cars in motorsport, of course, the Ferrari 296 is the big one, where the rear end is particularly, obviously it is the same with the front, is designed to be the whole rear end assembly is designed to be taken off and put back on very quickly, which is obviously great for in a race to repair it very quickly, and great for some people's bank accounts and less so for others. I do wonder if that's kind of the same with some other GT3s, especially as we move forward in GT3s. I think that will become more commonplace.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. The Ferrari 296 is a milestone car in the history of GT3, much like the Ford GT was in GTE or GTLM as it was known in the US, where it moved the game on. It took the rules to a new limit, and the Ferrari, it's a collaboration, if you like, between Ferrari and Oreca. So the chassis is, a lot of the construction's done at Oreca. It's still Ferrari engineering, Ferrari design, but that combination. The road car that it's based on is actually a hybrid, so that of course in GT3 that's not allowed. So it's just the internal combustion engine part. But as you rightly say, Lewis, it's the modular pieces that can come off the car. I mean, that serviceability won Ferrari their first Nürburgring 24-hour last year with the Fricadelli team. They had a puncture. Luckily, it happened late in the lap. They got back, but any puncture will damage the bodywork around it, and they just simply pulled this whole rear section off, new one on, and off you go. I've heard all sorts of silly rumours how much that one piece costs, but it won them the race. You know, you're already spending an absolute fortune anyway. I doubt you've got much change out of €1 million to do the Nürburgring 24 at the top level. No. So, by the time that you've paid for everything, so what's another 100,000? Yeah,
I mean, it's the whole thing of like these kind of cars, and GT3s generally is that obviously they are designed to be raced around the world in various championships and all this, that, and the other, and obviously. Say you're Ferrari, you've got a lot of customers around the world. The customers want to win, of course, and these guys they're generally, they've got a bit of money, fair enough. You also want your car to be winning as much as possible, and if there is something where you can be like, okay, let's find a way that we can have an advantage. And if the car's going to be BOP and all that kind of stuff, it's not necessarily about finding it on the track to a degree. Yeah, obviously, you can't just make an absolute rubbish, car and then just send it out, and you're not going to anyway. You need to drive well, etc., etc. But if you're not going to gain any more time out on the circuit because of how BOP works, because you'll have it taken away from you for various reasons, whatever. But you can gain time in the pit lane. Not every pit stop, but on those ones that matter. When you are repairing a car, when you are doing this, when you are doing that, focusing on size like that. Like you say, I think it's a game changer for the world of GT3 racing, which doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon, which is great for the world of motorsport. I think as you'll see more some newer GT3s, when various manufacturers bring out their latest version, whether it is an Evo, another car, or whatever, I guarantee you'll start to see things like what we've got on the 296 in various cars.
Oh, the genie's out the bottle now.
Yeah.
I think that's pushing the game on. I don't think it's out with the realms of possibilities for the manufacturers to make a car that is effectively built around it's the road car criteria is built around it being a good GT3 car base.
Yeah.
You look at the cars on screen right now, perfect example, the AMG GT3, maybe not necessarily the absolutely perfect base, but they've made a very, very good race car out of it, and that's won everything there is to win in the world of GT racing. But you look at the Ferrari, it's much closer to like a really purpose-built prototype for the job. Now, they've taken an already very exotic road car that was designed the way it was, but I don't think it's out with the realms of possibility to see a manufacturer make a low production super sports car that is effectively designed to be ideal as a GT3 base, because that's what the companies that if you don't have a prototype program, that's your flag waving exercise at Le Mans, which is the biggest flag waving exercise of all.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, they make all these companies, these car manufacturers stuff. They'll make a decent amount of money by selling these cars to various teams across the globe, and
there's a huge waiting list for the Ferrari, massive.
No one is surprised by that.
Yeah,
which is again, like if you're Ferrari, that's great. Think of that every single time. Yeah, the amount of money that's basically just sat there, ready to be spent on Ferraris. It's kind of, I don't know how much they make a year, as we'll see Luke McEwen come down into the pit lane along with the other Apex Racing Team car that obviously is laps down. I think it's like 9 laps or so down on McEwen. Yeah, I've got no idea how much money is to be made in that kind of side of things, but I just know that it's more than a couple of quid. I think it's a little bit more money than I have.
Yes, and me. And then you've got to think about the big thing is the more of them that are out there, you've got you've got the cars on you've got you sell the car. I'm sure there's a bit of profit in that, but it's when you start selling the parts for them where it really starts to win.
Yeah, exactly.
Think about it. Every time you go, wheels, brakes, suspension components, bodywork, you name it, you're always at the parts truck.
Yeah.
So that's when it really starts to make a difference.
Yeah, it's kind of as well. If you're if you got enough money to go GT3 racing, obviously you'd hope you got a bit in the bank. But if most of your budget is blown just on the car straight away, I'd be like, no. I'd probably be like, have enough money to buy the car, and then probably make sure that you've at least got the money to buy the car again, just to be safe when you're going racing, because racing's expensive.
Oh yes,
that is for sure. But again, I don't see myself jumping into a race car anytime soon. That is why I'm in the commentary box, as close as I can get to motorsport.
Same. Yeah, one of the main reasons I got involved, actually.
Yeah,
I thought it's where can I find a piece of the industry to be involved, and just in all of drivers in both the outdoor and the virtual world. I think what the virtual world is as well, that you can get a really direct comparison to them too, because you can watch them on a broadcast like we have here on RaceSpot TV, look at their lap time, and then jump in the same car, same track, and
get depressed.
Yeah, basically.
Someone asked what the pole time was in the GTDs earlier. I did notice that. I did answer. The pole time in the GTD, by the way, was a 30.208 in the hands of Josh Ladd in that Williams Esports Fanatec car. And I know that there are plenty of people that are watching this. This is not a dig at anyone. Let me just clarify. There are plenty of people here that will do laps in the GTP that will be slower than the entirety of the field of LMP2s. And again, that is not me digging, because if you are running about 4 seconds a lap slower than the Williams Esports Fanatec or any of the GTPs, if you're running about 4 seconds a lap slower, which, let's be honest, most of us probably are, then you are slower than the LMP2 field on this grid. That's how fast these drivers are. They are absolutely rapid around here. I think that's, like I say, it's excellent to have that direct comparison where you can take a look at stuff and understand what they're doing. Understand how far these drivers are going, because that's the other bit. Is that, again, I said this earlier, just because you're going quickly does not mean that you're using tyres and fuel more. That is not a direct thing, and learning that when you're new to sim racing is actually quite important. And the easiest way to do it is to see how far these drivers are going, because the amount of times where you'll do it and you'll be pulling, I don't know, a 25 lap stint, thinking that you're doing a little bit of fuel saving, you're driving really well, and then you compare it to this slot and they're doing 29 lap stints, and you think, wait a second, how? Because fuel saving, if you're doing it right and you know what you're doing, can be a little bit quicker than what you're doing normally, because you're thinking more about what you're doing.
It's interesting, isn't it? And also it can be smoother as well.
Yeah.
That sort of breathe off the throttle and then into the braking zone. Really, really interesting the way that can be done. I always think Scott Dixon, he's the master of that, of being able to just use less fuel than everybody else, whether that be in a sports car or an Indy car. But a lot of that's to do with the fact that he right foot brakes, apparently. So he's coming off the throttle. Yeah, apparently so. Where he's coming off the throttle with the right foot and then, of course, stamping on the brake, whereas others, if they left foot brake, there's less of a transition time from throttle off to brake on. So that's apparently where Patrick Long also right foot braker.
And as Dane Baird, our broadcast producer at the moment, does quite rightly say, less overlap between throttle and brake means your tyres overheat less. And you're putting a little bit less load through the tyre. It's not quite as dry. There's a lot of things. Like, smooth is fast. That's always the way. It's kind of like the whole thing of if you've been karting and stuff like that, you probably might have heard. But as my housemate who used to do karting quite high in the UK ages ago, he always said that.
Leader! Oh no, it's good. One of the top.
No,
cars.
it is the leader. That is the leader. That is the leading GTP. That is absolutely the leading GTP there. The Williams Esports play seat, Moreno Sirica behind the wheel, I was a little bit earlier, has had a significant moment. We'll take a look at that once more. Moreno Sarica just jumping in behind the wheel. A bit of a moment. Oh. That was second in the LMP2 class. I think that LMP2 might have had a wheel disconnect or something.
It seemed to be going very, very slowly anyway, coming off onto the banking at turn 7. So drama here, 3.5 hours to go. Goodness me, Lewis, that Acura there, the leading car, just got completely caught out by that. And you've got to. And now, have they gone into the pits to get repair? No, they've carried on.
Yeah, this is the angle I wanted to see. So Calcer Esports team, they are in pit lane. This is on board with Jose Soria. Watch the wheel. Yeah, disconnected. Look, it's full lock. It is full lock at the moment. There's nothing they can do. I think he's still got throttle and brake because he was able to bring that car to a stop. But the wheel itself, there was an issue with the steering wheel itself for the Calcer team, which was closing down on WE Esports butt kicker as well for the race lead in LMP2. So big drama for them and big drama for Williams Esports play seat who are on board with here.
What do you do?
Nothing they could do there.
No, that is the rotten luck of rotten luck. And
as well, I think like instantly they'll be like, what were they doing? What were they doing? I think when you look at it, you've got to be like, oh wow, that is terrible luck.
And I think for drivers who at this level they do, I mean, more kilometres than anyone. That's part of the reason why they are as good as they are. That'll have happened to all of them at some point.
Yeah.
That is. Well, at least it appeared for such a big hit. There didn't appear to be huge damage.
No, you can see a bit front right.
Lost about 9 seconds there by my reckoning. And last lap back up to pace was 0.3 of a second behind Josh Rogers. So we'll keep a close eye on the pace of this Williams play seat car that's been flawless all day and continues to be. Just the luck has run out. 24-hour races can be cruel, but this is game on now, I think.
So VRS Coanda will be stopping fairly soon. That's the important bit, like very, very soon, within the next couple of laps. And then they're effectively back on strategy with everyone else. So VRS Coanda, I don't believe, are actually contending for this victory. It is between the Williams Esports play seat, the Williams Esports Fantech, and to be fair, Drago Racing weren't that far behind, although I think they have dropped back over the last car. Oh, no,
they've not long stopped as well.
Yeah, exactly. All three of these have not long stopped. It's between Williams Esports play seat and Williams Esports Fanatec. That's where the time's been lost. Fascinating.
That's interesting. Very interesting. How well now the dynamic as well is there's only 2.4 seconds between these two Williams cars. So how do they handle this from a team point of view?
Yeah, do they just give them carte blanche to go racing, or do they? I don't know. Fascinating. You're going to have to guide Arjuna through this because he's about to jump back into the comedy booth, so I can go and have an hour and a half and go and scoff some food before the end of the race. Arjuna's joining back in high time of drama, so good luck.
And then the Coanda car, 92, Arjuna comes in and it's all gone to pot. The 92 Coanda car gets nerfed into the wall by one of the Cadillacs. Good grief. Good grief. Well,
I don't think Arjuna is ready to take over, by the way. So I'll hold on.
What do you make of that, Lewis?
Crazy. They were in a bad spot for the race anyway, and unfortunately, it has just gone slightly sideways with the aerial camera.
Well, hello there, everyone, once again. Delighted to be back here to the end of the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours powered by VCO, the first of our Grand Slams for 2024. Enjoy a bit of a rest there, Lewis, before we get you back in for the end of the race. When I left, we had about 35, 36 cars still running. Peter, I'm delighted to say I may have fallen asleep, but we still have all those cars still running.
I think you've done a great job. Arjuna, to be able to do the hours you've been doing. And yeah, this in some ways, about half an hour ago, it seemed all quite status quo. Williams were out leading, Redline leading in GTD, and it was all fairly steady. And then it's all hell has broken loose in the last 5 minutes as you've come into voice chat.
You know how some people believe in a commentator's curse. I know Lewis does not, but
No.
I got to wake up a couple more times and we'll just get it even more exciting by the end. Now, exciting in all the classes except the LMP2 class, really, and GTD, because WSI Esports butt kicker continue just to dominate there, 62 odd seconds.
Well, up until about 10 minutes ago, the Kaltza team were chasing them down and were only 8 seconds behind, and then had a wheel disconnect, and their wheel disconnected as the overall leader, the number 6 Williams playseat car, crashed into it. It may look that way now, but 5 minutes ago it was game on in LMP2.
So for the benefit of those who have just joined, let's take a look at the replay of what happened there, because I mean, the racing gods did not want to smile on anyone there, did they?
No, that was poor luck for both cars. The Kalsa team were chasing down in LMP2, and you'll see here just that what happens, the wheel will effectively freeze, and that's when the wheel disconnects. There you go, there it is. Nothing he can do, and nothing the Williams Esports playseat car can do either. Fully committed underneath there, not expecting the Kalsa team car to both lose power but also turn straight to the left. Really, really unlucky. It appears like the leading Acura has got away with it, in terms of, which is quite fortunate, I think, because it was a pretty hard hit into the side with the the wheel turn. So really lucky not to have bent steering there.
Just trying to look through as well who's now on pit lane. Arthur LeHook has just come in the Williams Esports Fanatec car. And number 92, Viras Kawanda, of course, Charlie Collins has just had a little bit of a moment by himself. It's not been an easy return to iRacing competition for the Kawanda Esports crew, at least when it comes to these special events. It's been great to see them out there and on track. Speaking of Viras Kawanda, by the way, Elvis Rankin in the now lead Viras Kawanda machine is directly behind Silly Lully in the BMW M-Team Redline entry as they head out of the International Horseshoe.
Well, big news here. Car number 5, Williams Esports Fanatec, Arthur LeHook, they've had a disconnect issue. So again, the internet not helping some teams in this Daytona 24-hour. We saw the number 2 Redline GTD car suffer from a disconnect earlier on, and it's happened to the Williams Esports car. So it's all high drama here. We've had the 92 VRS Kawanda Porsche GTP get nerfed into the wall at the International Horseshoe. The leader having a little bit of an issue. So all of a sudden, Drago Racing 16 seconds off the lead, and I think the Williams Esports playseat car is maybe losing a few tenths a lap here with some damage. It might not appear visible on the car, but their pace has definitely dropped after that incident.
It's at that point of the race now as well. After the sun has risen, the temperatures on the track are now beginning to creep on upwards, and so that's a bit of a factor to keep in mind. Josh Rogers had to stay a little bit longer than he would have wanted. I think Lewis McLeod knows what that's all about. But Elvis Rankin's had a decent job, all things considered, on his big official debut in the purple and orange, as he's now part of the team of Kawanda Esports for going on at least 2 months at this point, I would say. Well, it seems as though it's been like that, and he's wearing that Porsche Kawanda Esports shirt as well. Josh Rogers is not looking too impressed right now.
No, and I think he'll be pretty disappointed and pretty upset. They were in the hunt. They did have work to do. They had a mountain to climb, but they were at least in the conversation. And then to get sideswiped at the International Horseshoe straight into the wall, that's really not what they wanted at all. It took 2 minutes and 44 seconds in the pit box to get it repaired, and that's nearly 2 laps in these machines. And you can't with 3 hours and 22 minutes to go recover that. What it does mean that Drago Racing, they are definitely back in the hunt here. They're taking time out of Williams Esports playseat at the top of the field every lap now. They just took 0.2 of a second again, and I think definitely that Williams Esports playseat car is a little wounded.
You say a little wounded, but at least the issues aren't seeing it drop down the order. Josh Ladd is back out there in the Williams Esports Fanatec car, albeit now 2 laps down from the leader. Was just taking a look, and Lewis has also just recognized that when Arthur LeHook got kicked out of that car, no one else was ready to take it over, and so a bit of a mad scramble to try and get a replacement driver. But sometimes, Peter, we talk about the benefit of global teams in the world of sim racing. That's the benefit of always making sure that you have someone ready to go.
Yeah, it's very important, isn't it? For that on that really rare occasion where you do get a disconnection or some sort of technical issue and you need to switch driver very quickly. It happens very much in the real world too, where you need the next driver ready to go on the pits, or at least in their driver's suit and ready to just chuck their helmet and hands on. So then that can be done quite quickly. So yeah, back with Josh Ladd on board now, but they've lost a significant amount of time. They're now down, scoring 2 laps down in 8th position right now. In terms of pace at the front, the gap continues to reduce for at the front with GTP. Moreno Sirica definitely got a car that's it's not quite up to its absolute optimum pace. Another 0.3 of a second goes the way of the Drago team. So we mentioned it when we came off air last night, Arjuna, didn't we? That we've got with our predictions, the Redline car in GTD leading the way in number 4, 36 cars. So I was one off there, and Drago Racing might be able to pull a Cinderella story off here. I'm feeling rather smug.
We saw them very quick in the Acura in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Wouldn't be shocked to see them continue just to be able to carve their way forward. You can see the lap times before the pit stop there for Moreno Sirica, where he was somewhat consistently just hovering around the 130, 131 bracket. That last lap can let you know it was a 132 effectively, and the lap time not actually counting the last 2 laps for Moreno Sirica. So he's as far as I can tell, pushing the bounds of the track, although hopefully not pushing so far that we have to start worrying about the incident point limit, although at least maybe that will bring us a little bit more excitement. Excitement in the LMP2 class as well, where, yes, there's a 72-second advantage for first position, but Calcia Team's steering wheel disconnection that's caused all the drama at the front of the GTP class. It's also seemingly led Mad Performance to be in 2nd spot, having a great run here in the top split, with Hypermac Backum in 3rd position rather, and then Jürgen Frank in that SimRC entry directly behind.
LMP2, great quality in that field. It's such a pity that we lost the Calcia team. They were running so well, and they were chasing down that number 23 WSR Esports butt kicker machine, and well, we'll see how that goes. Plenty can happen in this last phase of the race. In GTD, very much the steady status there with the. We should actually see Ollie Steinbraten coming into the pits fairly soon. He's on the 29th lap of his stint. So, yeah, can't be too long at all before he needs to come in to the pits. And likewise, well, Florian Lebiga, he's on the 28th lap of his stint. So they're very much in sequence at the moment, these 2 Redline cars working away with a 1 minute and 40-second advantage over the second place Stormforce car.
Yeah, they're in sync with each other when it comes to the strategy, but Alex Dunn, who sits 2nd in the Stormforce ART machine, is only around 3 seconds up the road. In fact, you can see him in the grouping of GTDs already working through NASCAR's 3 and 4, with some prototypes going up high, looking just up the road from the pair of Redline entries. So even after the disconnection that Alexei Nesov had going on now about 5 hours ago, Redline actually had a driver in the car ready to take over. They only dropped a lap or so behind effectively, and so now still able to work together. Alex Dunn did have a bit of drama, of course, in that Stormforce ART machine involving the Redline contingent, but regardless of that little one singular moment of chaos, the Apex Racing team have just not been able to buy luck today, and it doesn't just go in this GTD class. I got a message from Johan Harthpeter, and he was sending me some of the lap times that he'd been getting in the GTP class, and just saying that basically you're not always getting traffic equal in the world, right? We often say traffic ebbs and flows, doesn't ebbs and flow equally, and he was saying that he felt like they got hurt about 3 or 4 times as much as any other team.
Interesting take. You could argue they're not managing it as well. Interesting, very interesting take on that. I do think over the long run of a race, the traffic's going to be, everybody's going to get their good runs and their bad runs. It's about how you manage it, how you position your car, how you present. That was something that James Weaver, who was a legend in sports car racing, he was really the gold standard in overtaking for prototypes. He was able to, and also was well regarded by the GT drivers. He wasn't seen as a pest by the GT drivers. They actually knew what he was doing, and that made him more formidable through traffic. It's all about the body language of the car. Now, little am I to give any of the Apex Racing team a lesson on driving, but I find that an interesting observation, that they get the traffic 3 times worse than anyone else. To be honest, I struggle to accept that.
It sounds like they were just getting caught a lot on the exit of the bus stop, which, obviously in the GTP cars, you want to carry momentum through, and also, probably get a bit of the hybrid on corner exits, so maybe it's a bit of a factor there. Not quite sure. Thing about today's race is that some of the drivers are actually sending us their webcams. Hypermac Backham has turned it on overnight, so great for us to be able to follow inside. And as he runs right now, I got very excited at the start of this race, Peter, when I saw that Mac Backham was racing alongside Tommy Osgard. I was like, oh, the band's getting back together at Coanda. But Tommy's actually just there as a guest driver, it turns out, for today's race. And apparently Hypermac is still retired, but retired and still racing. So read into that as you will.
Just coming back from retirement, making the comeback, and I think a podium would be quite pleasing in this LMP2 class, in that Dallara P217. We'll see how they can finish. There's still, I think, a lot to shake out. We saw just a one period of 5 or 10 minutes where there was action certainly in GTP and LMP2, so it can change very, very quickly. Update at the front of the field, the gap is still coming down, and Williams Esports are in a bit of trouble, I think, because 132.2 last time by for Sarika, and as we saw from our graphic a moment ago, that's significantly off the pace of what they've been running before they had that incident, whereas Przemysław Lemonek 131.5 last time by, so 7/10 going the way of the Drago squad. So we do have a big race on at the front of the field.
Start closing 7/10 every lap, but give it probably till the next pit stop cycle, the gap will be under about 7 seconds. Here comes Mac on towards the pit lane, 24 laps into the run for him. And they did come in early, take a little bit less fuel in the first stint to try and get some track position, and they've been playing a bit of catch-up on the strategy ever since then. Mac will jump out. It's going to be Tommy that takes over, and of course Bobby Zelensky, Xander Reed, the other 2 drivers behind the wheel there. Here comes your race leader, Robin Glarham, with a monster race lead. Been tidy so far for the number 23 crew as they work their way on down and hide themselves behind the sea of people sitting there on the pit lane. Your race leader, Moreno Sarika, not showing any visual signs of the damage, at least.
It isn't showing visual signs, but there is definitely a drop in pace for sure. And I wonder if it's maybe something with the floor that's causing an issue, because I just can't really see any damage. If there were, it would be on the front right.
You can just see a little bit.
Yeah, little sort of crumple of the splitter there on the right hand side, but it's marginal. What that means though is that at the next time when they come in for fuel and tires, you can get a little bit of damage repair as the tires are being fitted. So the car will get better over the next few stints, but they're running out of time. And also remember, we saw early in the race a blistering pace by Drago Racing's Dominic Hoffman, and I suspect that Drago Racing will be preparing the Hoff ready for the run to the flag, and that is a formidable weapon for the Drago team to have up their sleeve. Last time by, it's another 0.7 of a second in the favour of Drago. So yeah, the gap is coming down all the time at the front.
I feel awkward saying this because I know that Lewis doesn't believe in the commentator's curse, but I kind of do. Parmesan Lemonek behind the wheel right now in that Drago Racing car. Timo Rohde and Dominic Hoffman both not in the session right now. All it's going to take is one disconnection, much like we've just seen for Williams Esports Fanatec, for things to be broken up to be very interesting, and suddenly the BMW M Team Redline car as well as VRS Coanda might start to be brought in towards the mix just that little bit in that GTP class. The strategy sequence has already seen VRS Coanda, of course, we're going to be doing an extra stop, sequence their way forward through that as a whole heap more of the LMP2 pit stops begin to filter on through. Here comes the Mag Performance team back out alongside with VRS Coanda's Tommy Oscar. Gabriele Mini slots back into line, and that's a change around through the pit stop window.
Okay, interesting stuff then. In LMP2, it's the kind of hidden gem of a class here is the VRS Coanda car on the inside line here. Side by side they go into turn 7, and the Coanda car be on fresh tyres and maybe just getting them up to full working temperature and pressure, full tank of fuel in there too.
And now as you get onto the banking, that's where you would start to feel if the tyres aren't up to their pressure window that you'd want before. The Mag Performance car already indicating that it's not going to have the look in towards the Le Mans chicane, and it's a move up forward officially now secured for the purple and orange as Oscar sits up in second, with Sim RC just a second and a half down the road, having come down to the pit lane the very same lap as the Mag Performance team. So another cycle of LMP2 pit stops officially in the books, and as Gianni Vecchio is actually taken over from Ollie Steinbratten in the Team Redline machine, he'll sync up with his teammate in the other Team Redline car, because Josh Thompson's gone back to behind the wheel of the number 2, and he's leaving the pit lane right now.
So Josh Bosch Thompson back into action. Unfortunately, that number 2 car, that disconnect has really hurt them. And again, I suppose for Team Redline management, it makes it a little bit easier to not have to come in and make any kind of team order. It almost made that decision for them a little. Gianni Vecchio is on board the number 4 now, and see how the Italian gets on. Just tucked in there behind his teammate, again using that tandem drafting technique that has really been a factor here at Daytona. Was last year was the first time we really saw it done to proper effect with the Apex team, from my memory.
Yeah, we'd seen it a couple of times before, but really it was the 2022 IMSA Esports Global Championship finale at Daytona where Apex in their Porsches then actually unleashed it on the world, and a lot of fun was had. In their camp, maybe a little less fun was had by everyone else trying to chase them down. Crazy to think that was at the end now of 2022, and how much has changed since then. So it is currently 3 hours and 7 minutes left to go, nearing that point where we'll start to talk about strategy to the end and how much fuel some of the drivers will be thinking about putting in the car. Just been keeping an eye, by the way, out of the corner of my eye. Look at that over the shoulder of Mac Backham right now. He's out of the car. Doesn't mean the responsibilities are done as they capture a little bit of media as well.
It's a sign of a professional team, isn't it? Where they've got their got to get that social media content. Very, very important for these professional teams. You have a lot of commercial partners who they've got to give value to. quite an operation, VRS Gwanda, with their sim racing house, where a lot of them live there in Granau in Germany, and just shows the level now. And of course that's been replicated by other teams too. You see as well with Apex Racing Team with their facility in Corby in the British Midlands, and that's definitely raised Apex to yet another level again, I think, since they've been at that facility.
That was the GOAT, Joachim Franosch, who was in the back of the shot. So say hello to one of the people behind the scenes at the Wanda Media Group. And yeah, as we mentioned a couple of times today, the Apex Racing Team using this opportunity for a second year in a row to fly out a vast majority of not just their team drivers, but some of the academy lineup as well. And even if the luck hasn't gone all of their way, Alex Dunn still, yes, sits in second spot with Luca Kita going on 14 laps down from the leader, but still out there and circulating. They are enjoying at least the experience of the iRacing Daytona 24, we'll put it that way. Traffic has slightly cost Tommy Osgaard as the Mag Performance car now scampers away 1.9 seconds up the road, and suddenly Jürgen Frank is right in the rearview mirror. The Altus Esports BMW going to not get through before they get into the kink and be forced to look around the outside, switches back to the inside in through the western horseshoe, but LMP2 and GTP relatively equal through the corners, Peter, because of the amount of downforce they have.
That's where it can get a little bit complicated in terms of the traffic and the GTPs. It's this part where they really come into their own, that punch out of the corner, and particularly in the mid-range too, where they can just cruise on by the LMP2s there. Curiously, on the last lap, our leaders and the overall leaders, 0.7 of a second back in the favour of the Williams Esport Playseat car. It was a pretty pedestrian lap by their standards for Drago, with 1:32.2 playing a 1:31.5 for Williams. So a good lap, a much more like it lap for Williams, and just a little bit of a steady one there for Drago.
Yeah, not swinging as fast as it was, and that's why I was saying that it's not changing every single lap, and traffic helping Moreno Sorica just that little bit, as Sim RC at the very top of the rev range in the Spec Dallara LMP2. You have a choice of a couple of gear ratios, but I would assume for the most part these LMP2s have all somewhat found a relatively similar level of downforce to go from, because they want to be racy, but the ability to actually work through in some of the battle packs that sometimes they have. But at the same time, they are also more cognizant of the fact that they do need to have the traction off the corner. Now, you and I, Peter, I think we both have a bit of a love affair for the HPD ARX 01, which preceded this LMP2 car on iRacing. The one thing that is very similar as you look here as they work back onto the banking, both cars are driven a lot from the rear, in that you drive it with the right foot sometimes on power, and it's a very lively car. Even if sometimes you think downforce, okay, you'll have grip, you have to go fast to get to the downforce.
They are. They're wonderful machines to drive, but both are. But particularly, I do love the HPD. It's just feels so light on its feet and so agile in the way you can adjust it in the corner is fantastic. It's really, really cool. Both run a V8 engine, but quite different. It's a 3.4 V8 in the Acura in the HPD, and then a slightly bigger one for the 4.6, I think it is, for the Gibson engine that's in the back of the Dallara P2.
Got two real veterans here, of course, in Osgaard and Frank, who will duke it out. That's a look to the inside, in through the first of the hairpins through the infield. Osgaard just slightly covers off and closes the door as they head through the corner. They got a GTD machine, a Ferrari up the road to cycle on through. That's the Simufy entry with Tristan Iglesias one lap down from any other competitors. He runs himself still in 5th position, though, on course for a decent finish after the attrition levels have played themselves out. And around the outside, the LMP2 cars will be forced to go. Jürgen Frank had to be careful not to get too pinched down on the apex given that the Ferrari could wash out. And this is where you mentioned that the hybrid spools into gear. There will go the TC Corsa machine, one of the Acuras. You get to a point, though, Peter, where that hybrid starts to stall out.
You do, yes, you do indeed. Where there's 3 modes that you can run the hybrid in, and you can have it in build, balanced, or attack. Build basically charges the battery and reduces the or effectively reduces the deployment to maintain battery charge. Balanced is, as it suggests, you will get quite good boost through most of the lap, but then it will sort of shut off as you reach top gear. Right about now, actually, it will just tail off a little, and then attack is empty it as fast as possible. So any time that you're on throttle, it is using the electric motor. You'll usually see, I don't know, maybe 5 laps to the end, 5 to 10 laps to the end, where they'll switch the car into attack and basically try and make sure they run the battery out on that as they come over the line. Otherwise, you're giving away time. Occasionally, you might click it into attack to get through a particular batch of traffic, but in general, it's balanced that they'll run the car in.
Yeah, that is definitely something where in the real world they try and leave it as much to the software as possible, and that ethos is sort of carried over into the virtual world as possible, where algorithms control most of it, as they do in much of the world now. BMW M Team Redline, it's Chris Lullum, Silly Lolly, that brings the number 20 down towards the lane. That was a 28 lap run, I do believe, and right around on 3 hours left to go in this race.
So will we see Chris Lullum stay in the car? Looks like we might see a driver change here for BMW M Team Redline. So Chris Lullum's job is done. Now, whose helmet is that?
Diego Pinto's, apparently.
Diego Pinto back in, okay.
Diego Pinto's a green helmet, I've just learned, at least here in today's race.
That's the design he's going for with the GTP pit lights. Each manufacturer has their own way of it. The Porsches, actually, they have kind of like pink and purple lights depending on which car it is of those Porsche Penske Motorsport machines. And off they go, full tank of fuel, tyres, and a fresh and raring to go Diego Pinto.
Yeah, now I've got to say, there are lots of clever design patterns on most GTPs. Nothing's as clever as the tail lights on the Alpine. You know where I'm going with this, right, Peter? I hope you do when it comes to the A.
It's on the new Alpine.
On the new Alpine.
That's very cool. So it's like their A logo.
Exactly. Yes.
Oh, very cool. That's good when you overtake someone, so they know exactly who it is.
Exactly.
Yeah, just there you go. Fantastic. Although it does look a bit of an Acura copy.
Now, at least, okay, I don't mean this in a shots fired way. I sympathize greatly with the engineers that now have to redesign a fundamental philosophy of a car. Peugeot decided, let's be bold, let's have no rear wing, and turns out that, Peter, there's a need for rear wings.
Who knew? Who knew?
Apparently race car people for quite a while now.
So that's, well, the good thing, the way that the regulations are made, is that you can't make huge constant developments like you saw particularly in the American Le Mans series in the late 2000s, where they were bringing new pieces to every single race for the cars, for Porsche, for Audi, for Acura. Nowadays, you've got a certain number of what are called jokers that you can use through the homologation life of the car. So if there is a fundamental flaw in the car, you can change it, but you can't throw constant development at the car. The idea being that you keep the development costs down, which I think when you see how many manufacturers have signed up, they've signed up because they are comfortable with the budget required to run these cars.
And these aren't cheap cars necessarily.
No, they're not. No, but
they're slightly more than the DPI cars that they replace. But compared to the LMP1 cars that they replace at the global scale, they are eons, magnitudes cheaper than those.
They are, and the GTP, as they're known in IMSA, or LMDH as they're known globally, they are, from what I understand, quite a significant amount cheaper than the Le Mans hypercar regulations, due to the fact that there is quite a few spec parts on the car which are the same across. For example, it's the same X-Track 7-speed gearbox that is used in every car. It's the same Bosch
Mila hybrid, isn't
MG UK. Yeah, it's a Bosch MG UK, I think.
It's Bosch, not Mila.
Yeah, it's Bosch. Yeah. There's lots of parts in the car, and of course you go to effectively to an LMP2 chassis, a rolling chassis, whether that be from Multimatic, Dallara, Ligier or Orica are the chosen suppliers for it. So there is a lot of base pieces that have already been developed, so that the cars can be kept, at least. I mean, look, it's prototype racing. It's not cheap, but it's clearly at a level that's palatable to the manufacturers.
It's palatable enough for Ben Keating to be able to go and do it and also still compete in the LMP2 class. So, that's what you want to see, and the number of different private entries, both in IMSA and in the World Endurance Championship, to be fair. We are starting to see that start to be a reality too. That's what you want to see from this brand new prototype specification that I think we are all enjoying tracking the progress of. Moreno Sorica is now under 13 seconds in front of the Drago racing car. The gap now starting to trend back downwards as the chasing 69 puts the strides in this chase. Lost out a little bit there behind the Apex Racing Team machines momentarily, but as it stands right now, Sorica probably due into pit lane in about 3 laps time. And if you're Williams here, you have a 14-second buffer. Peter, is it maybe worth it to get a bit more of that damage repaired and give yourself, if there is a speed deficit, a bit more of a helping hand?
It's a very tricky one. I think you just take, when you're into the pits for tyres and fuel, you take as much repair as you can there. I don't think it's a big fix, really. Could be wrong, but the gap has actually been coming back and forth. It's not as if they're shedding time on every single lap. When the Drago car hits traffic and the Williams car does not, they do build the gap back a little bit. For the last lap, for example, they took a 10th out of the Drago machine, so the gap is coming down, but only steadily. So I think you keep going right now. I don't think you give away any unnecessary time in the pits.
I think the speculation for those behind, by the way, at least when you have someone like Premysław Lemonek who's doing the hunting down, you tease him by promising him McDonald's at the end of his stint, probably a nice McDonald's breakfast with a good hash brown, and I think he will be all over it, and that's where some of that speed is starting to be derived from. The conditions at this stage, with the sun well and truly risen, starting to creep back up in terms of track temperature. Even if we're only ticking about 11 a.m. virtual standard time, the air temperature hasn't necessarily started to rise up too much, but in some ways, Peter, setting a car up for Daytona isn't as bad as setting up for some other special events through the course of the year, because the difference in temperature is that little bit smaller.
Yeah, it does stay pretty steady here at Daytona. Certainly in the virtual world. In the outdoor world, it can be a little bit more unpredictable with the way that the car performs. I mean, last year the track temperature and air temperature was very consistent. 2 years ago, it was cold during the day and absolutely freezing in the night. So this year it looks like it's going to be quite warm, but with spouts of rain throughout the race, which I think is going to make it fascinating. Can't wait for that. So for this, but for the virtual one, definitely a little bit more consistency in the conditions and consistency in lap times in the front. Again, there's only a 10th of a second. There was a 10th of a second in the favour of our leader, Moreno Sorica, 2 laps ago, and last lap it was a 10th back in the favour of Lemonek. So this is just really just trading back and forth all the time, and they're not that far away from pit stops actually. 27 laps on the stint for Sorica and 25 laps on the stint for Lemonek right now.
Yeah, as mentioned, that's where Sorica will probably come in and get some of the damage repaired. I'm pretty sure Drago will have lost some time this lap because through turn 1 I thought I saw Lemonek out very, very wide. We'll have to wait and see as he comes back around out of the chicane, and on the run into the opening corner once more. He won't be in before Sarika, that's for sure. I think Sarika might be in at the end of this lap. 31.5 last time for Sarika, 32.5 is expected for Lemonek after the moment at the opening corner. And so gap back up to 13.7 seconds, just like that in the blink of an eye. Elvis Rankin sits third now in the VRS Coanda machine after Diogo Pinto took this trip down to pit lane, re-emerged in what is net 5th position. So that GTP class getting very strung out now. And that's one thing that, Peter, I did see a couple of comments on social media when I was scrolling through a couple of hours ago. I think we may have talked about it as well. We started this race with, what was it, 21 GTPs, 17 LMP2s, and just the 12 GTDs. Maybe moving forward to the second VCO Grand Slam, the iRacing Sebring 12 Hours, drivers are going to be hoping that the split may be a bit more even in terms of total prototype versus GT numbers.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because the very small field of GTDs. I'm not quite sure exactly the mechanics of how it's split up, but definitely a heavy weighting towards prototypes. So if you imagine you're in a GT car, you're constantly looking in the mirror because there's always going to be prototypes coming up. Speaking of prototypes, leader into the pit lane here. So Moreno Sarika, I think he managed that very well. There's nothing he could have done about that incident with the Calsa car having a wheel disconnect in front of him, but they has managed the pace very, very well. And I think while that car is up on the jacks, getting its tyres, fuel in, you get a little bit of repair that'll just make a tiny difference, but it will make a difference nonetheless.
So there you can visually see the damage without a shadow of a doubt on that left. The Duracell logo not necessarily sitting as flush on the left side of the car as compared to the right side. And it's now when they drop off the jacks that now with 4 tires complete, the bulk of the damage repair is actually going to be done. And there you go. It crinkles back out exactly what the pit crew were hoping for. A second dosage of crinkling out as the Jeremy Clarkson school of fixing stuff seems to be on offer right now. Get the hammer and the gaffer tape out.
Yeah, a bit of that's classic endurance racing, isn't it? And pit stop wise, looking at the time they spent in the lane, that'll just get the time screen to refresh. But it didn't look an overly long pit stop there for Moreno Sarika and the Williams crew.
49.8 seconds.
Yeah, right on the money. So they've not spent any extra time in the pits, and they've got a car which has definitely been improved. Whether it's 100%, we don't know. But again, they've still got several pit stops to go in this race where they can continue. The car will get faster then as the race continues. But there's an interesting little offset though. There's 2 laps in favour of the Drago team in terms of the depth they're going into their stint. So right now, Przemysław Lemonek is lapping on very low fuel, whereas the Williams car is now getting up to speed on full fuel and new tyres. So there could be a little bit of an effect there. So this is an opportunity, and indeed, Przemysław Lemonek a 1:31.3 last time by for the Polish ace, the Turn GP iRacing world champion.
And when it comes to them, of course, like we mentioned earlier, the fact that they're in the same GTP does actually mean that the fuel differential may be less drastic. Of course, some of these GTPs are being hit with the fuel reduction, which of course sees the maximum capacity of the tank reduce, but the fuel flow is not compensated, and so the cars that carry more fuel, well, logically, therefore also take longer to fill up as well. And because you do 4 tires before you get the car filled up, it does mean that BMW, for example, BMW MT Redline have been doing about a almost 2-second longer stop than VRS Coanda, given they have a 3% fuel deficit. I'm just trying to look at the Apex Racing team. Kevin Ellis Jr. has just done a 46.5 second pit stop. And that's how you know Primožov Lemonek's being as aggressive as possible, as he tries to straight line as much of the pit entry as possible. But after what was another sterling stint for one of Poland's finest, it's Lemonek into pit lane, and he's going to probably stay in for another stint, I'd have to assume, because no teammates are in the session with their virtual Hans device ready to go and to take over.
And that should work out perfectly for putting another driver in for the sprint to the finish, so that this stint will take them underneath the 2 hours to go mark, and that will then see. I mean, for me, it's got. If I was a Drago team manager, it's got to be Dominic Hoffman. He was just spellbinding in that early phase of the race, and really was putting a pace together that no one else could match. So that would be the decision I'd be making. Przemysław doing an excellent job, running consistently very well, but Hoffman is definitely their superstar, and I believe can mount a challenge to win this race.
I'm not necessarily sure if I'm going to expect that, Peter, and for the sole reason as Lemonek rolls off and away is we're 814 laps into this race. Do you want to hazard a guess as to how many laps Dominic Hoffman has done?
Ooh, I'm assuming it's a lot.
Yes.
I'm going to go 400.
You're right in the ballpark. If my eyes read correctly, I'm trying to read very small text, so apologies if I'm wrong. 465 laps complete for Dominic Hoffman so far.
Wow.
And
wow, so they've got their money's worth out of him then.
Oh, that's for sure. And he's just done a stint where, again, apologies if the exact numbers are off, but got into the car around lap 580, got out of the car on lap 755.
Oh, so he's deep in McDonald's breakfast right now and probably ready for a nap.
Yes, which then I think because Timo Roorda, if one driver's done 400 laps, it means the other drivers have divvied up the race, right? Primožov Lemonek's done about 280 something. Timo Roorda's only done 90 laps so far.
So it's going to be Timo then, isn't it?
Probably, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
unless they're just keeping him off and, he didn't have time to practice as much, limited hours, let's make Dominic and Primožov do the bulk of the work.
Well, we've seen it done many times and successfully, so in both virtual and outdoor versions. Curiously, the GTP category next week at the Rolex 24, Action Express, who have won the race many, many times, they've decided to go for just 3 drivers, whereas all the rivals are going for 4. Yeah, and the reason why they've done that is because when they went to race at Le Mans last year, where you are only allowed 3, that worked quite well for them, and they've decided to kind of stick to that, probably with a view of going to Le Mans again this year. And I think that the big part for them is the drivers getting more time in practice and getting more seat time before they go into the race. And I think now with the fitness level of your modern day racing driver, I don't think it's a hard ask. The big difference, of course, if you got 4, is that you get more sleep.
So
you drivers,
you probably know this better than me, so I am asking you: is it not a requirement for at least the 24 Hours of Daytona? I know it's not for the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup because Petit Le Mans 6 Hours of the Glen, you don't have to do those with 4 drivers. But so Daytona, you don't actually have a requirement to do it with 4.
No, not in GTP anyway. I think I need to check the regulations, but I think you maybe do in GTD, or indeed in the Pro-Am classes. I think you do.
Okay, maybe that's where I was thinking about.
Yes, I think so, because the Corvette teams in GTD Pro are running with 3.
Oh, are they?
Yes, yeah. So I think it's the pro classes, and because also the pro classes, your minimum driver time is far, far shorter. It's only like an hour or something like that. So it's very whereas in the Pro-Am classes it's about 3 times that amount. So you've definitely got more. In fact, it's an hour. That's right. It's an hour and a half for the pro classes, and it's 4.5 hours minimum for the Pro-Am classes.
Yeah, fortunately, our drive time today is figured out by laps. So if you're wondering how that's going to be calculated, typically the way it's worked out is by the number of laps done by the leader in your class. So say it's going to be around 900 and something, 940, let's say, for Moreno Sorica or so right now. You divide that by the number of drivers. So let's say you've got 4 drivers, so divide by 4. And then you divide that by 4 again, if I remember correctly. And then you get the minimum amount that every driver needs to do, which for this race works out at around 60 laps or so, which isn't too bad. It's about a couple of hours.
Yeah, so if Drago decided to put Dominic Hoffman in, they wouldn't be at risk of not having one of their other drivers make their minimum driver time, if that makes sense. Just to explain that terribly, but they don't need to worry if they have flexibility to put who they like in for the run to the end of the race.
Yes, they have the choice as to who they want to put in. Maybe we can try and get Dominic Hoffman to come and have a bit of a chat with us as well, given that he's just finished that monster stint. Would be curious to get his thoughts on how the race is unfolding, and maybe more importantly, Peter, now that we're through the night, have seen so many drivers stay out there for so long. Attrition has taken a while for it to really start to mount on up. Wonder what the track conditions would be like. We said that the weather doesn't change, and so the setups of the cars maybe don't have to factor in too much there. But just think about the amount of rubber and marbles that have been deposited onto the racing surface since we got underway.
It's bound to be pretty nasty when you get offline, like you said, with all the clag and pickup of tyre debris. It's remarkable at the end of a 24-hour race. You see just the sheer amount of rubber that's thrown up. It's the Storm Force Mercedes into the pits for service. So the Team Redline's still in a very, very strong position there. That's the Storm Force car, Alex Dunn at the wheel right now, who's shown some great pace, but he's going to that collision with his teammate is going to come back and it's going to haunt him for a little while, I think.
Yeah, again, the team that hasn't been able to buy any luck today, not going to, I think, have a realistic chance of defending their win from 2023, but you say that, there's still 2 hours and 40 minutes to go, the length of a regular IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race, and so even though the 3 AMG machines run on the podium steps with 2 Ferraris then behind, and who's still running in the GTD class, all the way down to 9th position still running, so 26 laps down, the 198 still playing the team game, but yeah, as we mentioned, only 12 of these cars took to the green flag, and for the most part, they started this race by staying out of trouble. If you are joining us for the first time in this 24 Hours of Daytona, or if you've been watching on through vast majorities of the preceding 21 odd hours of action, let us know who you're cheering for, which team that you've been watching and supporting, because I'm sure plenty of people here, Peter, are here to support Max Verstappen in that number 4 red line car that just continues to lead at the very front of the field. But I'm sure there's plenty of other people supporting other teams and drivers through the splits of competition.
Yeah, they will be. They will be for certain. And yeah, isn't it brilliant to see, a current, the current master of Formula One taking part in this event. We've got several real world drivers with great profile behind them that bring that fan base to sim racing, which is always useful. And yeah, it doesn't really get much better than the reigning Formula One world champion, is it? To bring attention to sim racing and the wonderful community and the wonderful sport that we have here in the virtual world on iRacing.
Now, the only way it could have gotten better is if it could have been something like what. Did we see it last year or was it the year before? Whichever it was. But where Max Verstappen teamed up with Alex Palou, who at that point was the reigning defending NTT IndyCar Series champion. And so that would have then been, and it would have been 22, wouldn't it? Because he won his championship in 21.
And 23.
And 23, but he's not racing today. So I'm going back. So that would have been 22 when Max Verstappen, Alex Palou teamed up in one car. That was a
that's cool.
Pretty mighty proposition. Go back in time, by the way, because you were wondering about Drago Racing, how they were going to charge forward. I don't think that's the type of charge they necessarily were hoping for. And then as they run onto the grass on the exit of the International Horseshoe, bumper cars played with GTDs, and it's the Delta Sim car that gets the worst of it.
And I think I'd love to see that from the Storm Force car, because was it the Storm Force
No,
car?
it's the other of the...
It just come out the pits. Yes, the Storm, at the back of the shot here. Watch the Storm Force car, just going out to the right. So this is all going to kick off. Wait for it. It's all happening in front. He's going, oh, and then straight through the middle.
Yeah, they got through relatively cleanly. The other car involved was the virtual coach .gg by Grid and Go Machine, Jakub Kwiatkowski, who I think maybe now has been sat on pit lane for a rather uncomfortable amount of time, and I'm hoping they haven't been able to, to avoid racking up significant damage, because that could just be another GTD car to add into the pile, as that was a Team Redline GTP car that fortunately decided to be friendly to its GTD counterparts.
Isn't it nice to have friends out there in those situations? So that cost Przemysław Lemonek 1.8 seconds on that for that incident. He's just dropped another 0.2 of a second on this lap, a 132 flat. So there was a little bit of contact there for the Acura. So is that Drago Acura, is it now carrying damage, as the Williams car got some repair at the last stop, and is now the Drago Racing, have they now got, well, 24 laps or so with a damaged car?
Yeah, that's going to be uncomfortable. Now, what I would say is there's no live race control in these iRacing special events, and that's probably a good thing, because it's about a slam dunk, because you can get on the Drago Racing GTP car for what was a late, optimistic, aggressive. I'm sure there's plenty of other adjectives you could use to describe that one. But safe and clean were not two adjectives that you could use there.
It's a tricky one. It's such a tricky one. When there's a race win in the offing to win, and a ticket to the IMSA Esports Global Championship, it's these are the 50-50 situations where I think you've got to go for it, and you've got to be aggressive. And I think there was a gap, and that's in the GTD. GTD cars have been very, very good from what I can see at giving the prototypes good space and allowing them the inside in certain parts of the circuit. The only thing was is that in going for that 50-50, just got a little bit in too deep on the brakes and pinched the brake a little, locked up a touch, and ran them all out wide, and it was just unfortunate what kicked off behind. But Drago Racing actually very lucky there not to get kind of taken up in that for it to be any worse. They actually really did get away with that.
Oh, they ran away from it.
Yeah, yes, they did. They scampered away while the chaos ensued behind, but they dropped another 0.2 of a second on the last lap. So again, I think that Drago Racing car is carrying a little bit of battle scar, probably a bit like the Williams car, repairable at the next stop. But just when it looked like they were running Williams down, Williams can not breathe a sigh of relief, but maybe a little exhalation of breath.
Race Clutch's number 16 LMP2 car came out of pit lane. The 92 of Charlie Collins in the GTP class was wise to the fact and just about left enough room. And of course, we did actually see a moment going on about 5 hours or so ago, it would have been now, where the Apex Racing Team Mercedes and the Vulcan Sim Racing Mercedes came together in a very similar sort of a situation and crashed into the tire barrier on the outside of the International Horseshoe. Suboptimal, yes, but one of those things that unfortunately do happen given some of the traffic interactions here. So there goes the 12 of Tommy Osgaard into pit lane, I'm pretty sure. Behind him, Lucas Prada, now just waiting to go off again in that WSR Esports butt kicker entry. It still continues to run with almost a 60-plus second advantage. Second place Mag Performance had actually built up around a 4-second advantage in what was a quiet stint of the race for them in the LMP2 class. Pulling away from the likes of Veres Kawanda in Sim RC. Mag Performance are having a great display in top split here today.
They are, yeah, very impressive. I think... you never know what comes their way. Right now, they've got a bit of a gap to the leading WSR car, but we've seen it several times. Just one little incident in traffic, and it can change it all. Sim RC come in as well. Jürgen Frank in the 76 machine. Sim RC have had a good run as well in their yellow and black Dallara P217.
So Tommy Oscar's already made the trip down pit lane. He's not going to likely jump in front of Gabriele Mini, but Sim RC doing a driver change. Frank out, Antiohola jumps in. Ahola started the race, and so you'd suspect that he may be in now to the end of this race. There's puff of smoke, and it's the PGZ 114 that's had an issue in the second of the hairpins.
Yeah, the Western Horseshoe, as it's known, at turn 6. Let's see what happens. You come through the kink. Oh, there's a little bit of GTD traffic. Door is open for now. And just gets it all looked up. Great perception there from that GTD Ferrari. To kind of read the situation there, allow the LMP2 to have it spin and cut back under and carry on.
So that was Sotomuto, who saw the lights flashing, which is a universal sign of, I'm coming, make sure you give me the room. And the Japanese driver wise to it all, and probably gave a bit of a sigh of relief that he was able to squeeze to the inside. There's the race leading car. Moreno Sorica has seemingly actually gotten right back onto the pace now that he's come down pit lane, got the damage repair. You refer to the left side of the screen, you can see the lap times for him as well, where he was a bit more in the 32s even at the end of the previous stint, already seemingly finding it a bit easier, Peter, to stay in the mid to low 31s.
He is, yes. That damage has made, that damage repair has made a huge difference. We couldn't really see it until we got close up to the car during the pit stop, and as you mentioned, the kind of beating of hammer and gaffer tape, and to get the car much back to where it was. I mean, these are cars that, you know, very sensitive to the aerodynamics. There's huge amounts of time, money is spent on getting that aerodynamic design absolutely right. So if you deform it, it's not going to perform at its optimum. Although I always remember back in 2009, where Ferrari have a particularly good start to the season, and Felipe Massa had the front wing damage, and he went a second of a lap quicker. And his team engineer Rob Smedley came on the radio and said, "Well, we've fixed our front downforce issue."
Oh, Rob was a great
That's
engineer,
wonderful.
wasn't he?
Yeah. Felipe.
The relationship between Felipe and Rob as well is, I think, what endeared him to so many people. And the relationship, indeed, that engineers have is so important. Go back to Agustin Canapino just for a second here. Of course, racing for Williams Esports Placey in this 24 Hours of Daytona, powered by VCO, but racing for Juncos Hollinger Racing in the NTT IndyCar Series. One of his engineers, performance engineers for this year, Peter, is Adam Blocker, a name that we're familiar with in sim racing, races a lot in the IndyCar side of things. Blocker has actually been in the off-season working with Agustin a little bit on iRacing, so that, you know, they have a bit of a shared vocabulary. I think that's maybe the best way to describe it, right? Agustin can say he wants a car to do this. Adam actually can drive the car and understand what Agustin wants. It helps you when you go over to the driver in the loop simulator at Charlotte, the Chevy official IndyCar sim as well. It's one of those things that I wonder how many more engineers in the future are going to be thinking about that as a bit of contact there between LMP2 and GTD.
Well, I also that's a fascinating story and wonderful. I think with how do we put it, IndyCar being back where it belongs in a virtual sphere, and that stability of IndyCar and iRacing, I think there's a great opportunity both for iRacing and for IndyCar and for the teams for the, you know, that detail and that development to continue, and for it to be even more of a home tool for drivers and teams to use, and, you know, indeed for competition as well, for, you know, pack racing, wheel-to-wheel practice. I think it's fantastic. It's great to see IndyCar back where it belongs here on iRacing.
Oh, you best believe that I am excited about that. Already we've had the RaceBot US 500 to welcome it back. We had the inaugural and final RaceBot US 500 to say goodbye. We had the second and final to say hello. That was Kevin Ellis Jr. saying hello to one of the Team PGZ LMP2 cars, who I've got to say, the 119 had to be very aware of what was going on, but that's Matthias Orjula that is 11th and 3 laps down from the leader, and so maybe gave a little bit of leeway to the ever-aggressive Kevin Ellis Jr. Mentioned earlier, he's making a return to iRacing competition for the first time in a while, paired up in that number 98 machine with the Johan Harth, Peter Berryman combination, and of course we're meant to be joined by Owen Carroll, but thoughts and prayers with the Carroll family. Owen and his brother Reese losing their mother Rachel just a couple of days ago. The entire Apex Racing team racing for Rachel today, even if luck has not gone their way. We look forward to seeing Owen back out in the car and racing for his mother in the future. For the Apex Racing Team Porsche, they're also now 1 lap down. The first car 1 lap down. That means only 4 cars left on the leading lap.
And this is what happens in the iRacing Daytona 24, where you don't have the intervention of a safety car, where you will see that the field, you know, as you go further down the field, it stretch out. Isn't it incredible that we have just 15 seconds between the 2 cars at the top of the field after all that time, after all that racing? And when you take into the fact that it's, you know, it's not as if we've had several cars get a turn at the front. It has been a charge all the way through from that number 6 Williams car, and albeit it had quite a little bit of a traffic. Just the previous lap there, a little bit of a traffic interruption, but now a little bit back more to the pace. The gap is now staying fairly steady, but that damage for the Drago Racing car, that could really cost them. They would, without that damage, they would be still chasing down the Williams team, I think. But that little bit of damage on the side of the car, let's just hope they can get it fixed, and we can see a great chase to the flag from these 2 great teams.
It's going to be an exciting blockbuster finish, I get the sense. At least for some drivers, maybe not for everyone. We'll keep an eye on the gap up front, which is holding steady about 15 seconds for the time being, but as Sim RC Antiola now back in front of Tommy Osgaard in that VRS Coanda machine. This is the fight for the final step of the podium right now, and VRS Coanda find themselves on the outside looking in.
That they do. Coanda often, we're so used to seeing them fighting for victories. It's great to have them here in this Daytona 24-hour. Really top team, top outfit, and the cars. The colour scheme. It's never occurred to me until now. I think it was when I saw it on the LMP2, particularly. It's like the Wind's colours.
It is. Ooh, it's a good shout.
There's a sponsorship opportunity.
Can you imagine? Although the VRS Wins Coanda squad does have a certain ring to it, doesn't it?
All I do is win.
Yeah, no, I've got to say that there is something there, and so now the Coanda, whatever you want to call it, the finance team, send your commission checks to Peter and myself. Mm-hmm. I don't know why me, but I'm just throwing myself in there.
No, this is a team effort. If you'd have gone, what are you talking about, Peter? It would have been dead in the water. But
you know,
one of the momentum now.
One of the few diecasts that I have of sports car racing is of the Ford GT. That Ben Keating should have won in.
Oh, that was
Sorwood.
Yes.
That was pretty controversial as well. Like, when we're talking about controversy, there is intentional misguiding of the rules and, you know, misinterpretation. And then there's what's happened in that case, which is, we don't need to go down the rabbit hole, but basically physics, Peter. Physics happened.
I think when you take into context the amount of quite questionable penalties in the last 3 hours of the race that car got, and still they won, kind of tells the story. And we never saw the car race again. I think we would have seen it race again if things had maybe played out a little bit differently. It's slightly one of the more sad chapters in Le Mans history for me.
Hey, all I'm saying is I bought the diecast. I'm a fan. Hopefully we see more of those 4 GTE machines going out and racing in some classic competition in the future, because Hey, it is a bit of a shame, I think, Peter, now that, we are officially removed from the GTE, GTLM era with the World Endurance Championship now moving away from that specification. Of course, IMSA's been moving away from that for a couple of years now, so their transition has already been complete. But yeah, those machines were expensive, but very fun.
Well, the thing is, actually, the new crop of GT3s are just as expensive. An RSR Porsche was €1 million, and from what I understand, the 992 GT3R is not far away from that.
But isn't
certainly
it including like the spare part kit and all of that as well, or am I getting my news wrong?
The spare part kit, you could go beyond that. It depends on how much of a spare package kit you go for. Some people buy a second car and break it up. That can often be cheaper than the spare part kit.
And you got a spare chassis.
Yeah, I believe the Corvette is over $1 million.
I wouldn't be surprised. Pratt and Miller, engineering.
Yeah. So it's actually, I actually don't think it's going to be a great deal cheaper, and I think, like anything, it's just going to cost. It's just going to keep going up anyway.
We have had inflation, so I guess we do need to factor that in as well. As that's Lemonec, isn't it? It is the Drago racing cars that. I thought for a second it almost pirouetted around at turn one. Such was the load that Lemonec was throwing into the corner. What's happened to him here? Off of the banking into the opening corner.
He's on the inside line here. He's just gone past the PGZ LMP2, and just too late on the brakes. Oh, that doesn't help either. Oh no! Is this Drago's challenge unfolding here? Right on the low line here, and then there's a little transfer, and he's just too late on the brakes.
And you can see as well that they pull the clutch in, trying to save a bit of fuel on the run into the braking zone, and so then they go from 7th and then bang 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 down into 3rd gear as well. And it's one of those things where there is so much going on through that complex at such a high rate of knots that, unfortunately for Lemonec, a brief slip-up, and it's a brief slip-up that's cost him about 8 seconds in terms of time. Now 23 seconds off of your race leader, Moreno Sorica.
It is, and the way that he went into the wall there, he had the wheel on full lock. He's going to be lucky not to have steering damage there, or worse. From what I can see of our sort of live kind of split timing, it appears that he's kind of back up to pace now. He's currently doing 310 kilometers an hour, so that's pretty good. Hopefully Drago have got away with that, but that's 2 incidents in the space of 20 minutes, something like that. So it
shows they're pushing.
It does show that they're pushing, yeah, and I love that. Why not? Why settle for second? Where's the fun in that? Have a chase. I think it's just shows you just how strong and how high a bar this Williams crew have set. The only one incident they've had was absolutely unavoidable and not their fault, and they've been able to recover from that. And actually, it's a good story because Williams, they didn't cover themselves in glory at all at last year's Daytona 24, a very controversial story with unsporting tactics in qualifying, and this is how you put those kind of things behind you as an organisation.
Off the banking, slots in between.
You're not taking that one on, Arjuna, no?
No. I got called out last year apparently for not. Steering as far away from that one as possible, because let's be honest, outside of all of the drama last year, they won that race on merits. The drama was nullified once they spun 40 minutes into that race and dropped to the back of the field and had to fight their way back through. Now I've gotten into it. I'm sure I'm going to get a message from someone sooner rather than later. Why don't we start talking about something else that's very, very important, by the way, because it's been the hot button topic of the day. That car is orange, it's not brown. I know Lewis McLeod is listening somewhere. Peter, orange, not brown, right?
Well, there's a lot of working theories here, as I sit straight on the fence, because there's 2 big sponsors there, which of course are synonymous with Williams' F1 program. Gulf is duck egg blue and orange. So if it's Gulf, then it's orange. But if it's Duracell, as one of our viewers, and forgive me, I've forgotten your name, I'm so sorry. One of our viewers got the Duracell color chart. There's the actual code for the Duracell, and that's like a brown, a browny bronze sort of color.
It's none of them. It's the Playseat car, so it's meant to be Playseat orange. But as we found out, we went onto the Playseat website. There wasn't a dash of orange in sight.
But aren't Playseat based in Holland?
Are they? Ooh, well, there you go. Have you just cracked the case?
Maybe.
Playseat.
Well, my Playseat came from Holland.
Which Playseat do you have?
It's black.
Do you have the one which folds up? Was my question really?
It's got the kind of bar in the middle with the wheel that the wheel comes.
So
off.
it's not the one that folds up.
No.
No, okay. I've got a teammate that has one of those, and I've always been very curious how they work. Like, do you have to like set it up each time and tighten it up? So you've got the one that actually just stays properly where it's meant to be.
Yeah, you can recline and well, not recline. You can sort of fold in the seat if you're for transporting it, but in general it just sits there. So yeah, no, I've had it for how long have I had it for? About 4 or 5 years, and it's yes, it's been very good. I'm very pleased with it.
I can't quite actually figure out where Playseat is located at this point in time. What I have just noticed is, you know how we've got, Vince Kusi does confirm Playseat is Dutch, so maybe that is indeed where the orange comes from. So Detective Mackay has cracked the case.
Okay. Well, my late grandfathers, who were both head of the local police, they would be very proud of me for cracking the case.
The family lineage is carried on there. What
the genes.
Exactly, there you go. What has surprised me, by the way, looking on the Playseat website, was that not only, of course, they have the racing simulators. Of course, there are some people that have flight simulators. Diogo Pinto trying to fly his way forward into third, albeit with what I think is going to be an entry to pit lane this time by. He's 28 laps into his run as he passes Elvis Rankin. Peter, have you ever seen competitive farming simulator?
Well, no, and I think this is something that I need to get my stepfather involved with, because my stepfather is the reigning Scottish ploughing champion.
Wow.
And represented Scotland at the big flex, I know. Represented Scotland at the World Ploughing Championships in Latvia in October.
Well, maybe he would be interested in the coming soon Playseat line of farming simulator equipment.
Well, it's that I know he's going to bring the ploughing game on, so we're going to have to get him a ploughing simulator for the house. My mum's going to love me for this.
There we go. If you have never watched Farming Simulator, by the way, Peter, I highly encourage it. You've gone off and you've done some curling commentary recently. You've been expanding your horizons. You've got to tell me what you think Farming Simulator commentary would be like.
Well, but there's only one way to find out. But I do think that my stepdad would be, if Coanda or Team Redline want to get into the Farming Simulator game, I can be his agent. I can sign you a superstar in the world of ploughing. Facilitating
all the deals left, right, and centre. Let's not forget Coanda may be a little bit more likely to give up sim racing and go Coanda Zwift Sporting when it comes to, was it Mac Backham and then a couple of the other drivers, Mitchell de Jong as well. They did a triathlon last year, Peter, and from what I understand, training to do an Ironman as well, which is like, excuse me, how are you talented drivers and also fitter than the average human as well?
And you've got to think having that degree of fitness has got to make a difference. Because if you're any kind of endurance is good, and having that physical endurance does relate to your mental endurance. And of course there's, in the sim racing world, it's all about that mental endurance. But again, the better your physical is, the better the mental endurance is.
Yes. A couple of the biggest sim racing teams have made that a bit of a priority, like giving resources to their drivers to take care of their physical and their mental health. You look at Brendan Lee, who transformed himself from a slightly chubby kid growing up. I hope he doesn't mind me calling him that way, but I was also a slightly chubby kid who just grew taller. Brendan Lee worked hard and now is very, very fit. And yeah, the more physically fit you are, the more mentally fit you can be. And that's why, you know, in the real world of motorsports, Peter, we often talk about in, you know, these hot cockpits that drivers have to sit in, the one thing that they want to do is be as conditioned as possible. So when they're dehydrated, they're struggling in the hot conditions, that they're, well, able to cope with it.
You just can't. You cannot fathom the heat in a race car, and it doesn't even need to be that warm outside, and it's just incredible. I mean, I've got the great privilege of working as the stage end reporter on the European Rally Championship, and when we go to, you know, Rally Roma in July, and it's nearly 40 degrees outside Celsius, and you open the car door, and it is indescribable, the heat that comes out of the car, and the driver's just been going at it for 25 minutes, and the sweat's just pouring off them, and you think, how do you not faint with that heat? It requires immense fitness.
And that's even in an era of motorsports, right, where a lot of the endurance cars now have things like cool suits. That's an invention that plenty swear by nowadays. On top of the cool suits, the direct ventilation that sometimes drivers will have attached into their helmets as well. So there are all these little tools that are at their disposals to try and control the ambiance, if you will, of the car. Ambiance maybe tries to describe it, though, Peter, like you're setting the mood for a dinner party. I don't think that's necessarily what you're trying to do.
Well, I have heard that the BMW, the new or the latest model, the M4 GT3, apparently the aircon system in that is fantastic.
Is it really?
But yeah, apparently it's amazing.
What makes it so amazing, though?
I think just keeps the temperature to a more acceptable level, and I think that's where we come back to, you know, talking about GT3 racing, where you're in a balance of performance category. You know, driver comfort is really one of the main attributes of the car, whether that be how it feels to drive and how much or not of a handful it is to drive. But I think also the actual, you know, the seating comfort, the wheel, and particularly temperature is probably one of the biggest gains, because if you can keep the driver's energy level up, you know, these are endurance racing cars. It's a really, really important attribute to have.
Now, Peter, you enjoy your rallying as do I. I've got to ask, what's the most amazing reaction you've ever had at the end of a stage where, you know, you've opened the door, you've put the microphone in to talk to someone? Tell us the story. Come on.
Oh, well, that's a very good question. I think there's an Italian driver. There's an Italian driver called Simone Campidelli, who's a real character. He's a fantastic driver, very, very good on tarmac, particularly in his native Italy, but he has always got something funny to say.
Okay.
And there was one rally where he basically he set the fastest time in the stage, but as I opened it, so I've just got the time just before I'm going to open the door, so I'm like, oh, he's fastest, okay, good. Opened the door, and he just turned around and looked at me, and he had it's his girlfriend Tanya, who's his co-driver, but he had Tanya's helmet on because the intercom had broken on his helmet, so Tanya's got his helmet on, he's got Tanya's helmet on. And he just looks at me, and he looked like one of those toads from Super Mario. and he's just like, oh my he's like, oh, I cannot hear anything, my head is being squeezed. It was just the way he looked at me, and I was like, what does he look like? But he's had some great reactions. I can't even pinpoint one, because you could have one per rally. I think he has one absolute gold response per rally, so he's always good value.
And that's the thing where I always enjoy the chance to open that door, right, and to get the direct reaction at stage end. It would be lovely if we, you know, Shea Adam runs around in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for IMSA Radio, being able to gather the drivers' opinions directly once they get out of the car. It would be great to kind of get that as well. I'm a little bit careful in saying that we should do that for everybody, though, because I distinctly remember I was at Indianapolis for an event in person where Gregor Schill was driving for the BMW BS competition team, and he came out on top in a virtual BMW M4 GT3, interestingly enough, to talk about the aircon point. And, you know, we're doing the interview directly afterwards, Peter, and I asked him a question, you know, a couple of weeks after that. It was going to be a big endurance race, and so I said, how are you feeling for that? And what was the first thing he does? Well, he starts swearing and then goes, BOP.
Oh dear. Yeah. We see that quite a bit in the real world, but again, you have to, you kind of have to take the rough with the smooth a little bit, where you get with that adrenaline going when a driver comes out the car. You are going to get very, you know, excitable responses, and you get some absolute gold. So you have to take a little bit of the rough with the smooth sometimes.
Yes, and that's why we want more in-person sim racing things, so we can have more drama, right?
Correct.
Definitely. So we're about to say goodbye to you, Peter. Before we do so, though, it is that kind of time where I'm going to give you an opportunity, with only 2 hours left to go, so you've got a bit of a head start right now, to lock in some predictions for the end of the race.
Okay, well, when we signed off with 20 hours to go last time, I chose the number 4 Team Red Line, and obviously I'm going to stick with that because they're leading right now. WSR looking very strong in LMP2. I'm still going to stick by my guns. I think Drago are going to pull this off. I think they've got a Cinderella story in there. With 2 hours, it's a tall order now. The gap's gone up to 23 seconds, but I think Drago they've got that extra chapter in the book. I think.
I think that's a bold pick. I'm not saying it's a wrong pick. I just think, you know, especially given the last 20 minutes or so, the gap almost doubling in effect. Is there damage on the right-hand side of that car as well? It's very difficult to tell because of the way they painted this car as grey as possible.
I think there might be damage on both sides of it. You can just see a little bit of deformation on the right side. Hopefully they'll be able to get a good bit of that fixed at the pit stop. I mean, they took a 10th out of Williams Esports last time by, so the car hasn't lost a huge amount of pace, if it's lost some, but so that next stop cannot come more quickly for them. Where are they now on their stint? They're on this is showing us it's stint 840. That's not helpful.
We've just had a bit of a reset on our timing and scoring. Should see them into pit lane shortly, I do believe. Here comes the race leading orange car into pit lane. It's Moreno Sarica. That should come on in. I'm not sure if he's going to get on out with 2 hours left to go. It's an optimal time, you'd think, for a driver change. It's going to be Kalpanen. Is it going to be Canapino? Is it going to be Carl Janssen? Seems as though none of the above. Moreno Sarica stays in.
Well, I think he's driving absolutely superbly, so why not for Moreno Sarica now? What I'd be curious to see there is when the car comes off the jacks, is there still more damage to repair? So is there more pace left in that car as the last bit of fuel comes in?
It looks pretty clean, you know?
Little tiny bit there, or maybe that was just the light changing, but looks like it's pretty much back to full performance. What a great looking race car that is.
And I mean,
it just looks angry, doesn't it?
That Duracell logo, it's such a great product placement. It's just amazing.
In a hybrid car, it's ideal, isn't it? It's whoever came up with that one they deserve a raise.
Now, do young kids know what a 9-volt battery is, or do they not have do they just not have to use them anymore?
Well, I think you still have to put them in like Xbox controllers.
Those are AA's, not 9 volts though.
Oh, the little square one.
Yeah.
Ah, good point.
Yeah,
I guess not. I haven't seen one of those in a long time.
I've still got a bunch of them for guitar stuff, but not for anything important. Guitar stuff decidedly unimportant. Peter, a lot of fun to have you along. Best of luck at Daytona this coming week. When do you fly out?
I fly out on Tuesday, so can't wait. And we're definitely going to be able to. We're going to meet up this time. We didn't manage
Fingers
it,
crossed.
but we're going to do it this time.
See you out there. Peter Mackay alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, with 2 hours and about 3 minutes left to go. We say goodbye to Peter. Say hello once again to Lewis McLeod. Lewis, how are you doing? It's been a long race, but we started this off together. We'll finish it off together as well.
Yeah, no, I've had a great time listening to the World Ploughing Championship. That's interesting. Fair enough.
The orange car conversation.
It's orange. That's okay. After that, like since I left an hour and a half ago because someone overslept, not much has happened.
Yeah, you had to throw me under the bus there.
Yeah,
didn't you?
damn right. And I did many times on broadcast.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Oh,
too
no.
Right. Too right. Absolutely.
You want to know what the problem was, Lewis?
Your alarm.
My alarms didn't go off. Do you want to know why they didn't go off? I will admit this on broadcast.
You didn't set them.
No, I set them. I set them.
Deactivated them.
No. They were activated.
Your phone was on silent.
No.
Oh, I don't know then.
So I set them for 12:30, right? 12:30 p.m. Not 12:30
Easily
a.m.
done.
12:30 a.m. Yep. No. So I apologize to Lewis. I don't apologize to Dane. Dane had nothing better to do than stay in the office anyway, as here comes Premysław Lemonek to pit lane. And, well, after what was a stint filled with a couple of mistakes, I wonder if we are going to see a change. And intriguingly, it might not be Timo Rohde because he's not queued up in the session. Dominic Hoffman's already done a good 460 laps. Let's add maybe another 100 and something to that count as he's getting ready to get into the car.
Absolutely. And yeah, also the interesting discussion on a 9-volt battery. That's such a great shout, by the way. I'm trying to remember the last time that I've seen a 9-volt battery. It's like, it's really weird because I know that I've used one in the last, like, 4 or 5 years.
I mean,
and that to me, that's like fairly recently. Not like in the last, like, couple of weeks, but
like I said,
I'm trying to work out what it was, though.
I've got them all for guitar stuff. That's like the only legitimate reason.
Apparently smoke alarms used them, but the smoke alarms in this house are plugged into the main, so they don't in this house.
I was going to say, my smoke alarms just go off whenever they want to, as people who are watching the Prodigy Racing League know all about.
Eek. Yeah, the fire alarms in this house are very loud. I'm trying to remember. I've only heard them go off once or twice.
Only once or twice?
Yeah. The fire alarms in the hotel I was staying in Paris in 2020, though, they were the loudest thing that I've ever heard. And I remember waking up because they went off at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I woke up, bearing in mind, 4 o'clock in the morning, Saturday morning, before the 24-hour race. It was going off. I remember being in bed thinking, what is that noise?
Well, don't...
And I'm like, wait, oh my God, it's a fire alarm. Anyway, so I got up, I packed all my things up. I'm not going out into the streets of Paris in January without all my stuff. I don't know, it was in summer. This is actually something that's very right. Yeah, I'm not going out into the streets of Paris without all my stuff. So I packed all my stuff, went downstairs, false alarm.
Yeah, I distinctly remember night after my birthday, we had a lovely night, trying to have a sleep in, and then the fire alarm goes off at 5 o'clock in the morning. I jolt out of bed, I'm half out the door, and then it stops. I'm like, you couldn't have saved me 30 seconds earlier. Yes, yeah. Smoke alarms, maybe the only place you could use 9-volt batteries at this point in time. So Dominic Hoffman did indeed get into the Drago racing car. Zach Campbell's taken over in the VRS Coanda number 8, and so the band is back together as he take a look at the 3 drivers of that number 8 machine. Yeah,
absolutely. As we can see, all of the VRS Coanda boys, only one in the facility though. Everyone else racing from home, which is where is Elvis Rankin racing from?
Elvis is in the UK.
He's gone back. He's still in the UK.
He is indeed.
I want to see him racing. Just jump into Corby and be like, yeah, lads, do you mind if I do the race with me here?
So for a second, I genuinely thought when he first connected with this camera angle that he was in Charlie Collins' former bedroom, and then I realised that it wasn't Charlie Collins' bedroom.
That was an excellent story. I thought it was a different room, and I looked closer, and it wasn't that room. So it's not. He's somewhere else. Oh, fantastic. That does not lead us any closer to where he's actually racing.
The only reason I brought that up is, of course, Charlie Collins is at the VRS Coanda facility in Gronau, and so no longer back home in not in England, in Wales.
In Wales.
Yes, Sir Charles is based from Wales, not from England. As you look at the drivers right now, though, Zach Campbell's just had a bit of a nap, has got back into the car. Josh and Elvis do look quite tired right now, don't they? That's just not my eyes, right?
No, they especially Josh. Although Josh, he's looked a bit miserable most of this race, to be honest. He just is just continuing that form. I think it's just because it's just his
natural
endurance phase.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I will say for Zach Campbell, right? He's losing points here. Can you guess why?
Did he come and talk to you?
No.
So he loses points there.
Okay, so he loses points for that one. No, it's someone else. What else do you think it is?
I'm really trying to figure it out.
It's to do with his webcam. If you're going to go on webcam with your bed in the background...
Okay, are you really going to complain that he hasn't made his bed at 5 o'clock in the morning?
God damn right.
Wow,
it's on camera.
You have high expectations, sir.
I'm not saying like make it perfect, but at least pull the bed sheets. You know what I mean?
Well, he's had to wake up, hasn't made his bed, thrown under the bus by Lewis McLeod, and now defends from Diogo Pinto, the 2022 Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, as it's Redline versus Coanda. Oh, we've missed this.
At least he woke up on time. Yes, absolutely, this battle is on, but we are still waiting. No, hang on. No, the 8 is definitely...
We're waiting for the 20 still to come to pit lane,
Waiting for the 20 still to come. I remember one of them was off kill on strategy, yeah. Yeah, the 8, because of how it was off strategy by one lap, it's kind of been dragged back in, so it's not a million miles away from the 6 and the 69 and the 5 on strategy. Well, actually, the 5 people can do that. But the 6 and the 69 on strategy, it's not that far away from those two on strategy these days. Meanwhile, the 20 is doing something completely different.
So here's a look focused on the race right now, by the way. Full focus on the 2 hours remaining in this one. Let's give you a bit of a rundown, not on in this GTP class, where, of course, the pit stops slightly unfolding, so hard to get a bit of a grasp for where they've stacked on up. Instead, let's go back to the GTDs, where it is still Redline 1 and 2, Verstappen, Vecchio, and Steinbraten in the number 4. Still 30 seconds in front of Alex Dunn in the Stormforce Apex Racing Team car. But 30 seconds is a lot smaller of a gap than it was going on a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've done a really good job to close it down enough. It's just the fact that the Team Redline, God, they've just put themselves in a really solid position. I think their goal for quite a while was trying to make it a Redline 1-2, whereas now it is, let's just bring it home. Let's just make sure we secure this victory. The difference with them is that they've got 2 cars actually fighting for positions. Because obviously, first and third, they'd desperately like to have both cars on the podium. Meanwhile, the Apex Racing Team do not. They have 1 car fighting for position and then 1 car last. That is only in this race. The sole reason that car is in this race is to help the 199. That is it. Which is tough.
I mean, it's not how Luca Kita, I think, envisioned his debut going for the team.
There's still Urano on there.
I know, hasn't sent us a photo with the new shirt yet. At least he's got an Apex Racing Team shirt, though.
That is true. Florian Lebigue was still R8G on it.
That's true.
It made me chuckle earlier.
Did you see my post on social media, by the way?
Yeah, I did. I saw
I'm trying, by the way. Yes, no.
Williams responded. They said, I've got 2 Williams shirts downstairs and a hoodie. I was thinking of wearing it, but I've got a different shirt on at the moment.
What are you wearing right now? Oh, I know what shirt you're wearing.
Yeah, exactly.
The best shirt in the world. Legitimately one of 4 or 5 in the world.
That is true. Repping. You'll see it later on. It's going to be such an anticlimax for people watching. Oh, this is in a black polo shirt. Oh, yeah.
And imagine if they don't even get to see the logos at the end.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Look, this is me. You can see. I'm sat up normally now. This is my normal.
Okay,
it's fine.
We'll make sure they can see the logos, and I might have to go and throw my matching top on as well at some point in this hour and 53 minutes that we've got left to go. Big stakes. Let's not forget GTP and GTD race winners in all of the VCO Grand Slams are eligible in these top split broadcasts to get an automatic invite for the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship. And, well, I've got to say that right now Redline find themselves in a very promising positions. Of course, champions in the GTD class in the 2023 IMSA Esports Global Championship, which gives them 1 automatic invite into the GTD class for this year. They could have 2 locked up before we even get out of the month of January.
Yep, it's, again, pretty solid performance for them.
But then, yeah, when you look back on this race, you'll look back on it and you'll think of a couple of teams who maybe have had too many issues. That's endurance racing. That might look back on this and think, but we should have, would have, could have won this race. You know what I mean? Apex won, both with the Apex Racing Team car and the Stormforce car. Those two both had potential of winning this race before the incident with Alex Dunn on the rear end of the in the Stormforce ART car on the back of the standard Apex Racing Team car going through the Le Mans chicane, sent that one out into the barrier. Sir Charles Collins absolutely eliminating the Stormforce car at this very corner. That basically removed their chances of winning, but yeah, they're still in it. But you know, I mean, it's made their life a lot more difficult. Williams getting one Apex Racing Team car down at T1. Obviously, that was Luke McEwen. Just a little tap. That was, racing incident, if you want to call it that. It was just a bit of a rough one. And then he got absolutely Frenched by Johan Hart going on the exit of the Le Mans chicane. That removed the Academy car. So Williams looked back on this thinking, we had our chance to win. Apex, we had our chance to win. Redline have gone, oh yeah, we've not put a foot wrong yet. It's just a disconnection, that's what.
I mean, last year, Williams could have won in all three of the classes at one point or another. Moreno Sorica, who's leading right now in the GTP class, was running at the front of the LMP2 class for much of the running in what was the Marla team effort that year, if I remember correctly. So, Williams have had a lot of success at this track as a whole, and so I think speed that we've seen from them carry forward across of 2023, which was a pretty successful year for the team in the special events. One at Daytona, one at Petit Le Mans as well. Starting off with a 25-second advantage still to Dominic Hoffman, who since he's gotten into the Drago Racing number 69, by no means has he closed on your race leader. If anything, gap has somewhat stagnated and held relatively steady to the 25 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. I think there was that heart-in-mouth moment for Moreno Sorica with the issue, the technical issue that we saw from the Causa team LMP2. Are they still out of the race?
I think they officially have parked it, yes.
Oh my god, they must have received a huge amount of damage from that, which seems crazy.
It could have also been that potentially one of the driver's wheels now no longer working, who they were relying on to get them to the end in terms of stints. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe there is that. I don't know, but it's a bit weird. They've parked it with this little time left to go. Bit of a shame. But obviously, I mean, again, when Arthur LeHoux disconnected hour and a half ago, obviously in the Williams Esports Fanatec car, when he disconnected, he had no teammates in the session. Josh, I know that because I was in game.
Yes.
And he disconnected and said, "Oh, he's lost connection with the server, whatever it is. Packet loss." And then, not 20 seconds later, Josh Ladders joined the game. It was just like, I've got to jump on. And not long after that, Arthur rejoined. So it was just a brief disconnection. But and the other teammates were asleep or whatever. Which is why it's a general rule of thumb. You always have two drivers ready at all times. Always.
Yes. And it's not just that you need two drivers ready at all times. It's you need that second driver in a position where on 30 seconds notice they can drive, right? And that's where it's counterintuitive to you plan for a 24-hour race where, you'd say that, oh, I'm only driving for 8 hours. You're needed for a lot more than 8 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, generally, with a lot of these drivers, you might have a couple of hours nap. That's about it. For the most part, you are here a part of the race. To be fair, every time I've been a driver in these kind of races, I rarely sleep. I go for a nap and that's it.
Well, and I guess one benefit that you have here on iRacing, as just a technical point, right, is that iRacing makes it kind of easy for as many drivers to be connected at any time, and you don't have to really worry about that. Whereas there are other platforms, Lewis, where you do have to actually stagger who's in the session at what time, and so from that perspective, there's a lot more planning. Here on iRacing, there's really not an excuse for not having someone ready to go.
No, you are absolutely right. Yeah, I know I do jump on you on the. All right, here comes the. All right,
the iRacing chill is here again.
This one is 100% correct. If you are doing endurance racing in sim racing, genuinely, and I've done my fair share. I've done endurance racing on all the major platforms. It is better on iRacing, and that's that is nothing to do with the driving. That is nothing to do with the racing or even the servers. Yeah, it is nothing to do with that. It is to do with ease of use, which is very simple to understand how to do a drive swap. You don't need to have a PhD to figure it out, unlike most other places. But also, like I say, the fact that the drivers don't take up the spectator count. So that you've got your spectators like us. We joined to do the broadcast and stuff like that. The drivers are all joining through their team. The fact that you can have all of them on the server, it's fine. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't impact the server. It doesn't slow anything down. And you got to think, for these servers, especially here in Top Split, how many people are connected to this server right now?
Oh yes, no, and that is
you know what I mean. It's not 50.
No, it's not. You've got all the spotters, the engineers, and then iRacing recognized, of course, the fact that there are going to be people that want to come and watch the race who aren't competing in the race just to follow along, and so then you have specific slots saved for the broadcasters to make sure that we can get into. It just makes our life just that little bit easier, I guess, through how things work. We're watching that Zach Campbell in the VOS Coanda machine, the number 8 as it sits in front of Diogo Pinto. Still owes us a pit stop, of course, but that BMW M Team Redline machine. It's hard to always talk about BOP, Lewis, because we did IMSA Esports, which had a BOP process where the teams actually had to send in data for the other cars, right? So it was a process where we fundamentally knew how fast each team was heading into the race. Coming into this one, it was a little bit more wide open, and so ultimately for BMW M Team Redline, the best of the running BMWs, I think they can take pride in that, even if they might be frustrated that they're not necessarily in a place to fight for a podium right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's, to be fair, I think some of that is how the race has gone. I think the Redline car has been fast enough at various points. Porsche Coanda had various problems throughout the race. Maybe you could lean towards the fact that the Acura's arguably the strongest round here. I think it's BMW, then Porsche, really, then the Caddy's just not been great. And then if you're going to talk BOP, you've got to look at the GTD category where there is obviously just Mercedes and Ferrari. There's no other cars now. Now, I will defend BOP for a moment, because we were talking about this through the IMSA Esports Championship as well, is that in that you're BOPing a group of professional sim racers. Basically you're BOPing the best of the best to make sure the car's the same with the best of the best, and the way the best of the best drive this car is not the way that we all drive this car. That's why they are faster than everyone else. So if you're BOPing these cars, it doesn't work for everyone. The splits are completely different. You may say, like here, the Acura is the fastest car, and then go down to split 37, and no one's in an Acura because it's not very good for that level of driver. And it's very interesting. I remember it was the second start. Whatever, it's a track. Back there in the IMSA iRacing series, obviously a few weeks ago, someone posted a picture on Instagram that I thought was very funny, which was a graph, and it was the Mercedes GT3, and it was a graph, and it starts out like anyone below about 2,000 I rating, and it says the Mercedes is OP, and then it drops down like for anyone between like 3,000 and 6,000, and they're like, this Mercedes is terrible. And then it goes back up again, like 7,000 to 10,000. It's like, this Mercedes is OP. But in that middle bit, despite it being OP at the start and OP at the end, despite you're all just driving it differently, those in the middle can't get the most out of the car. It's really weird.
Yeah, and we've seen a number of occasions, right, turn 1 be a problem for the prototypes because of the amount of commitment that they carry there, and that's then borne out in setup, for example, too, right? Acura's running high downforce comes with risk. You're slow in a straight line. It's going to be more difficult in traffic, and maybe that's something that the higher split teams have a higher confidence level in making work as a race approach. And so, you're BOPing the car as much as you can, yes, but you're factoring in how people are racing the cars. The good thing about sim racing, though, as we found out in the IMSA Esports BOP processes, at least in the sim racing world where you have unlimited practice time, Lewis, you can send drivers out in their competitors' cars, because that's the only way to really get data that's not complete nonsense.
There you go, Vince has just jumped in and said in his split, it's one Acura, one BMW, the rest are all Porsches and Cadillacs, and the Cadillacs are doing better than Porsches overall.
There you go.
That is just how it goes. Again, BOP is such a tough order. And again, you're not BOPing one or two people. You're BOPing thousands. It's really tough. Like you say, when it comes to this, for the most part, for most drivers, most teams, you can jump between all four of the cars and see which one works for you. And I would just go with which one works for you. It doesn't even necessarily need to be the fastest. It's which one drives the way that is most predictable, especially in endurance racing. Especially if you're in those lower splits, make sure you're driving for a car that's actually comfortable to drive. In the top split, like where we are, there are certain branding deals and stuff like that where you can't. These teams can't just pick any car. They have to pick specific cars. At which point, if the BOP is rubbish, tough.
Hashtag deal with it.
Hashtag deal with it. Suck.
Too right. All you can do at that point is suck it up.
Yeah, exactly. Just suck it up.
Well, who's the WWE wrestler that says suck it up?
Do you think I watch WWE?
We're going to make you become a wrestling fan.
I don't believe so. I almost call it WWF then. It's not been that for
It's not been that for a long
years.
time. Oh, no, okay, you can tell that it's been a long night for me. Suck It was D-Generation X, and I'm getting myself sort of confused. Do you know who they are, at least?
No.
Wow, you are so uneducated about the world of entertainment.
Good. Yeah, I have. Honestly,
okay.
I've got no interest. I've got absolutely no interest.
I'll tell you a story of the Attitude Era of wrestling, and it's when it was at its most fun. So of course it's shown on TV, right? And so D-Generation X were using language that the TV channel that they were broadcasting on at the time did not necessarily appreciate, and it got to a point where they got an official letter sent to them, Lewis, saying, you cannot use these words on TV. So
okay.
So can you see where they're going with this?
Yeah, no, I could definitely see where we're going with this. I don't know what the words would be, but I can understand that then, yeah.
And so what they decided was the next episode, live on TV, they take the letter and they read it verbatim.
Yep. I love it. I love that. To be fair, I do like that.
And so the ratings the next week went up. They got another letter from the channel, the network, saying, congratulations on your ratings. And that was it.
That's very funny. I do remember this is like Reading Festival or something. Like obviously a long time ago, like 30 years ago. And I remember the BBC told Metallica, they were like, okay, when you go live, you can't swear.
Yeah, oh, yes, no. It was Rage Against the Machine as well.
Yeah, exactly. First line, hello, etc. You know what I mean? It's straight away. I just, part of me is like, that's pretty funny. I get it. I get why you, as a broadcast company, you obviously don't want to air stuff, but that's funny. That's just really funny.
Yeah, no, I'm just
on a race about broadcast day.
No, please don't get me in trouble. My goodness. If you tell a band with the name of Rage Against the Machine to do something, I think it's implied that they're probably not going to do what you want them to do.
Yeah, they're.
Say the name.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, something. I won't do what you tell me. Exactly.
You got the words right out of their mouth as well. So as Sim Arcia hunting down VRS Coanda again. This is the fight for the final step on the podium in the LMP2 category. Mag Performance, about 2 hours ago, had gotten past Tommy Oscar, who had stepped into that VRS Coanda machine. Gabriel Mini's been able to establish now a 4.5 second lead in this little train. And I've got to say, Mag Performance not necessarily a team that, Lewis, you or I have seen very much of. Get the feeling we'll see more of them moving forward, though. Yeah,
been fantastic in this race. I will say, by the way, with Gabriele Mini, because I'm sure it's a driver that I think quite a lot of the people that are watching this definitely know who they are. And I'm looking forward to seeing Gabriele Mini this year, of course, in Formula 3. With the Prema team. Obviously did well last year. I think it was a couple of wins. I think he won at Monaco, if I remember correctly.
Just Monaco, nothing special.
It was Monaco and there was somewhere else, but I'm pretty sure I won the feature race at Monaco, and I think I might have been from pole position as well. Quality driver, moving over from High Tech Pulsate over into the Prema team. Very curious to see how that one's going to go, but to be honest, I didn't realise that Gabriele Mini was this into sim racing, if I'm perfectly honest. Then again, I shouldn't be shocked, because most grids that you deal with in junior Formula these days, they're all on iRacing and stuff like that.
They are indeed, yeah, no. When it comes to Mini, he's sharing that car with a couple of sim racers who've already done around 250 odd laps. He's done 320. Goes to show the commitment for him. He's also a member of the Alpine Academy, and so maybe we can see him link up with Jürgen van Bergen, Race Clutch / Alpine Esports a bit more moving forward, because of course, yeah, we've seen Alpine, Race Clutch, they're in the LMP2 in the GTP class here today. Plenty of talented drivers in their lineup, and yeah, I'll be curious to see if the real-world commitments continue to allow Mini the opportunity to battle out here in the virtual world. So 5 seconds again clear of Mac Backham. That's a nice healthy margin to enjoy. Moreno Sorica building up the gap at the front of the GTP class even further, Lewis. It's now almost 30 full seconds between first and second.
Yeah, I will say, Vince just pointed out that the iRacing F4 series is usually stacked full of karters and stuff. It was not last week, which is why I had a great time. That is normally, like, you'll tune it in and it's everyone just, like, yeah. It's a good way to go and spot some like you say, like go and race with young talent and then realise that actually, God, they do race, like, they're not nice people. Let's go with that.
Do you want to go talk to a nice person?
No.
Well, I don't know how nice Elvis Rankin is, but you can chat with him. How about that?
Oh, you're going to leave me to deal with Elvis Rankin? Hello.
Hello.
Okay, we've got a copy. We've got a copy. How are you? How's things going? Talk to us about your race. It looks stressful out there.
You know, it's been okay. You know, I've had a lot of fun. A little bit of a stressful night for us. But overall, from my side, it's been pretty good. Our pace has been pretty solid. It's been a bit... obviously, we had to go with a bit of a different strategy with us not really being able to do the 29s like the Acuras. So we've just kind of been chugging along, doing our own race, going for a bit of a different strategy. But it's kind of working for us. We're in a decent position with Zach now, so we'll just see what we can do.
Now, obviously, recent move. Talk about that one just very briefly. You know, you were in Apex. You've recently moved over to Via Esquadra. For one, how's that switch been? And for two, what was it like battling with Kevin Ellis Jr. a bit earlier on in the race? We were watching that battle quite closely.
Yeah, it's been good. The guys here are very, very welcoming. They've welcomed me very much with open arms. So I'm very thankful for that. And overall, fitting in pretty well. And these guys work really, really hard, so we're going to go out and get some results for sure this year. And, yeah, I think that kind of first stint was really like a bit of an interesting battle. You know, usually coming for a couple of years, not really having to fight Kevin in that sense. Now getting the elbows out was a change, but it was enjoyable. It was something different, but I enjoyed it.
Now, I've seen quite a lot of the teams. They're all racing. Quite a lot of them are racing in the same place, all quite close together. You're not. Are you still racing from the UK?
I'm still racing UK. Yeah, I'm in like a bit of a cubby corner.
Yeah, we were. Arjuna might have thought that you were racing from Charlie Collins' bedroom, but apparently not. No.
It kind of looks like it, though. To be fair, kind of does.
Yeah, well, there is that. I've got one question before you leave us to go and have a bit of a breather and see how this race ends. Josh K. Rogers, what does the K mean?
Josh K. Rogers?
Yeah.
I don't know, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I don't know. That's the unknown, man. I mean, I don't know, man.
Damn. Well, you have to find out. That's your homework for now. Go and find out what the K means in Josh Rogers, because I still don't know. Cheers, Elvis. Have fun.
Thank you.
There you go.
I told you, Lewis.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, fair enough. No, I can see it. I just like being critical. I know what the K means.
I've commentated on Charlie enough from his former bedroom that I recognize that little wall jut out, and I was like, you know what? It just seems the angle's too right. Joshua K. Rogers, I'm quite curious what the K would stand for as well. He's not...
You don't know?
I don't know either, no.
Wow.
Kenneth.
Oh, I said Kurt. Cam said Kyle.
We've come up with 3 different names, so I mean, there you go. Pick one as you will. But that car, I do think, now that, of course, it's already done 1 extra pit stop at this point. Elvis mentioned they can't do the 29 lap runs as compared to the Acuras, maybe even to the BMW. It does seem as though Coanda are finding themselves in a fight for this podium spot with that BMW M Team Redline car. Still yet, of course, to make an additional trip down pit lane.
Yeah, I say things are becoming very interesting in this grouping. Final stages, final strategy, bits are put in position. The most important bit, and they would have known this from a long time ago. This is not obviously a recent thing. This is how endurance racing works. No one's going to make a splash and dash. Well, that's the goal. No one wants to make a splash and dash, and rating this with like 10 laps to go, because all that means that you've wasted time throughout the event, and so the way you want to do it is, if you have to make, like, if you knew from like 8 hours before, you knew you had to make a 10-lap splash and dash, well, don't bother, just do a lap short basically on each stint.
I split it up a little bit before you even get there.
Something like that, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Go that kind of route. I mean, that would be a bit extreme, but you know what I mean.
Oh, no, I am picking up what you are putting down.
Yeah, thanks. There's just no point in doing a splash and dash at the end if you could have done something better strategically earlier on. And to be fair, if it was 10 laps and you were 8 hours from the end, I'm pretty sure you might look at it and be like, what if could we fuel save an extra lap? Or what if we just pushed? We just pushed really hard and just went, yeah, then just do an extra step.
Well, and I guess it depends on which class you're in as well, right? You're also
Correct.
kind of dependent on when the overall leader is going to get past you. Speaking of getting past, that's Mac Backham shaping up high and Antiohola down low in through turn 1. Sim RC back up to third in the LMP2 category. So still some fights with 90 minutes to go. Given that the prototypes can do roughly around 40-ish minutes on a run, we are nearing that point where drivers in both the prototype classes can come in for what will be their penultimate stop of the race.
Yeah, I say it's a lot calmer now than it was genuinely hour and a half ago.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look at that track map.
Yeah, it's all spread out. It's all chill. It's all relaxed. It is. It's kind of what, as a driver, generally speaking, it is what you would want from this race. I mean, a lot of them, especially if you're sat in the top 3, I guarantee most of them will be sat there being like, let's just bring it home.
Let's just get to the end now, yeah.
You're not really going to pick up more positions from where you presently are, with maybe the specific exception of I guess maybe the Team Redline car. Again, depending on what happens strategically, they might be able to pick up one. But really speaking, no one's going to be gaining any major spots here, right?
Yeah.
And so at that point, you just want to see that checkered flag as soon as possible. But then you are also sat in the back of your mind being like, oh, I hope there's a little bit of drama. I wouldn't mind a freebie.
No, there's only one team that 100% sitting here and going, get me out of this race as soon as possible. And you know who they are, right?
Williams?
No, the Apex Racing Team 198.
Oh, yeah. No, oh, right. Yeah, well...
I mean, those guys in particular as well have been going since the start like that now, basically.
Could you... Yeah, just imagine... To be fair, when it comes to awards for endurance spirit... I think we should probably give 198 some, although at least for them, they've had something to work with and work for throughout the race. There are other teams that are, not quite as far down, but still a fair way down, that are literally just driving around by themselves.
Falcon Sim Racing should get that shout out as well, you're right.
Yeah, big time.
But I think, like you say, if we're giving awards out for endurance spirit, Apex may be getting it. Of course, with so many of their drivers at their facility in Corby, they were not going to want to see their cars retire unless absolutely they were forced to. Driver of the day. Let's start thinking about that now that we're clicking into the final 90 minutes of this one. Ooh. It's a tough one, in my opinion. I think there's going to be some top contenders here, and I'm looking forward to looking at some lap analysis after the race, Lewis, because my ideas of driver of the day, I think, are going to be a little bit different to how
Love this camera.
On how a little bit different to how the actual average, how they do a stint analysis of average lap times, median lap times, and factoring in traffic. I get the sense that that's actually going to be a little bit different to my perception of the race.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm looking at it now and thinking about it now, leaning towards someone even like Agustin Canapino.
Right? No, that's who I was thinking of.
I think that night stint that Canapino did was very impressive. The thing is, for quite a lot of other teams, we see Sebastian Job stationary in pit lanes, that BWM Team Redline comes down for its penultimate stop. For a lot of other teams, like take, for example, the Redline duo that are running first and second in GTD, who do you pick from there? You can't pick anyone. If you're looking for a
yeah.
driver of the day, you can't pick anyone specifically from there because they've all basically done the same thing, which is an amazing thing for a team, right? The fact that you've had, basically seven drivers across 2 teams that have been bump drafting each other for 22 and a half hours now. They've not really put a foot wrong. There's only been a disconnection that's kind of thrown something towards their way, and they just keep driving. I mean, for me, no one in that team wins driver of the day.
Yes.
Because it's too hard to pick which one would do a better job. They've all done the same thing.
There hasn't been, especially in this GTD class, right? There hasn't been a singular moment that has defined the race. And so I think from that perspective, you are 100% right. Now, that my eyes don't deceive me, right? That's Gianni Vecchio in the number 4 car, but he's wearing Max Verstappen's helmet.
Yeah, I think it's because Max is probably the one that joined, isn't it?
Well, no. They can submit helmets for themselves.
Does it still switch helmets?
Yes. I built that into RaceSpot Media, Lewis. Yeah, you see?
I don't know who you are.
That is Max's helmet for sure, by the way.
Do you know what? I don't have an iRacing helmet.
I don't.
Mostly because
The
I opened up that
template is templates.
I opened up that template and was like, no, absolutely not.
Hey, if iRacing's listening, you will make many people happy if you give us a template for the helmet that makes sense in the year of 2024. Please and thank you.
I don't want to have to open a template and think if I put a logo on this, I have to squash it and warp it so it looks normal on the helmet in game. What on earth?
You mean you don't live in that sort of skewed reality?
Yeah, I will say, like a helmet, making a helmet template. I'm not even talking about like, how do you make templates and like that. But like, I'm purely talking from a how do you lay out a helmet? How do you lay out a spherical object?
That is a good point.
You know
actually.
what I mean? It is really tough. And the best helmet templates that I've come across, which still, they are, you're always going to have a
little bit
warping.
Yeah.
It's always going to happen to a degree. But it was a helmet that was done. We used to do this in GPVWC, the league I used to race in. And the design was the helmet was in 2 bits. So you had the top of the helmet,
and then you had the bit that wraps around it. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. And that, whilst not a perfect system, it was significantly better than anything else I've used to design a helmet by a long way.
I'm just saying that I would be very curious what people would do with helmets if it was slightly easier, because I do know Gustavo Ariel, as an example, in one of those red line entries, he has a real helmet which was actually designed by a person that's designed Lewis Hamilton's helmets in the last couple of years, that he actually got done in the sim after he got it done in reality, so it went the other way around.
Nice.
Helmets aren't cheap, by the way. Just
helmets are not cheap.
Yeah, especially if you go full carbon, painted. I mean, it adds up pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, trust me. I've realised certain things that you would think probably aren't that expensive are expensive from my 2 years doing GB3.
Oh yes.
Like, oh yeah, that should be fine. You're like, oh wait, what? How much does it cost? Are you serious?
Again, a set of tires in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America go for $4,000 a set, and you use 3 minimum dry sets a weekend.
Yeah. See, that's why, and I don't know how much they cost in GB3, but I do know that in GB3 you only get 2 sets a weekend. You're only allowed 2 sets a weekend.
How does it work with rain tires then?
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so there's an unlimited amount of rain tires because we don't really use them.
Right. Yeah. Even though in the UK everyone just assumes that it's going to rain, I think that is the regulation.
It really doesn't rain.
No, it doesn't, and that's a regulation that makes, I think, a lot of sense as well. Here's a look at a replay, and it's Josh Ladd, and there's the commitment through turn 1.
Yeah, had a great time genuinely about 23 hours ago when he slapped that car on pole position. And to be fair, up until about 2 hours ago, they were looking at potentially the chance of victory, courtesy of the issue for the Williams Esports Brorange playseat car. But now things have really fallen apart. Amazing how quickly this can fall apart. It's the relentless speed of these styles of races. That if there is a mistake like that, however, you're not coming back from it. And the same mistake, disconnection.
I'm going to throw something at you, Lewis. I'm not one to say that we need safety cars in everything. I know you you probably understand that I would love safety cars. We had them in the first season of MC Esports. But I don't think we've ever actually seen a 24-hour race with a field of this strength on iRacing
Oh, God, no.
with safety
Yeah.
cars.
No, definitely not. The thing is, safety cars are obviously extremely complicated. So I'm going to make this call now, by the way, because I've made this call on the ABS World broadcast. Please, iRacing, if you are listening, I know you've got other priorities and stuff. I'm bored of leagues and stuff like that when they're doing a manual safety car, always picking a Porsche GT3. Please, can we make the safety cars drivable? I don't care what physics are on them or whatever, just make them drivable. Just so, if we want a manual safety car, it can be a manual safety car. That's that one dealt with. But no, safety cars are extremely complicated. They are very, very tough to deal with because to do it as an automated system for 3 classes, it's not happening. It's so complicated. To do it as so that means that you need a manual race control, right? Which is fine, but then who do you get to do it? And that means that you can't do it in the in an open race like this.
Yeah, no. We had fun trying to do safety cars in IMSA Esports. And
I love safety cars.
I mean, we enjoyed it at Laguna Seca. I think the teams and the race control people maybe enjoyed it a little bit less. But it's the need to react to stuff on the fly that makes it so exciting, right? That's why it's so fun. You and I, we did a little bit of the Apex Hunter Endurance Series as well, which Nick Foster and Gizzy had been putting on for a couple of years. That had a manual safety car that actually went out and got driven. So there are ways to do it, but it would be great to have it for a field of this strength as well. There goes Luke Bennett off to pit lane in what is the second one of the red line cars, the one that had Sam Coiter go around in through the International Horseshoe on the first lap of the race. And that was a day ago, my goodness.
A whole day ago.
Yeah.
These races are long.
These races are long, so long that you have to start with Lewis and me, and you have to unfortunately end with us as well. Sebastian Job, though, is the one now in the BMW M Team Redline car. Great to see Sebi continuing to make full advantage of this partnership between Oracle Red Bull Sim Racing and the fine team over at Team Redline.
I've said it when I was on with Cam and on with you and earlier on. I can't get used to it. Yeah, I mean it's been a month, right? A month and a bit. Fair enough. But it's so weird seeing Sebastian Job, seeing Cooper Webster. Yeah, it's so odd. I mean, so I look at it and I'm like, I mean, it can point out is like the reason why it doesn't feel so weird is thankfully at least the red line cars did have the Verstappen.com Red Bull logos on the side, so it's kind of you've kind of had it a little bit like trained in you that it is kind of a Red Bull for a while, but it's still kind of weird. Speaking of Red Bull drivers,
right on cue. Max Verstappen's getting ready to go.
Doing the final stint in a bit. I will say, Max did some impressive stuff last night. And I'm not talking about lap time or anything like that because it's Max, or whatever.
Right.
But did do, I think it was might have been around midnight, might have been around when you were on, if not a bit later. Did 4 stints.
Okay.
Then was out of the car for 2 stints, came back in, did another 2 stints. I was like, that's doing 6 hours of driving in an 8-hour period. That's pretty tough. That's tough. That doesn't matter what level of racing you're at.
Right.
That is a lot of driving in a short period.
Now you're making me wonder. So when I was writing the rule book for the first season of IMSA Esports, I had to go through the real IMSA rule book to understand some of the drive time regulations and just to get a sense for what the IMSA guys do, right? And now I forget, but I'm pretty sure they do have a regulation about how many hours you're allowed to do in any consecutive block of time. Not sure if that would be allowed per the rules, but no rules necessarily for them to worry about here today as Moreno Sorica, the next to trundle down pit lane in the orange Williams Esports Playseat car.
I mean, you can't, especially not in this light. You can't call that orange.
Orange.
Not in this light.
Orange.
Not a chance.
Okay, that is right. Okay, I will concede. I will concede.
In this light, you can't call that orange. Look at that.
That's orange. That's not bronze. Okay, it's tan is what it is.
That I'll tell you. Do you know what it is? Awful. But no.
Wow.
It's not.
Williams, did you hear it?
I do love Williams.
He's got two. He's got shirts. He's got hoodies. I mean, you got to strip them.
No. Because we were talking earlier. I think the Williams Esports Fanatec car looks great. I think the Williams Esports livery with a proper orange front looks great. And whilst yes, I understand where the oranges come from, being Dutch company. To be fair, I've always thought places were orange even before that. So I think they have had orange before.
Okay.
As a part of their branding.
So the question I have for you is: do you think Playseat is orange because we've talked about the Williams Esports Playseat car being orange before?
No, I think they've had orange branding before.
Okay.
By association, but they've always been on. The only thing is that I'll say though is that when I want to see orange in a car, I want to see it pop. And I think that's the problem that I've got with that car is the orange doesn't pop.
I like how we started this race talking about this car.
We're still going for it. If someone's joined for the first hour and a bit, and then they're here, they're like, are they still talking about this?
It's just funny because I had head of Williams Esports send me a message about it at the start of the race where we were talking about it. So clearly people do find it quite an intriguing topic. It's much like, was the dress blue or gold? It's all in your perception. Hoffman stays out an additional lap, by the way. He's on to the 28th lap of his stint, so probably going to see him in this lap. As Elvis Rankin was mentioning, though, Porsche Coanda just not able to save as much fuel. Zach Campbell in after 27 full laps.
Yeah, exactly. Again, all these teams, drivers, they'll be coming into the pit lane probably about half an hour, 20 minutes left to go. In this race for a cheeky splash and dash. Remember how I said earlier that you wouldn't want to do a splash and dash with 10 laps left to go? Yeah, exactly. They're all doing it. Fair enough. Is what it is. It's like you say, VRS Coanda into the pit lane, onto the jacks. I wonder if because the splash and dash might be too short, I wonder if they will be changing the 4 tyres on that final stop.
If you're in for 20 minutes, surely you're taking no tyres.
Surely. To be fair, it's kind of at the point where around here and that late in the race, I would rather I'd rather take no tyres or 4 tyres. I don't want to take 2 tyres because 2 tyres can actually require quite a bit of concentration for the first couple of laps.
The balance changes, yeah.
Exactly. And this late in a race, having a significant balance shift in a car is a bad idea.
Yes, would not be advised. Gustavo Ariel off and away from pit lane. He's going to join Max Verstappen in the conga line of red line entries that will continue just to play bumper cars for the next 75 odd minutes as he now runs in 3rd spot. Don't think there's any risk at this point of Stormforce ART being able to spoil the surprise. By the way, this topic has taken on such a life of its own that Juan himself, 2023 VCO Simi Award Hall of Famer, has jumped into our RaceSpot TV YouTube chat to say that, okay, he's taking note of the conversation, Lewis, and a discussion will be had about the orange shade with team management.
Pop. Make it pop. Make it pop.
Pop and lock, is that what we're talking about?
Pop and lock, why not? No, it just needs to be like... You know when you see all the Verstappen fans, obviously, race seconds, and they're all wearing like the orange, the very Dutch.
Right.
Those are orange.
I see.
They are bright. It's kind of like pink versus hot pink. I want the hot pink version of orange.
I'm just saying that is also quite a dark orange. Look at the tent behind. This is very... Oh, the camera moved on me.
Great direction. Oh, by the way, you're in trouble, mister.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, I see you with your pen. I got sent a message at at a certain time in the morning. Thanks to Joachim. I'm just going to go and find this out.
Go for it.
Where is it? Where is it?
Go for it. Go find it.
Oh God, this could take
I know
ages.
exactly what you're saying as well. What I said too.
Yeah. It was at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and on the broadcast was Lewis sucks.
That was
Lewis
not
wrong.
what it
Sorry,
said.
Lewis equals wrong. Lewis
Yeah,
equals wrong.
get your slander correct.
Probably should have said Lewis sucks, to be honest. But it says Lewis equals wrong.
Here we go.
To be fair, at night time, the front end of that car was orange.
Here we go as Andrea Bristow takes over from Gabriele Mini in the Mag Performance SRT 120. Still waiting for them to drop and roll away and back out onto track already. WSR Esports, Butt Kicker and Lucas Prada lead by more than 60 full seconds. I stand by the statement Lewis equals wrong. I had to erase the R at one point, so it said Lewis equals Wong.
You don't agree with Lewis sucks, though?
Nah.
Cool. No, good shout. Thank you. No, it's fine. Can't take it back.
Nah, not today.
Not today. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got to pump the brakes on that.
That's the problem. We work so much together that I have to deal with you quite frequently.
And after this broadcast as well.
Oh, we have another one after this.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not that long after this broadcast as well, is it? I thought genuinely, I was prepared. I thought it was like 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Something like that. Oh yeah, no, it starts at 2. I was like, oh good.
I thought we had like a 2-hour break between us finishing this and going over to the next race. Now I know why so many of these drivers aren't trying to qualify for the next round or for the upcoming round of the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland, because there's legitimately about 60 minutes between them getting ready to go. We've got 70 minutes or so to run. We are at that point where I feel confident that in 10 minutes time a GTD car could risk it and come into pit lane and make it to the end, because Lewis, we have not seen anyone go strategically longer than around 55 minutes or so in terms of fuel strategy.
Yeah, so it's, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how it unfolds. I've received a message from a certain race engineer, one Mr. Michael Preston, that says awful livery. I was like, sorry. Obviously from the Williams camp. I found out, by the way, if you want to go back and find out, it was 12 hours and 56 minutes left to go in this race. Was when you put Lewis equals wrong on the broadcast.
I thought you were going to say when Lewis equals Wong was on the broadcast.
I'm assuming that was briefly afterwards.
Briefly before, probably, actually.
But really was it?
Yes.
You just can't write.
No, I mean, have you tried writing with a mouse?
Yeah, no, I have actually.
It's not ideal.
It's not easy. It's not easy. No, I had to sign an NDA very recently, where you've got to sign it, and you've got to sign it with your mouse. Honestly, it took 15 minutes.
Did you just break your NDA telling us about the NDA?
No, because it didn't say what it was for.
You see, but have you ever signed an NDA where you're not allowed to reveal the existence of the NDA?
Yeah, I have.
I love the wording of some of these contracts that sometimes get sent our way. We focus on the fight for third position in the Severe Escoanda, number 92 being hunted down by SimRC, and this is where low downforce spec prototypes as well. You can see how loose these machines are as well. Jürgen Frank's taken back over from Antiohola, and we talked about tires, right? The one time where I think tires and fuel being done at the same time is probably a benefit in the driver's mind is when it comes to a car like this, Lewis, in the LMP2, where those rear tires, after one stint, you start to feel the pain a bit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, can we? This is not a call to iRacing. This is a call to IMSA.
Can we change it in the real world too? Yes, please.
Can we change it in the real world to have no tires and fuel at the same time, so that we can then have it in sim, please? I think of it as like a budget thing. It's cost saving. Cost saving. You're making it more financially beneficial for the teams because they're not spending as much on tyres because there's more strategy, and then we can benefit in sim racing because we've got more strategy. Boom. Sign me up. I'll take some of the money in the tyres.
There you. I was going to say. What about all the money?
What do I gain from it? Yeah, exactly.
I'll be at Daytona next week. I'll pitch it. I'll see
Cool.
what the reception is from the team.
Thanks, man.
I do kind of wonder what the teams feel like as well when it comes to that conversation, right? Because we have our own very strong opinions on it. You know, we think we should have tire and fuel done separately to bring in a bit more strategy. But from drivers' perspective, especially given that tires are ever changing both in the real and virtual worlds, new compounds introduced every year in real motorsports. In iRacing, that tire model gets updates every couple of builds. There's always something that you have to keep an eye on, and so wondering what they prefer. GT3, for example, has just been changed in the last couple of months to go from needing to change every stint to actually allowing for double stints, but moot point given the strategy, tires and fuel being done at the same time. Lead GTPs, it's come down, Lewis, not sure where. At one point, almost 30 seconds. Dominic Hoffman now just 23 back from Mate Alpinen.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it right now. Like I say, it could be things like shorter stops. Actually, what was the last stop time from this? Is going to take me way too long to figure out. So
about 1 second difference between the two.
Yeah, okay, so fair enough. It's not that. It is just time track. I think part of it might be the Williams Esports Placing car just taking the foot off the gas a little bit. And I don't mean that in how you're driving the lap, but I mean risk and traffic. Those are the ones where you can afford to be like, We're not going to take any risks. We're not going to dive anyone going into the Le Mans chicane or anything like that. That's kind of a bit more like what I'm saying. You're still driving the circuit the same way, because changing that would be a bad idea again. Just lowering the risk in traffic.
Yeah, it's the risk versus reward, and when you have people in your ears that are able to give you the help and the feedback to guide you, that's also where it comes in handy. 3-man effort for Drago Racing, and as I've mentioned, Dominic Hoffman, this car is onto its 876th lap of the race. Dominic Hoffman has completed, I believe, 498. That is a monster shift.
Yeah, that's a long day in the office. Also, for Drago Racing, they've got 2 cars, one in the split, one in the second split, which I think we've not heard from them. I'd be pretty disappointed if I was them to have a car in second split.
I mean, Aaron Vasquez, 11,000 I ratings in second split.
Yeah,
let that seep in.
I wonder if they put Aaron Vasquez in that car to try and bring it up to top split.
Ooh, right. And then they just got on the wrong side of the cutoff.
Exactly. Because I would be surprised if that car was any lower than... To be fair, we had 12 GTDs in this race. I would be surprised if they weren't 13th, 14th GTD. If they weren't like that close to moving through. So, and like we say, we're a bit surprised by just how it is that it's worked out that we just don't have that many GTDs.
So that lineup was Aaron Vasquez, Manuel Troncoso, Ricardo Rico, and Jaden Ladick. Now I'm not a database of iRating, unfortunately, so I cannot sit here and instantly memorize and read out the iRatings for those drivers. But Vasquez is 11K. I'm pretty sure Troncoso, Rico, Ladick are all 9K. If that car doesn't make it, Drago's GTD entry. What was the SOF number? Did we get an official confirmation for GTD?
We've had it's estimated at 9889.
Wow.
Yeah.
So almost 10K is our SOF. That is pretty stonking redonkulous. LMP2's seemingly still fighting as Simify get past. That's Lucas Marrero that pulls aside and allows Marcus Deck in the Race Clutch Black, the number 24 machine, to be put the pressure onto by Team PGZ's 114. Both drivers already have come out of pit lane, and as far as I can tell, one pit stop left to go for the both of them.
Yeah, exactly. We're not that long away from the end of the race, and obviously the battle in the class 7th place, as you can see in the bottom right. And I know, Jürgen, JVB, Jürgi Bergi, as we're...
is that his nickname now? Yeah,
Jürgi Bergi's going to stick. Obviously, we'll be paying close eye on this race. Shout out to his dad. I know his dad's paid quite a bit of attention to what's been happening with the Race Clutch team. Obviously, the whole support of the familial support doesn't just come for drivers. Obviously, you've got teams, you've got engineers, you've got team managers and stuff like that. It all adds up, and get that. Commentators, no, couldn't care less.
No, that Lewis guy. I mean, the sooner I'm done with him, the better.
We're not family, so it's okay.
Yeah, people are actually going to think that we hate each other at some point. Oh, as contact, PGZ and Race clutched on the nose. Marcus Deck almost spins himself through turn 1, but able to regather it. And I've got to say, how did we get through that without it being worse?
Yeah, I want to see that one again. But it's kind of whether... This is the whole thing of like this... If this were, an actual championship where you got race controls, we'd be looking at it, like, race control will take a look at that. Blah, blah, blah. Now, no, there's no race control. They've got their 4X or whatever. Move on.
And Nimcross may still take a look post-race, but not going to be a factor here. I mean, that's the problem with the line that the drivers have been taking through that corner, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look really closely with the Race Clutch car here as to whether they were the ones that moved across. A bit of a line on the outside. See, I think they just kind of come together a little bit. To the point where, again, I'm looking at that and I'm more like, it's a bit of a racing incident.
It's a racing incident, but I think this look from up above is going to show that Marcus Deck is the one that runs up into the line. The car is... Okay, it is a late move to get alongside, but the Team PGZ car clearly has gone to the outside, thinking that Deck's going to stay a little bit tighter. And like I said, I'm just glad that didn't end up being a whole lot worse.
You got to remember that the line around there is a lot wider than most of us will do. I mean, you can actually see it You can see it particularly on board as Marcus Deck will come into the pit lane, will he? Is that the... Yeah, it is Marcus Deck into the pit lane. Fair enough. If you ride on board, though, going into T1, you'll see... keep your eye on the marbles.
You know why he's in?
Incident point limit.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
that's a drive-through penalty.
So they've reached 100 incident points through that 4X and instantly being forced to come down to the pit lane to serve the drive-through penalty. Now they've got another hour, and if they get another 20 incident points, Lewis, add another drive-through into the mix.
Yeah, exactly. To be fair, if you were that high on instant points, I might race a little differently if I'm honest. But each their own again. They're racing it hard. I like to say if the next time we go through T1, take a look at the marble line. You'll see what I mean. Is that where it's been cleaned, you can really see the line that everyone takes into T1. It is much wider than what would be classified as the standard racing line going through there.
Here we go. Then. Let's ride on board into that marble line.
You can really see. See, this broadcast direction is exactly what I want. Thanks, Arjuna.
Yeah. No, he's not bad, is he?
Oh, it's...
He's one of the best broadcast directors on this broadcast.
I'd say the third best that we've got today. Seriously though, take a look. Let's see. You'll see it. Sorry if you're on YouTube and compression, but we'll move. Even though I can't see it on here because I'm going to assume you could see it.
No,
but I definitely saw
not
it
really. It was difficult.
I've seen it. I can see it in my game. That's the thing. I definitely see it.
It's one of those things that maybe you've got to turn up the marble settings, and if you turn them down, maybe you just trick your mind into pretending they're not there.
Yeah, indeed. Well, you'll just have to take my word for it. To be fair, I've checked on my game right now. It's actually quite hard to see these. I think it's just because the sun's come up or whatever. But you can't. Basically, the point is the racing line's much further out. And if you're in the Team PGZ car, for example, you've got to be kind of ready for that. That the car is going to go out much wider than you normally would round here. And yeah, fair enough. That's what I can't get used to.
What?
Parker White and Williams esports.
Well, this is where he's a guest driver today. But how long will we have to wait to find out where Parker White is going to go racing? Of course, left the Apex Racing team at the end of 2023. Is going to be racing not only in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series where he raced for Canaan Esports in 2023, but he'll be in PESC, he'll be in the Porsche Esports Super Cup as well. And so, Parker White hasn't announced who he's driving for in 2024.
Yeah.
Williams Esports haven't announced who their two drivers are for the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Can I put two and two together and say that Parker White being a guest driver here is maybe an inkling of what's to come?
Maybe, but I will say when it comes to guest drives, we've seen guest drives before in sim racing. I think one of the more notable ones was, we discussed him earlier, Mr. Moritz Lerner. Do you remember? I think it was the Bathurst 12 hour that year. After he'd left Williams, he did the Bathurst 12 hour. I know he did this race for RSO, and I think he did the Bathurst 12 hour for Commander.
Yeah, I was going to say for Commander, yeah.
And he did. I think he might have done a couple of races with Commander, and we'd all sat there. We were all like, maybe he's going to go. And then he signed for Dura Esports because Commander didn't. They weren't racing where he wanted to be racing, which is a lot of race room stuff, which is fine.
Well, and I think the appeal of that project to Moritz as well was, the idea of building something from the ground up too.
Which he's decided to do again. Why not? Why not do it in back-to-back teams?
I mean, he did join up with one of the biggest names in esports, to be fair.
That is true. That is true. Mouse are a massive team in the world of esports. I'm disappointed. I understand. I fully understand why they're not here, but I am disappointed they're not here.
Yes, again, because Max Benneker, Moritz Lerner, Yuri Kastrup, and Patrick Holtzman. Hello. That's a four-man lineup that's probably up towards the frontier.
But I understand why they're not, because I know I've spoken to Moritz and stuff. They're all very focused on Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland and things like that. I get it.
Yeah, we'll see them in a couple hours' time.
Literally, yeah. If you're a fan of Max Benneker or Moritz Lerner or
Patrick Holtzman.
I was going to say Patrick Holtzman. Yuri Kastrup's not on the grid.
Is Yuri Kastrup allowed to be in the grid? He's from one of those countries that I think actually isn't allowed to be in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland.
I don't believe so. It's not as we kind of discussed. It's not as simple as just German drivers are allowed.
No.
But I think the whole Benelux region's not allowed. But it's Germany. It's a couple of other countries.
Yeah, it's confusing, that is for sure. We talked about eNASCAR, by the way. Wanted to just say that, Williams Esports going to be excited to see them go again. How is it going to be to see a Zebra, not in a BMW, but instead in a Ford? And like you say, with Garrett Lowe and Jordi Lopez representing them in the 2024 eNASCAR Series.
Discussed this with Cam earlier. I'm very excited to see what's going to go on. Obviously, we know that to have picked up 2 drivers on there, Garrett Lowe and Jordi Lopez are quality drivers. I'm really looking forward to the start of the new season. I'm not that bothered about what do they call it? The pre-season
Clash,
race
that's the one.
Yeah.
The Duels, because we're not going to LA anymore.
Yes,
We're going to Daytona.
Exactly. Which is a Casey Cohen fan I'm actually a bit disappointed with, because Casey was actually pretty sick at the Coliseum, but whatever.
Casey's got a new team too.
Yeah, he does.
Spire Motorsports.
I'm very curious to see how it's all going to work out. And I think it's going to be an exciting season of eNASCAR. As, to be fair, most of them are.
They're not bad racing races. Now, the playoff system will have its proponents, its detractors, that's for sure. But the one thing you can guarantee is it delivers excitement. I think the last couple of years we've had a couple of cases where drivers have won races but not been locked in because of how many other drivers have also won races.
Yeah,
so
yeah, exactly.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah, Garrett Lowe, of course, top 4 in last year's championship. Jordi Lopez was 5th. Represents Altus as well. I think it's going to be cool to see how BS Competition represents the setup side of the series as well, because there's a lot that happens in the background that often we don't talk about. So, final 60 minutes of this 24 Hours of Daytona powered by VCO, the first of the VCO Grand Slams of the calendar year. It's still Williams Esports Playseat that lead, and their margin to Drago Racing and Dominic Hoffman-Lewis, it's been established now at more than 20 seconds, and you've got to say it's going to take some trouble, knock on wood, for something to change at the front.
Yeah, now you missed a big argument. Big argument on this broadcast. You missed it because you were asleep.
Okay.
Between me and Cam.
What were you arguing about, though?
What do you think we were arguing about? Commentator's curse.
Oh, God.
It's full fisticuffs argument as well. I was fuming. Absolutely fuming. Dane at various points was chucking fuel onto the fire as well. It's unacceptable. But as someone who doesn't believe in the commentator's curse, for Williams, for WSR Esports Barclay Grand, for Team Redline, it is their races to lose. Our races. It's why I dropped a certain expletive in our little chat on TeamSpeak here. You know, when you asked Peter with 2 hours to go, who do you think is going to win the race? I'm like, the leaders of each of the categories. It's like they're in control at the moment. What are you talking about asking that right now?
I mean, I did say it that I kind of led him directly into the promised land by giving him the opportunity to pick after everyone had fallen away. I did concede that, but everyone else had a chance to finalize the predictions. It wasn't fair to Peter to not let him do that as well. Although, yes, not fair by any means. So Max Verstappen, I think, is going to be the one that is in the car at the end. And, well, I think that's going to be quite fun for the entire team to celebrate. Because let's not forget what a blockbuster year, Lewis, 2023 was for Team Redline. And I guess we're going to expect 2024 to be even bigger as they also continue to use their own facility now in the Netherlands just that little bit more.
Yeah, Team Redline have, with we said before, with the acquisition stuff that they've had recently, they have arguably been the strongest team in sim racing for the last couple of years. Which, yes, I know there's going to be really like Coanda, and we had our little argument about that in VCO Sunday a long time ago now. I still stand by my point. I still think Team Redline are the strongest team in sim racing.
Are we going off just the last year now? Last 12 months?
Yeah, why not?
Then I agree with you. There is no argument against it as well. Like, legitimately, if someone sits here in a broadcast booth and tries to argue that Redline were not the strongest team as a whole across of sim racing last year, yeah, I don't know what they'd be thinking.
It's and the thing is with that is that now they've had a lot of drivers, a lot of very, very, very good drivers added to that roster. arguably the strongest team in sim racing over the last 12 months, potentially even longer, but definitely the last 12 months, has
Even
got
stronger.
Now, I was discussing this with Ham earlier, is that, I think even a little bit with Ewan, is that this is obviously it's a great thing for the brand, blah, 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 blah. Do you not think at some points it might be a little bit of a bad thing? For two reasons. Number one, people watching sim racing, when they tune in and it's just all one team, are a bit like, oh, I'm not really interested in this. Because it's just one team battling. Number two, by the way, very quickly, number two is a lot of those drivers will have to put ego to one side, and we have known that has been a bit of a problem in Redline not that long ago.
That's actually what I was going to say. I was not so worried about that. I was also kind of just thinking, what happens when you have so many drivers? From a cohesion standpoint, right? How do you have all those drivers working together? But there's the other factor, right, Lewis, of yes, sim racing is busy nowadays, right? Like, without a shadow of a doubt, the Redline team they're basically in everything in terms of top-level sim racing, so it's understandable that they need a lot of drivers. But what happens if you have a lot of drivers and then suddenly there's some drivers who are doing less than others because they're just not getting picked for certain races? Having a large driver pool is a blessing and a curse. What I would say to your first point, though, is that the only negative thing about having more Redline cars at the front of the field is when, like today, they upload identical liveries for multiple entries and make it impossible for us to figure out who is who. Yeah,
again, best team, strongest team in sim races, put it that way.
Doesn't mean best livery.
I will say I do.
It's
really
a good livery, though. It is a very good livery.
I love the Redline livery. These days, I don't think the Redline livery has ever looked better than it does now.
The only time it's looked better is when we had actual color combinations to make our life easier. Just saying.
Yes, I agree. I do agree with that. But I'm more just talking about like the design and like the base livery. I still would love to see them taking it. And I say having like we used to have Redline blue, Redline green, Redline purple, where they've got different colours, or at a bare minimum, at least please change your wing mirrors or something.
No, you can't do that because we got IMSA standard green.
No. Well then splitters, something. If other teams are able to put in various highlights where they can differentiate the cars, and again, this is one where I will give some points to the Apex Racing team, because I will say I've taken a look at their GTPs. They don't need to do
They
any
made an
GTPs.
effort, yes.
The GTDs are fine, like because they're two very different liveries anyway. But the GTPs, all of them have a highlight. That's what I want. And there's also significant amounts of the highlight on the livery, by the way.
Yes, no. They've heeded our words. Like we have been quite vocal about the Apex Racing team in particular, and how they make commentators' life difficult. And so, shout out to the team behind the scenes for listening to constructive feedback, because that's what we need.
Destructive.
In the world of sim racing is constructive, not destructive. That's what the new damage model is meant to be for instead, Lewis. Don't worry. Front of the field, we're keeping an eye, of course, on VRS Coanda Sim RC, the closest fight, and one that I do think is going to be a bit of a drag race to the line to see the checkered flag. If strategy has any indication, these drivers basically are going to pit one lap offset from one another. I am keeping an eye on Dominic Hoffman, though, because as much as we've been saying that maybe the race lead is done and dusted, last time we checked in, it was 22 seconds, and it's almost 17 and a half now.
It is coming down. Like I say, if Williams Esports Placey are running things a little casual through traffic, well, maybe you want to step it up just a touch. As you can see there at the bottom of your screen, maybe they need to take a bit more risk in traffic. Just not like too much, but just enough to make sure they're holding the gap. Like I say, I think that LMP2 battle is going to be very, very interesting. It's Mac Backham versus Jürgen Frank. Jürgen Frank in that the yellow Bumblebee behind, and of course the purple and orange Mac Backham. It's his last race before retirement or something. I don't know. We'll see how long this goes. There he is.
So there's a joke in mixed martial arts that, there's MMA retirements where someone says they're done, and then 6 months later on social media someone calls them out, and then they're back in, right? Like, I'm not saying that's what happens.
Tyson Fury happens in books every time. It's his last fight.
Kind of. It is also a business strategy in some cases, isn't it?
100%.
When it comes to Backham, like, you were part of. He got to commentate with you, Lewis, as part of his send-off.
He was scared. He was shaking. He was nervous. and I was emotional. He was emotional, and then he's not retired.
He's not emotional right now, though. That's a good thing.
He's never. To be fair, he's Dutch. So nothing wrong with that emotional. But no, obviously, again, we are joking. I think this is us taking the retirement out of context, right? If you're he's obviously going to do some sim racing, obviously, but I think the retirement is from competitive esports,
from full-time living and breathing sim racing.
Correct. Right, that's the retirement. So we will still see Mac around. He even admitted this, to be fair, in Sweden. It's a bit close with the Apex car there, with the greeny yellow highlights. Day-glow yellow.
That is also an Acura, by the way, so it makes it very easy. They have two of the Porsche 963s and one of the Acuras. That was the Acura that, of course, also got crashed out on the opening lap of the race. Saw on Synchrony, by the way, the pair of Apex Racing GTDs coming into the pit lane as... Whoa, that was a scary little internet blip, and hopefully Mac Back and Jürgen Frank aren't too concerned about it anymore.
Yeah, and also just on that the highlight for the Acura. That is actually bonus points for Apex, because they could have just gone, we're not going to put highlights on the Acura because it doesn't need it, because we have two Porsches and one Acura. So theoretically speaking, we should have been able to pick apart the difference, but they still put the highlights on. That is bonus points.
They're trying to appease us for all the GT3 really struggles that we've had, right?
That really is. That's a good move. I like the fact that it's not just like wing mirrors and stuff. Look at the Porsche. You've got the orange bits, like it's not on the splitter, but like high up, it's obvious.
Maybe I think what we need to do is, for future races, put the faces of the driver on the side of the car as well.
That's a bit extreme, but I love it.
But you know how in the real world they put names?
Yeah, just put faces. Oh, instead of the flags, you put the driver's name, and then instead of a flag, bang, slap a mugshot of Johan Hart on there. Boom.
That is a fantastic idea. I mean, these are things they should do in the real world as well.
I don't think the pixel density will quite do justice.
Somewhere,
you know what I mean?
we've already asked iRacing for better helmet UV wrapping, effectively. Can we now ask for higher resolution textures on cars as well?
What would it be? It would be 8,100.
Something like that, 192 by 8,192.
That's a big livery. Yeah, 4096 isn't gonna quite cut it to slap a mugshot on.
Not if you want to get the minute details of some of the pictures that are bandied around the world of sim racing, as SimRC slightly lost out in traffic momentarily and now hold on once again. I still remember from our time in Saudi Arabia, I've still got a photo of Enzo Benito that I'm not allowed to share with the rest of the world.
Oh no.
Because he was writing on a whiteboard, do you remember?
Oh, I do kind of remember, but I can't remember what he wrote on there.
Oh, I'm not allowed to. I've said too much already. Enzo's probably like, oh, Judah, stop.
I can't remember what he wrote on there. I do remember. No, it's fine. Don't even tease the.
It's blackmail material, is all I'm saying. Enzo, red line shirt. Please send me one.
What was it? Oh my god! I can picture it so clearly. I remember some parts. No.
It was a lot of fun getting to meet a lot of these people when last summer we were all in person. The funniest thing was, though, in my opinion, Lewis, is we'd go and race at the venue from we'd head to the venue around 2 p.m. We'd get back at like midnight or so. And then what did all the sim racers do after a long day of sim racing? Well, they jumped onto Trackmania for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, well, I mean, in fact, again, I still maintain I think it was the best bit of competition we had all of that week.
Oh, Enzo Benito versus Jamie Fluke.
Fluke.
Was amazing.
Honestly, that was. Bearing in mind, there was like 25 of us, I think, like sat around watching. Maybe not quite. Maybe it was about 20. We sat around watching. Enzo would set a time, and then Jamie had gone faster. Enzo would set a time, and then Jamie had gone faster. Blah 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 blah. And this kept going for a little while. And then one time, Enzo had set a time. I think it was after like 3 or 4 attempts. Enzo had set a time that was actually pretty solid, and Jamie just kept going. He just kept going.
For like an hour.
Genuinely, it was literally like 40 minutes of trying to beat it. Came round, beat the time by I think like 2/10 or whatever, and the entire room erupted as if it was like a goal at a football match. It was insane. It was so good over just one game on a PlayStation in a hotel. That's all it was. So good.
The best part was we were there fighting for a total prize pool of $1 million, and like you say, that was the biggest cheers that we effectively got.
That was the biggest cheer of the weekend. Yeah, crazy.
It was crazy indeed. Into the final 45 minutes, so GT3s have already started to make their final pit stops. We mentioned, of course, the Apex Racing Team pair have come on in, and it's Luke McEwen behind Alejandro Sanchez as they rumble around. But now we're also starting to see final GTP pit stops begin. Here comes Sebastian Jobe in the BMW M Team Redline car.
Yeah, obviously makes sense. If you're going to come in at this point, you're definitely taking fuel, you're definitely taking tyres. And so for Sebastian Jobe, straight up onto the jacks and will be released. Obviously staying behind the wheel as well. We're not seeing any switches, which makes sense. Like you brought this up earlier on. I think it was with my boy Moreno Manuel Sarica.
Yes.
Didn't jump out of the car with 2 hours left to go, because 2 hours left to go, you kind of want the driver to do the last 2 hours of the race. So obviously, for the most part, you're not going to switch for the final hour. It makes no sense to you.
You say that, but sometimes you're forced to swap.
That's true. Just drive times and all that stuff.
Internet connection issues,
Yeah.
I would hope that none of these big teams are getting caught out by drive time issues at this point of the race.
You never know. We can have a look. I do not believe.
I see a lot of green. I don't see much red on the drive time right now.
Yeah, the only reds that I'm seeing are teams that are very retired from the race. No one's even yellow. And to be fair, with how the drive time works in a 24-hour race, it is quite hard because it is quite lenient. It's quite hard to breach it. It is quite a lenient system. I think, like, even at this point, I think the minimum drive time will be
50 laps or something.
Yeah, I was going to say it'll be like maybe 2 hours, maybe 3. It's not far.
I had done the math earlier, but I don't want to try and repeat the math and prove myself wrong. So we'll leave it at that, other than to say about 50 laps minimum drive time. Dominic Hoffman's, now up to 515. Just wanted to keep you updated on that. Lewis, you've also been keeping a track of Mitchell de Jong's number of laps that he's led at Daytona. Do you have an update on that?
No, because I can't see how many laps he's led in this race.
Until after we're done.
Until after we're done, correct.
Gotcha, okay.
Because I've not been able to find the bit that tells me. I've not been keeping track of it manually. I can obviously go and find out quite easily how many laps he's done in the race, but laps led I can't.
Yeah, so here comes the Frenchman Johan Harth down onto the pit lane, and with those orange highlights up on the jacks, and he's going to drop a lap down behind the leader. The race winners in the LMP2 class for 2 years in a row. Not going to defend their win in that category, and in this GTP class, Johan Harth didn't have the easiest start to the race either, did he?
No. To be fair, they've had a few ups and downs this race, the Apex team. I think Apex are probably one of the teams that will look back on this race and think, what could have been? You know what I mean? Like, even with second place in GTD, that's great and all. But they'll look back and think, probably not as badly as Williams might look back on it. Yes, I know they're leading in the overall category, but for a fair amount of the opening, like a couple of hours, the hour and a bit,
GTD
they had a 1-2 in GTP and they had a 1-2 in GTD, which was pretty impressive. But they had that kind of a bit removed from them, just basically out of their own hands. I think the overall victory will, just tide that over a little bit. And
just
again,
a little bit.
I've noticed some words and stuff in chat about Williams, obviously after last year, which, fair enough, understandable. Obviously, people were still frustrated at it. They've done nothing wrong this race. Absolutely nothing wrong this race, apart from not know what a proper orange is.
I mean, that's more you issue than anything else. Let's be real.
Oh, it's not a proper orange, though, is it? But they've not put a foot wrong. They've done everything right on strategy. People will always have a negative thing, and that's fine. If you are locked into your negative mindset, that's absolutely fine. Whatever, each their own. Keep to it. But I would implore you to be open-minded and accept that they have just done a brilliant race thus far, and hopefully the next 20 or 40 minutes will be fine.
I'm going to stick my neck out here again and just remind everyone that while, yes, there was controversy last year, there's no two ways about it, controversy didn't actually impact the net result of who won the race in the GTP class, because the drama happened, and then they had an issue in the first 30 minutes and dropped to the very back of the field and had to fight their way back forward. And so they ended up winning on merit. There was, yes, the controversy, but let's not take the actual win away from them as they look ready to potentially defend that win once again. 3 wide on the banking as Altus up high in their BMW. SimRC down low and still trying to hunt down Mac Backham now. But we've been keeping an eye on this fight for third in the prototype class. Lewis, they are not far away from heading down into the pit lane. I would suspect Mac Backham is going to come in, maybe not this lap, but maybe next time by.
Yeah, potentially so. Was it Williams in GTD as well last year? They were a bit of a centre of attention.
Oh, GTP and GTD, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's fine. That one was a bit more unacceptable. The GTP one, like, whatever happened. But yes, like I say, they're doing everything they can to go up that. And to be fair, I mean, you took this with Peter earlier. I do respect the fact it's heads down, get on with it. Don't look at it, don't talk about it, don't think about it. Just drive.
Yes.
Show what you're doing. It's exactly what they've done. They've got a 17-second lead over Dominic Hoffman. It has come down 5 seconds over the last 20 or so minutes, but that's all that's come down.
Yeah, it's still in that comfortable margin. Hoffman closing, but not fast enough. All it takes, though, is one moment in traffic for that Williams Esports Playseat car to maybe come across another LMP2 with a steering wheel failure like they did with the Culture team a handful of hours now ago. So just keep that in mind. Battle for third actually now has a friend. Marcus Deck in that race clutch black machine splits the Coanda and SimRC entries as out of that Le Mans chicane they come. I can only assume, by the way, that you have not called it the bus stop chicane today much, Lewis.
I've not actually called it the bus stop. I don't believe it at all.
Oh, wow, I'm impressed.
I'm a good boy. Oh yeah, we was discussing it with Peter, and it's very even with Paul earlier on the night. It is one change that you know me, I don't like calling names changing. It is one change that I can almost accept, because let's be honest, bus stop's not really a name, even though it is a bus stop. It's just kind of like, it's not really a called name, it's just kind of what it is. That's like renaming something called chicane. It's acceptable. It's something that I can handle, unlike the Parabolica.
Right. I will push back slightly in saying that bus stop is a bit of an iconic motorsports corner name, and so it's got a connotation that I still call the final corner at Spa the bus stop. As interesting. We're going to see driver change in the WSR Esports butt kicker machine with 36 minutes to go. They're not going to leave Lucas Prada in for another stint. Instead, Alexander Davidson, the flying kid, is going to jump in and take over the reins for a car that has led the entirety of the race so far and looks set to drive its way into a new year, a new team, and to maybe some new successes for the lineup as well. Lucas Prada actually had been in that car for going on 70 or so laps, and so maybe a nice opportunity for him to rest up as Davidson gets released, Lewis, to see this car to the checkered flag.
Yeah, I would like to see... what is it with me and liveries? I would like to see a bit more...
I didn't even ask you about the livery here, just to be clear.
Yeah, I know, but I'd like to see a bit more going on. Do you know what? It's white, black, and red. Although at least it's white, black, and red, rather than it being
black and red.
Yeah, right. The white and the black's the more dominant thing. The red's a bit of a highlight, fair enough. But again, it's it's fine.
It's a livery.
At least design-wise, it's tidy. I think that's the most important bit. It's clean. Love a SimRC livery though.
Especially that Bumblebee one.
Yeah.
I do love the yellow and black. It's classic. So is the purple and orange, to be fair.
But I will say, so two things on this. Number one, the yellow and black of SimRC, it's not even the yellow and black, like just that. It's the
pattern as well.
The texture. What do we call it in this?
Spec map.
iRacing? Spec map.
There you go. I was wondering what you're trying to say.
That looks pop tier on that car.
Pop tier? Was that intentional?
Top tier.
I mean, pop tier worked too, just for the record.
Pop tier, why not? I will say of the Commanders, I actually prefer the LMP2.
Oh. We'll get a comparison in a couple of moments' time, but for the time being, let's focus on this merge out of pit lane. Jürgen Frank had a 35-second pit stop. Mac Backham, 35.6 seconds. So pretty identical in terms of the time, but Frank's still got some ways to go before he's going to be off and away from the limiter. And so as around the outside comes the VRS Coanda machine, it's back up into net third position for the purple and orange. Now the yellow and black's got some work to do to get back in front.
Yeah, and plenty of it, but this is the final sprint to the checkered flag, so it is literally, you know, whatever you've got in the tank, whatever Hail Mary you've got, throw it down onto the track and let's see what you can do. Got to be brave. If you want to get yourself onto a podium, let's be honest, you do. It's a big deal. It's not just one extra position, the extra I rating that goes with it. No one cares about that. It's the fact that it is a podium at Daytona, the Daytona 24-hour here on iRacing in top split.
And with the VCO Grand Slams also having those trophies as well, the class winners in this broadcast split will get a memento just to remind them of the 24 hours of effort. Max Verstappen off and away from pit lane for the final time today, and as he rejoins the track, Ate Kauppinen finds his way into the box.
Yeah, and of course that means Drago Racing will take over the race lead momentarily until we see those come down into the pit lane. If Drago Racing have much of a shorter stop here, that could throw some concerns to Williams Esports play seat. So, like I say, it's not done yet. And the thing is, all Drago Racing can really do is close the gap as much as possible and put the pressure on. That's what they need to do. That's all they can really do right now.
So it's a 39.6 second stop for Williams Esports play seat. That's about 10 seconds shorter, Lewis, than the traditional stops that we've been seeing, right around 49, 50 seconds through the stints.
Yeah, which is not a surprise, because obviously you're pitting with 32 minutes left to go in the race. Not that much of a shot, but much shorter than that, and you're not taking tyres, surely, because I think that's where I can't remember how long it takes to change tyres. If you were just changing tyres by yourself, by with no fuel, right? Because obviously they do fuel and tyres at the same time.
Yes.
So that's your maximum amount of fuel that you can, or rather the minimum amount of fuel that you need to take. If you're going to change 4 tyres, you must take at least 30 seconds or whatever it is worth of fuel. But if you're taking less than that, you kind of shouldn't take tyres.
I think it's like 25. It's shorter than 30 for sure in these GTPs.
Right. Yeah, so if you're like taking less than, I mean, like I said, we don't know what the number is. Let's say it is 30 seconds or whatever. If you're taking less than that of fuel, if you're Drago Racing, I ain't changing tyres.
Well,
I'm throwing something at this to be like, maybe we can jump our way up there.
It's worth a gamble. See if they think it's worth the gander. See how it plays out. Still waiting for them to come down pit lane, and now waiting to see what's happened to the pair of Grid and Go machines, the Delta Simtech in front of the virtualcoach.gg car, and well, they look factory fresh. That's not been how the race has gone for them though, and I think that kind of sums up the tale.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it's been a rough race for some. How do you think we would do if we were in top split?
Oh, if I was in top split, last time, the only time I've been in a top split iRacing special event, I qualified 1 second off of Josh Rogers, I'll have you know.
Did you really?
Yeah, 90 minutes of practice. It was the 2020 iRacing Sebring 12 hours. It was the weekend where the motorsports world shut down. I remember on Friday evening, I got a message from my teammate Adam Blocker saying, IndyCar's been cancelled at St. Pete for that weekend. I'm flying back tomorrow. Should we do the race? I said yes. 90 minutes of practice later, I qualify. We start a second behind, 11th on the grid. Guess where we finished?
In the pit lane.
11th.
Oh, well, that's a bit of an anticlimax, isn't it?
There
didn't
you
go
go.
any further forward. Didn't go forward.
Didn't go backwards. That's all that matters. It was top split, mate. I'll take it. Here comes Drago Racing down to pit lane.
But you're 1 position short of a top split top 10.
Oh, no, don't get me started on that one.
So maybe you should feel bad.
Hashtag feel bad.
Hashtag do better.
Someone
that
needs to put that on one of their cars for the next special event, please.
That is genuinely something that I have said in the restaurant I work in. As a few people know that I can be a little bit fiery. I can be a little.
Just a bit.
I could step myself up for being this kind, light-hearted gentleman that you have on this broadcast to just being really just not very nice.
Oh, you're miserable sometimes.
One time at the restaurant, and as I think you have dealt with quite a few times, I think you have dealt with the do better line. I think it's something like there's no excuse for that. just do better.
Just do better. 35.4 seconds stationary for Dominic Hoffman compared to 39.6 seconds stationary for Ate Kauppinen. So it is still a lead for Williams Esports Placey, albeit now margin chopped down to 12 seconds, 30 minutes to go. It's a tall order, but let's be real. Lewis, if you're going to ask anyone to charge forward in a GTP machine, there's not many people that you'd really want to ask other than Dominic Hoffman.
No, exactly. We know Hoffman is mega in the GTP. We've not really spoken about this too much, though. But typically when we see Dom Hoffman charging forward in a GTP, it's not an Acura. Let's go with that.
No.
So I'm very curious. I mean, he's obviously been rapid today, but curious to see if we can pull the same level of magic that we've seen from Hoffman before over the last over 2023. And by 2023, I mean the entirety of 2023 in this class.
There wasn't much that didn't turn to magic in the case of Dominic Hoffman and Danny Lorenzo when they were in that GTP class. Yes, they did not win the IMSA Esports Global Championship as maybe they would have wanted to in what was their final outing for the Urano Esports team, but ultimately still showed us their speed through the course of the championship. There's the leader who's, well, having to deal with traffic, and I'm not sure how much we're really going to be thinking about it, but up the inside of the Stormforce ART car, let's not forget that's second in GTD.
What's that gap now? Sub 10 seconds. And obviously he's dealt with some traffic there as Ate Kauppinen, which traffic that Dom Hoffman is going to be able to is going to have to deal with as well. But Hoffman might get a little bit more fortuitous with where the traffic meets him, maybe going out onto the oval. Either way, the gap is sub 10 seconds. For the first time in a while, we have seen a sub 10-second gap like fairly recently, but it was Williams to Williams, which I don't really hold in the same stead as I hold Drago Racing, chasing you down with 30 minutes left to go on the clock at one of the most prestigious races in sim racing at its absolute highest level.
We call it the biggest race in sim racing. It's the biggest race in terms of numbers participation. There's no ifs or buts about it, but I think increasingly it's taking on a bit of a place as a crown jewel of sim racing, right? Like, it's obviously it's great that we got the Le Mans Virtuals, the IMSA Esports Global Championships, those invite series where the best of the best go out there and they get to compete, Lewis, because you and I, we enjoy them. We thoroughly enjoy it as well. But we also enjoy these community events, basically, where we don't always know who's going to be racing. We get to the race and there's all sorts of surprises, and ultimately some new names, hopefully, for us to learn about.
One of the biggest things with the Daytona 24 Hour, and this is how you can tell that why it's an event that's well loved, is that when we're talking, yes, I know there's trophies and stuff, and you've obviously got the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Like I know there's things for winning. Like, you get stuff for winning. That's a little bit sketchy there from the Sim RC car. I'll come back to that thought in just a second. That was a little bit too aggressive for my liking, going down to the International Horseshoe. Obviously, I have a podium though, so you never really know. As I was saying, when you've got yes, sure, there's prizes and stuff, there's things for winning or whatever, blah blah blah. Fair enough. But the fact that the grid is so strong in a race that realistically speaking has no major prizes, no $1 million on the line or whatever like that. There are two major things here. Number one, people just love the race. It's your first race of the year, so it really gets you in the mood for the new year. And number two, it's got a lot of history in the world of sim racing. This is not an event that's been happening for a couple of years. It's not an event that started through COVID. This is an event that's been going on for a long time. And each year it is stronger, it's bigger, it's growing every single time we go racing. And that's kind of why it's, to a certain degree, I mean, you can call this, like I say, in driver participation it's definitely the biggest.
Yeah. In
other ways, I mean, you can throw that title at it, and I think quite a lot of people will be like, yeah, sure.
No, and I wrote an article about this in VCO Send. I think there's multiple different ways to skin the cat when it comes to judging the biggest sim race. It's like I said, you compare it to Le Mans Virtual in its own unique ways, but they all have their own little charms. Drago Racing have already lost a bit of that time that they had closed back up on your race leader, because now they're dealing with the traffic going to the outside through the International Horseshoe on VRS Coanda and SimRC in their fight for third, and now getting run out of room and having to cut back underneath and use the hybrid in towards the slight dogleg off to the left-hand side. We jumped back to this battle just as Jürgen Frank decided to get the elbows out. I've got to say, 25 minutes to go. I didn't expect Jürgen Frank to be that aggressive at this point of the race.
I'm not that shocked. Like I say, you're talking about a podium here at Daytona. You want to go for it. The idea of maybe getting your elbows out and going for it, yeah, fair enough. Especially in the LMP2s, which has generally been classified as a tank by quite a large contingent in the iRacing community, because it can take a couple of blows. Let's go with that. It's not quite touring car rubbing his racing, but it's also not that far away as well. You can afford to really get after it in this car, and I'm not. As I say, that is not the only attack that VRS Coanda are going to deal with in this race.
I agree with you there. Now, if this is a tank, it's at least. In the real world, LMP3 is the car that's associated with dentists, right? Mm-hmm. What does that make the LMP2 in the sim racing world? Which doctors are we throwing under the bus?
I was going to say I'll let you offend the LMP2 field on that, because if you start being like, this is the dentist class of this race, yeah, you go for it.
Hey, equal opportunity offenders. I'm not just trying to insult LMP2s. I'm trying to find another class of doctors to insult, apparently.
Yeah, no, fair enough. It's the brain surgeon class.
That's high praise, is what that is, and clearly not correct.
I just wanted to win over all the teams. Any shirts in the LMP2 field that I'd quite like, again, send them over. Again,
Coanda, if any of those blue hoodies are for spare, I'll grab one of those. Not Lewis though, just me.
I'm deeply disappointed that I didn't get any Porsche merch in Sweden. I'm not going to lie. In fact, I won't say disappointed. I'll say devastated.
I've got a couple of Porsche shirts.
Yeah, I didn't get given any. There's only one team that gave me anything in Sweden.
Who gave you something in Sweden?
Mouse.
What did you get from Mouse Esports?
A nice shirt as well.
Oh, okay, nice. They have some pretty cool hoodies as well. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah, I would have liked a hoodie, but it's fine.
You get what you're given.
I'm happy. I'm happy with the shirt. I'd rather a hoodie, but I'm happy with the shirt. I understand hoodies are more expensive. It's okay.
True. Our Brabham Esports hoodies, those are fantastic.
Yep.
But I just have to say, the Apex Racing Team shirt that they gave me, that's fantastic too.
Yeah. Well,
where's yours, Lewis? Sorry.
Well, I don't have one because the Apex Racing Team don't like me. That's okay.
So Premiershov Lemoneka jumped into the YouTube chat about halfway through the race to say that if we wanted shirts, all that we needed to do, Lewis, was try and join the teams, get fast enough so that we could get free shirts. And I said, yeah, that doesn't work for us, unfortunately.
No, I tried joining Apex. Didn't go very far.
You tried to join the academy, just so people are actually aware. Like, you were actually giving it a go.
Oh, I see. You mean you say actually give it a go?
Half in joke, I know.
I do want to go and find and read the entry that I put, but I can't remember where I put it. But the submission was something along the lines of, I'm a 2-time VCO Sim winning commentator. You should give me a seat or something like that. I think I said I am it was either the fastest or worst, I can't remember, 2.8k I-rated driver money can buy.
Ooh, that's a good way to describe it, though.
Didn't accept.
I can appreciate why they didn't take the sales pitch either. SimRC save a bit of fuel behind the red line pair in GTD, and that's going to allow Mac Backham to almost break the draft. Jürgen Frank picks up the throttle as early as he can in the urgency to try and reel back in the slowly sailing away purple and orange, and now above 1.5 seconds, Lewis. That's that magical threshold for the draft that now Frank's bringing back in.
From a tactical move, if I were Team Redline, I would actually switch the two cars. Because at the moment, it's Max Verstappen ahead of Gustavo Eirio. It's your... no, it's the other way around, sorry. It's Max Verstappen behind Gustavo Eirio. Or is it that? No, it's fine, because it's like that. No, I wouldn't switch the cars. Let me correct myself. It's really hard to numbers. And so I would switch them. What I wanted is I would want the race-leading car to be ahead because I have fears of GTPs coming through and dive bombing and taking the car out. And generally speaking, they will take the car behind out, which in this scenario, whilst it would be bad, it wouldn't be devastating. You know, if they were the other way around and it was the race-leading car behind, that's where you lose that car. That's a problem.
So, what? This is where I show my lack of pop culture awareness in some ways. Roller derby, isn't that where you have someone that's like around an oval and then you have a bunch of other people trying to knock them over?
I don't know. I thought it was something to do with skating, wasn't it?
No, that's what I'm talking about. It's skating.
I don't know how it works.
It's like skating combined with wrestling, is how I understand it. That's what I thought. And so basically what I'm thinking right now is if you are Team Redline, you are doing everything you can. If you're Gustavo Ariel and you see a GTP coming behind, you're covering the inside into the braking zone to make it clear to the GTP, sorry bud, stick behind, we've got 20 minutes left to go.
Have you watched the Jason Statham, Ian McShane and Tyrese Gibson film Death Race?
See, the problem is, I want to say no.
Okay.
But I recognize it's a Jason Statham movie, so there's a chance that I probably have. But because all Jason Statham movies are basically the same...
This is slightly different.
Oh, is it? Okay, then maybe I have
it's like he still plays the same character, but he doesn't beat people up as much. He drives and then beats people up. So it's,
so it's the same thing? It's like Transporter.
It is a bit like Transporter. But there's a Mustang with a machine gun, and the rear of it, they call it the Tombstone.
Wow.
They say it's 3 tons of steel on the rear of the car, and all I thought was, I was like, damn, that car going to be popping wheelies and has no grip on the front. But you know, in the film universe, whatever, fair enough. The big bit of steel on the back of it. It's obviously, you know, bulletproof, whatever. Even though it's not, whatever, that's fine. To stop the bullet. That is literally what Gustavo Ariel is now. He is the tombstone for Max Verstappen, the death race tombstone.
You know, Top Gear used to make the jokes about how, you know, why wouldn't you just make a Formula 1 car that was the width of the track and just have the car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what we're trying to we're trying to illustrate right now. That is all that they're hoping for. They're not worried about Luke McEwen in the Stormforce ART 199. Again, it's just traffic. But having said that, Lewis, you know me. I have developed a reputation for not being appreciative of traffic management in the sim racing universe.
Right.
50 drivers started this race. We still have 35, 34 out there and running, which for a Daytona 24 is a level of attrition that honestly is great to see.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm surprised actually that high based on what we've seen earlier, because we had a lot of retirements in the early stages, courtesy of most of the start instinct and various things like that. But then there wasn't too much for quite a while, but obviously kicked off over the night, which is again fair enough. Yeah, if we have 50 retirements, is what it is. I did see in the YouTube chat, by the way, Vince dropped in the LMP2s are the lawyer's car.
Ooh, good shout actually.
I did. Yeah. It's not quite as offensive as dentist, but it does mean that you're boring. Is that not right? But who knows? Let's be honest. They're not the most interesting bunch. It's fine. Either way, whilst we're focused on the race, again, SimRC closing in 1 second back. SimRC are, but we were kind of wondering if they were saving fuel a little bit. I'm not actually that sure if they're saving fuel, purely based on the fact of. I did understand why you want to be saving fuel like this late in the race. Like, I wasn't 100% sure if, like, I can't remember when they stopped for starters, but saving fuel at this point, SimRC. Surely you've got enough fuel in the tank to go on the attack. You know that's missing your opportunity to go for the podium.
I think Vince Cusi had thrown into our race spot chat that he did think that LMP2 was maybe still at the edge of the window, given that we are at Daytona, so they do spend an awful amount of time on full throttle, as that's the GTP sliding up the inside.
Yeah, they do burn a little bit of fuel going around here, so fair enough. But maybe, just maybe, there will be the opportunity for this podium battle to be turned up to 11. The gap still 9 seconds in the GTPs. Close enough? It's not close enough.
No, it's I think at the point where Ate Kauppinen will be pretty happy with the gap as it stands right now. 15 minutes left to go. Where is he on track? Well, if we jump on board with the orange front nose of the Williams Esports Playseat car, he's coming out of NASCAR turn 4 right now. So on the run towards the line, it's about to complete lap 910, Lewis. So 14 minutes, about 30 seconds to go. Now we have to try and calculate how many laps he's got left to run to.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember what the record distance is?
Ooh, that is a good
Daytona
question.
24 hour?
And
I think we've passed. Well, no, I think we have passed 1,000 laps actually.
The problem is we've had such a variance in, LMP2's got reduced in speed, I think, after 2022, or was it before 2022?
Good question.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the distance record is something like 950 something laps, though.
Really? That was 872. Yeah, I'm just having a look.
What was last year? That's the better question, probably.
Yeah,
with the
I
GTP.
actually do not remember. I mean, for a lot of what I'm seeing from like the years past, especially where we had like HPs and stuff like that, that's like 850.
Yeah.
Those
are a bit slower.
So,
yeah.
So we're definitely faster than those. I don't remember what 2022 or 2021 were because I don't have it written down. So that's fine. Maybe it is distance record. The thing is, like with this, unlike quite a lot of other endurance races, because of the safety car,
right?
The distance record is one that will change. I say fairly frequently, but like in for example, Le Mans in real life, right? The distance record for that is, I think it's still 397, like 397 laps. I don't mean that's like
that's not going to change. No.
Even if you had a car a class that was quite a bit faster, or even quite a bit like that lap count is kind of there because of how safety cars and stuff have worked as well. They've got they didn't have as many safety cars. Like it's a lot more complicated. Whereas in this, there's no safety cars. It's just pushing to the end, so it's a lot more stable.
I think last year as well, we probably have gone past that lap record because last year, first year with the GTPs, first year that the drivers were getting to grips with the car itself. Let's not forget, Lewis, that we saw plenty of drivers struggling with the rear braking and the rear brakes locking up in braking phases last year, which we've seen a couple of that isolated moments here and there this year, but definitely a little bit more comfort, I think, for the drivers, even if the setups are more developed and even more potent than 12 months ago.
Yeah, I am. I'm now going to go and check out what it was because I'm very curious to see as to how many laps they got to last year.
Right.
So I'm going to leave it a spin for literally. I genuinely think I can find it in like 3 seconds. It's fine.
You jump onto iRacing, go and look through the results, and we will hopefully get an answer sooner rather than later. I can tell you that Simona Marcheno in the Altus Esports number 7 has just come out of pit lane.
No, I saw the LMP2 results, not the.
Okay. Someone's just said 921 laps last year, so
yes,
we're going to beat that without. Ooh. Now we're on lap 913 right now with 11 minutes to go.
It'll be close. We're definitely going to beat it. We're definitely going to beat it.
It's taking us about 90 seconds a lap, so that means that we've got 8 laps to go. I think we tie it.
I think we tie it.
Oh my goodness! Can you imagine?
I told you. What did I say? It was quite stable. Yeah, literally. Yeah, it might be 921 laps again. That would be pretty amusing.
That would be something. Can you imagine with the same winner out front as well, albeit slightly different livery? Coincidences. It will be interesting.
It's the commentator's curse or something.
Speaking of commentators' curses, I totally did not get a message from a certain team in this field saying, requesting the activation of the commentator's curse.
Oh, really? Well, yes. It doesn't exist. So to that team, you're barking up the wrong tree, Chief.
We need more shirts in order to activate the commentator's curse this late in the race. What I was going to just bring up, though, we talked about it ad nauseum a bit more at the start of the race, A, in our pre-show, B, during the first hours, but this is a track that Coanda has dominated at in the GTP class. They won it, what was it, the first 3 years in a row, then Radical Online 6 Sideways took a 1-year hiatus at the top of the overall pecking order before Coanda won 3 years in a row again. Then Apex broke the streak in 2022, and what a way it was to break that streak. Williams out on top last year. Is this, Lewis, a bit of a sign of the changing guard in the, I don't want to say pecking order of the world of sim racing, but just of the recognition of how sim racing has grown? Coanda no longer the juggernaut that maybe they used to be here at Daytona.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the whole thing with, particularly in that top category. And this is how sim racing is at the moment, and it is great. The idea of the world beaters that we used to have back in the day, where it was just Redline, just Coanda, basically, and that's how it was. You knew that if you were turning into a race and there was Coanda in it, they were probably winning, right? I think sometimes there is still that mentality that that's exactly what Coanda should be doing. But sim racing is so much more competitive than it ever has been, by a long way. That's not just iRating inflation or whatever. iRacing or sim racing as a general thing has never been more competitive than it is now. It keeps growing. It keeps going around. If you took, that's not me saying that if you took the grid from the 2015 running, if you took the winners from the 2015 running, put them in this race, they'd never be able to compete for a victory. Of course they would be.
Right.
It's more the amount of drivers. It's the strength of the field. It's the entirety of the field that is far stronger than it used to be. It is not that the pace has gone quicker. It's that there are more people doing it.
And I'll just go to the IMSA Esports Global Championship right as the example. Coanda won the GTP class. Charlie Collins, Lauren Heinrich, the main two drivers in the winning lineup, but they won the championship without winning a race.
Yeah.
It was being smart on strategy, taking advantage of the pace of the car when they had it. That really got them in that position. And so, again, I don't want to say it's a change in the pecking order. That's the maybe wrong way to describe it, but it goes to show Coanda so dominant. 6 wins in 7 years to kick off this iRacing Daytona 24 history book. Since then, it's been a very, very different sort of a complexion at this event. 8 minutes left to go, and now Jürgen Frank, well, if he has to save any more fuel, I think he's finding out that he's not going to have a chance to get past the VRS Coanda car. Mac Backham's holding him just at arm's length.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job, is Mac. Just pushing as hard as he can. They've had a fun race, this one. Like I say, it's going to be a battle for the podium, but you don't want to lose out on the podium by less than a second. Maybe there is a bit of timing as well coming in from SimRC. But the reason why I'm not so sure about that is that if you were fuel saving and trying to time it for an overtake on like the last lap, using the slipstream and all that kind of stuff, that's fine, but typically you would expect the cars to be much closer than they are now, which tells me they're both pushing as hard as they can, right? That's what I would take from that group. Once again, the battle for the race lead, by the way, is coming down. It is now to 8 seconds. It was 9.5 the last time we checked in on it. As much as I say that, I'm still not worried for the Williams camp, as it becomes more and more bronze.
There you go again.
It is. Look.
There you go again. Colorblind.
The more the sun comes out, the more this becomes orange. But yeah, that gap's coming down. I wouldn't be too worried though. They're still in such a strong spot.
Stealing our nickname for Ring Collins, by the way, Brolins.
Yeah, it's Brorin.
There's too much crossover there, my friend.
Can we call it Cholins as well? Do we not? If we're calling it Brolins, do we not call him Cholins?
No, because we got Sir Charles.
We do have Sir Charles, but Charles Cholins.
Charles Cholins.
You know what I mean? Like, surely.
I'm going to try.
Silly Lully, Charles Cholins.
We need to find a nickname for Gianni Vecchio, by the way, because. Ooh, wait. We have one, and now I'm forgetting him. Oh wow, this is how bad my memory is.
Yeah, I thought you made one for Vecchio.
We did it during DNLS last time because he tried to make up a nickname for Max Verstappen, and then we quickly turned that around. Apparently Vecchio, if I remember correctly, means old in German or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was something about like Grandma Vecchio.
Grandma Vecchio, there we go.
Something like that. Yeah, I thought so.
Oh.
The thing is though, it needs to roll off the tongue better than that.
No, it's no 10K Benica like that. Just
Exactly. Charles Cholins, bang. Easy.
It's why 11K Benica doesn't work, and Max had to intentionally no longer be 11,000 iRating just so the name would fit.
He could be 19. He could be 19,874, and we'd still call him 10K Banker. I don't care. Most recently, he's been racing on Rennsport and stuff. We still call him 10K Banker. It's not even relevant.
We're going to call him 10K Banker later today, I get the feeling. Just to make our point. Into the chicane. Now, with 5 minutes to go, race leader has, I believe, just come around towards the line in that number 6. How many more laps are these drivers going to get? Jürgen Frank versus Mac Backham. Frank trying to now figure out how far behind he needs to be to try and time the draft. But like you were saying, Lewis, don't think there's much fuel saving going on. He's starting to get closer and closer now, within a quarter of a second.
Yeah, 4:20 left in the race. Really, we have ticked down. Again, when you get to this point and you realise that you've done 1,435 odd minutes of this race, and finally you're so close to the end. You're so close to that pizza that's been waiting for you.
Oh!
There's a spinner in the background. Who was that?
That is an orange BMW. That's all. So that must be Altus.
Yeah.
Now, Simone Marcheno got us very excited there for a second.
Honestly, part of me was like, oh my god.
Race leader, what was going on?
Please don't be the race leader. I thought it was a BMW from a distance, to be fair. I was like looking at it and I think it might be a BMW.
You could tell that was a BMW from that angle.
A little bit. It is quite hard to tell, but I don't know. I think it probably was more gut. See, from where we were, that would have been pointed fairly head on, and the nostrils you can actually see from the other side of the United States.
The nostrils are distinctive, yes.
They are, especially when they're lit up at night time.
Yes, but they look good when they're lit up.
I agree. I absolutely agree. It's one thing that I love about or just endurance racing in general. I love cars that have LEDs all over them. I think they look good.
The LED number boards as well. Like they're not number boards; they're position boards, I guess. But little things that they don't work in IndyCar because apparently IndyCar goes too fast for them.
And they're also a bit too small.
They are. They could be a bit more legible.
Yeah.
You were mentioning, by the way, about people wanting splash and dashes. I do believe that in the Apex Racing Team camp, they've rejoined the race just to finish things off. No splash and dash for them if you're watching the pit tracker. Here we go, outside for Jürgen Frank. The German trying to attempt the move the long way around, but that's not really the passing spot in through the opening corner. It's going to be the run. A into the Le Mans chicane, B into turn 1. If he can jink back underneath, that would see him potentially be able to grab the spot. Here comes the race leader to the line. 2 more laps to go for the Williams Esports Playseat driver.
Yeah, it's 2 more laps for this, but that battle that we've got on the bottom right, that means there's 3 more laps for them, because I do not believe Ate Kalpinen will be able to catch this fight. So I believe we've got 3 more laps of this battling, which, to be fair, might have been why there was a bit more fuel saving there. They might have been like, oh, actually, statistically, we might need an extra lap of fuel here. I think also Kalpinen has just received a bit of a hit from one of the Apex cars.
Oh, has he?
It will also be, I think he might have driven down a bit too hard. It will be 9:21.
So we're going to match that distance record if we go as expected. We track Mac Backham, of course, with that onboard look as the GTP car goes around the outside. So fortunately not going to get too compromised there. But here's where Sim RC will try and take advantage right up in that slingshot. Although I think Jürgen Frank didn't get as good an exit as initially he would have wanted. Coanda's LMP2 car will get some draft from the GTP that goes the long way around and still tries to work its way on through. They do have 2 more laps to go. Let's not forget GTD traffic in front of them, 3 wide on the run to the line.
Yeah, see if Jürgen Frank can get the outside flash of the lights, mostly towards the Coanda that have gone through and towards those 2 GTDs, which are the leaders in the race. It might well be the final lap for them. They might get caught by Ate Kalpinen, but for right now, the focus is absolutely on this fight for 3rd place in the LMP2s. Final lap of the race is about to start for Ate Kalpinen, who's come out onto the start-finish straight.
Here's a look at what you were mentioning, by the way, for the race leader.
So risky.
Oh, lock the inside front. I've got to say, you say so risky. That could have ended in disaster on corner exit as well. Yeah,
that's what I meant. Like, that is so risky. And yeah, it's cost them a couple of seconds, but that's the wake-up call that maybe they needed.
Yeah, because, like you say, there is, I think, the race leader. Ate Kalpinen is heading out through the International Horseshoe. The clock's about to strike 0. So we are actually, I think, going to be on the final lap of the race. And it will be 920 laps, not 921.
1 short of last year then. So it's definitely not a distance record, but Might all be an excitement record. We've had a great race.
It's not been bad, has it?
This afternoon, today, and yesterday.
I mean, you know, as we get ready to see them battle for third position on the final lap, Lewis, what's been some of your highlights of the race so far?
The crashing. No, the overwhelming banter with the audience about what orange really is.
That has definitely, I think, caught most of our attention. Now, Mac Backham got a great run out of the Le Mans chicane. Sim RC not such a great run, and so it means on the final lap it is going to be the battle between those two that they'll have to keep an eye on. One more lap for them from the World Centre of Racing, but here comes Williams Esports Playseat, ready to make it 2 for 2 in this Daytona 24 in the last couple of years.
Incredible, isn't it, Arjuna? One final corner left to go, picking up a little bit of slipstream. They have driven absolutely excellently.
It's 2 for 2 in these 24 hours of Daytonas in the GTP era. Williams Esports Playseat are heading to the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship as winners once again in the biggest sim race of the year. It's some well-earned donuts and instantly not hanging around after the drama. We'll have to wait a while before we see the WSR Esports butt kicker team and Alexander Davidson celebrate their victory as well. Similar story for Max Verstappen, who's heading off into the second of the horseshoes. But now, as out onto the banking comes Sim RC and VRS Coanda, Jürgen Frank has one more chance, Lewis, to launch an attack for a podium spot.
Way too far back to go for anything here is Jürgen Frank, so it's pretty much set for VRS Coanda. Second place in the GTDs have already crossed the line, which does actually confirm the number 4 as victors in that category, so that's all pretty set. And like you see, the gap is too large, maybe a little bit too much fuel saving coming in from Sim RC there. I can't read what George Simmons has put in chat, but he said good job for the Williams team, but he's shortened it down slightly.
Well, it was a little bit too much, I think, for Sim RC in the end. They may even be saving a little bit of fuel on their run towards the line. It is going to be Hyper Mac Backham that grabs third position for VRS Coanda in front of that Sim RC. What a fun fight they had towards the very end of the race. And now, well, the photo cameras will be broken out. Team Redline 1 and 3. But Max Verstappen, Johnny Vecchio and Ole Steinbraten, two of those drivers winners in the 2023 IMSA Esports Global Champions, and now winners of the biggest sim race of the year, the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, powered by VCO.
Only thing that went wrong for this team today was a disconnection for Alexei Nesov. Everything else was dealt with perfectly. Strategically, the way they've stuck together, the fact they've literally been bump drafting for the entirety of the 24 hours without mistake. Absolutely unreal drive from the two Team Red Lines. And to be fair, speaking of no mistakes, WSR Esports butt kicker, we say of teams that dominated their given category, I am pretty sure they led almost the entire race there.
They finished as the only team on the lead lap. They only didn't technically lead laps through pit stop strategies, but as Lewis mentions, what a way for them to really put themselves forward. Of course, most of the drivers making their way out of Pure Sims Esports to join WSR here in 2024, and looking forward to seeing what's going to happen for them. Here as well, though, a little bit of an opportunity for the Apex Racing team to get together and to send still their thoughts, their prayers to their teammate Owen Carroll and Reese Carroll. Of course, unfortunately, losing their mother Rachel this past week, and they put the tribute onto the side of the car Racing for Rachel, and they'll close things out by celebrating together at the end of a long 24 hours.
Did get a note, by the way. We didn't quite realise the number 12 car is not on the podium in the LMP2 category. They had a penalty.
What?
Max Backham has dropped back. It's now back Backham.
And so that would have happened on the final laps of the race, because I didn't see the black flag initially.
Yeah, exactly. Might have just gone, picked up a drive-through on that last lap, and yeah, like you say, dropped him down just to one position to 4, but still that's costing the podium. Dropped them down. Sim RC then take that podium, so solid effort. They didn't need to fight for it.
We're going to give the drivers an opportunity to get a breather before they hopefully come and have a chat with us here on Race Spot TV at the conclusion of this race. We'll grab a look at the race results in the meantime. and run you down through the running order. It was, of course, Ate Kauppinen leading the way for Williams Esports Placey, along with Moreno Sarica, Carl Janssen, and Agustin Canapino. 4 drivers delighted to make it consecutive years for Williams Esports on top. Drago Racing came within 6 seconds of the win, and for Dominic Hoffman alongside Timo Rohrer in their first effort for the new team, they'll be thrilled alongside Premysław Lemonek to grab second. VRS Kowanda nursed the Porsche to third. Thought they did a great job with the slightly different fuel strategy to get a podium spot, and in front of Sebastian Job in that BMW M Team Redline car, the final car on the leading lap. 1 lap down for the Apex Racing team number 98, along with BS Competitions BMW. Team Redline's second car after spinning on the opening lap, able to recover 1 lap down in front of the second Williams Esports entry that had a disconnection that dropped it out of contention, along with Race Clutch and the ATRS machine. VRS Coanda's 92 down in 11th in front of Marcus Somo for the Acura Apex Racing team entry. Simone Miraceno for Altus 13th, and then the final finisher, Tomoyasu Intani for TC Corsa Esports. Then you get to the graveyard, to the likes of VRS Coanda's 81, to Movano Corsa, Apex Racing Team, Marla Racing Team, the Shera Esport Blue, and Apex One outfits, all not getting through the middle portions of the race. Lasser back, not even getting through the opening stages in his case. In the LMP2, Alexander Davidson, as the results show, 1 lap clear of everybody else. But while they'll be thrilled to burst onto the scene with a debut win, it's Mag Performance LMP that will also be thrilled with a drive that sees them grab second place. And clear of heavy hitters, Jürgen Frank finishes third for CMRC in the end. Matt Backham drops to fourth, as Lewis was pointing out. But all of those drivers, 2 laps clear of the drivers behind. PGZ 5th, Grid and Go 6th, and then Race Clutch, PGZ, WSR second car, and Race Clutch through the top 10. Semi-Fi also finished, although Apex brought the car out at the end just to classify themselves. Culture, JM Esports, and then the Apex One, Team PGZ, and Inet Motorsports teams, all unfortunately not getting to the very end. Last but not least, looking forward to getting over to GTDs, where Max Verstappen, Team Redline, and Gianni Vecchio, Ollie Steinbratton will be thrilled. Luke McEwen for Stormforce ART recovers as best as they could in what was a pretty miserable day in terms of luck for them. They will be hoping that the next special events go their way, with Gustavo Ariel on debut in that Redline car crossing the line in third. Parker White fourth, Tristan Iglesias fifth, with Jakub Kurkowski for virtual coach by GNG in sixth. Nicholas Rubelar, then Jonas Rutten, Alejandro Sanchez, and Daniel Lafuente rounding out your top 10. Of course, that Williams Esports Chill Blast car not making it to the end. Same could be said for Williams Esports Academy and for the BS Plus competition teams. Well, we were hoping to have the chance to chat to some of these drivers, but it seems as though, at least for the time being, Lewis, their focus is on recovering after the race that has just finished. Instead, we can look forward, and well, I guess look forward to saying goodbye and grabbing a little bit of rest as well. Next time we're racing in the iRacing special events, we're going to the Daytona 500. Next time we go for a VCO Grand Slam, though, it's the 12 Hours of Sebring.
Yeah, exactly. I will be doing the Daytona 500, by the way. I'm going to jump on. I'm going to give one a go. Obviously, you've got to. Can't wait for Sebring for more VCO Grand Slams. Obviously, you've got plenty more to go. You've got the Glen as well, 6 hours ago, later on in the year, before we get to Petit Le Mans. But what a great way to start the year, as always. 24 Hours of Daytona never fails to excite, to give us some enjoyment, and to see a genuinely worthy winner. I don't care about any of the people that are like, oh, Williams this, that, Williams that. All 3 of the categories, very worthy winners. Absolutely. And you'll note, by the way, that we have thrown on our limited edition VCO IMSA shirts. Winners in GTP and GTD. So Team Redline, Williams Esports have now an official confirmed entry in the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship now, to make things very, very interesting. That's a storyline that we can follow through the rest of the VCO Grand Slams. Like we mentioned, next time we're racing, it's a couple of weeks away. February 13th through the 19th, we'll return to this fantastic racetrack, but with a slightly different configuration, Lewis, for the Great American Race. Yeah, I'm jumping in. I'm gonna dominate my split. I'm gonna have a great time. I've actually, to be fair, the last 2 that I've done, I've finished 8th. So, you know. Hey, top 10s, take it. I'm looking to win. Actually, to be fair, I don't think I've ever won a Super Speedway in iRacing. Genuinely. Oh, interesting. Well, maybe you can change that. And of course, this is just the build-up through the entirety of the special event calendar. And what a calendar it is, Lewis. I know we're
Very excited. The iRacing Indy 500's back and in June this year as opposed to its traditional spot in May, but Sebring in March, Watkins Glen in June, and then October for Petit Le Mans. Those are 4 VCO Grand Slams for the year.
Yeah, I love, honestly, like, look at this with all the special events we keep adding as well to iRacing. Obviously, we had the BRSVC Formula Fords at the end of the year, which was great. I always like myself a little bit of the Bathurst 12-hour, though it's not the most interesting race to watch. It's great to take part in. I know you're a better fan of the Nürburgring 24. That big one in the middle, Indy 500. Got to give that one a go. I've just never done it.
You've never done it?
Never done. Not on iRacing. Not on iRacing.
You've commentated on it, but you've never done it. Wow,
exactly.
Look at that. I mean, we're going to have to change that, Lewis. You know that, right? Martinsville
yeah.
MX 500 as well. I mean, I look at this and I go,
I'm not doing that.
You're not doing that? I mean, come on.
No!
Lewis.
That's going to take ages, and it's an MX-5. Oh,
it's not that
goodness.
long. It's probably as long as a VLN DNLS race.
Yeah, exactly. Too long.
Not sounding appetizing to you?
24 out this year, to be fair. The Spa 24 was great fun last year.
Yeah, but how did you do?
Finished 8th, actually.
Did you crash?
I always finish an 8 in special events. Oh, sorry, I can't hear you. I can't. Did you say something? I can't. Did I
Lewis is having internet issues right at the end. What perfect timing as well for us to get ready to say goodbye, because wow, what a way to open up the slate of the iRacing special events here at the World Centre of Racing for the biggest special event of the year. More than 16,000 drivers once again locked and loaded for 24 hours of racing twice around the clock, and here in the top split of competition, boy, attrition ended up not being as high as we expected. On behalf of the entire team behind the scenes, it takes a crew to make all of this happen, so thank you to everyone that's not only made it possible, but for you, the viewers, that have watched and kept us company along the way. Not just our commentary and production team, but our VCO content team, the broadcast graphics that are done, our track cameras, live timing. It all comes together, and we look forward to being able to roll the package once again, moving forward into the next VCO Grand Slam. On behalf of Lewis McLeod, alongside myself, Arjuna Kanki Party, thank you so much for joining us for this race. We'll see you next time on the iRacing Esports Network for part 2 of the 2024 VCO Grand Slams.